Chapter 3812, Chapter 886, Pseudo-Tier 7 Spellbooks. Chapter 886, Pseudo-Tier 7 Spellbooks. How strange. I can't appraise these two pieces of equipment. Could they be broken? Shi Feng was greatly surprised by the boots and the short robe Tosa's dropped. His eyes of reality had successfully appraised even the origin myth, a divine artifact. Yet they showed no reaction to the boots and robe Tosa's dropped. It was as if these two pieces of equipment were pebbles on the roadside. Guild leader Black Flame, do you need us to conduct an appraisal for you? Kowloon Demon asked when he heard that Shi Feng had failed to appraise Tosa's loot. Regarding appraisal methods, nobody in this world can best Big Sis Jade. Don't listen to his exaggeration, Purgatory Jade said modestly. The craftsman's eye is an appraisal method I obtained after becoming an advanced craftsman forger. So long as an item isn't worthless, I can get some information out of it. An advanced craftsman forger. Shi Feng couldn't help but stare at Purgatory Jade in disbelief. Only a few forging players had ever achieved the rank of craftsman in the greater god's domain, able to produce legendary equipment. Besides having extraordinary talent, each of these individuals had spent countless resources to secure this achievement. Yet it was now revealed that Purgatory Jade was not only a sixth-floor expert, but also an advanced craftsman forger. If her talent was made known to the greater god's domain, it would put countless expert players to shame. Do you need me to conduct an appraisal? Purgatory Jade asked. I'll have to trouble you with it then, Shi Feng said as he handed the two pieces of equipment to Purgatory Jade. 3 minutes later, Purgatory Jade finished appraising the two pieces of equipment. They weren't broken after all. Instead, they were growth-type godly relics. The boots were called the spatial boots, while the robe was called the evil soul robe. Both pieces of equipment were at the legendary rank currently and could grow to become divine artifacts. As they were godly relics, each came with heaven-defying effects. The spatial boots had a passive effect that could improve the user's body techniques by 1 rank, up to the peak gold rank. It also had a profound skill called spatial movement that allowed the user to teleport freely within a 1,000-yard radius for 1 minute when activated. The Evil Soul Robe had a passive effect that increased the user's concentration by 2 ranks, up to the Tier 6 limit rank. It also had a profound skill called Soul Doppelganger that allowed the user to create up to 100 soul doppelgangers. The Soul Doppelganger skill had a cooldown of 1 natural day, and each soul doppelganger could use 100% of the user's basic attributes and lasted for 10 minutes. The abilities of the two pieces of equipment were amazing for legendary equipment. If they could grow into divine artifacts, their abilities would become even more heaven-defying. The only problem was that they needed player levels to grow. More specifically, each godly relic needed 20 player levels to be upgraded to the fragmented divine artifact rank. Moreover, they accepted only levels from players above level 200. If it already cost this much to upgrade them into fragmented divine artifacts, the cost to upgrade them into divine artifacts was unimaginable. However, despite the harsh upgrade conditions, Dragon's Crown's members stared at them with a yearning gaze. After inspecting the two pieces of equipment, Shi Feng turned his sights to the two ancient tomes. Upon careful examination, he immediately got goosebumps. Pseudo-Tier 7 spell books. Shi Feng couldn't believe his eyes as he looked at the two ancient tomes' introduction. All-consuming fire. Requires. Magical class. Tier 6 limit concentration. Pseudo-Tier 7 large-scale destruction spell Soul World. Requires. Magical class. Tier 6 limit concentration. Pseudo-Tier 7 large-scale defensive spell according to the records in the Grand Library. The strongest skills and spells that players could learn were only Tier 6. Most Tier 6 players had to sacrifice significant amounts of blood, sweat, and tears to obtain Tier 6 skills and spells. As for Tier 6 taboo skills and curses, they were regarded by the various powers as their foundation. Typically, if guild members wished to learn one, they would need to pay an astronomical amount of guild contribution points and sign a god's domain contract with strict terms. Shi Feng had never heard of pseudo-Tier 7 spells before, much less known that Tier 6 players could learn them. Although it might seem like there was only a half-tier difference between Tier 6 spells and pseudo-Tier 7 spells, there was a qualitative difference between them. Currently, many players assume that Tier 6 taboo skills and curses rivaled Tier 7 skills and spells, but that was only conjecture. After all, nobody had ever reached Tier 7 in the human race's greater god's domain, and neither had anyone seen a Tier 7 skill or spell before. However, Shi Feng knew how big of a difference there was between Tier 6 and Tier 7 skills and spells. In an era where Tier 7 players did not exist, pseudo-Tier 7 skills and spells were definitely the strongest skills and spells in existence. This was especially true for the two pseudo-Tier 7 spells before him. Of the two pseudo-Tier 7 spells Tosa's dropped, one was a large-scale destruction spell, while the other was a large-scale defensive spell. If a Tier 6 player learned both, no other Tier 6 player would be able to match them in the current Greater God's domain. Guild Leader Black Flame, you have to make your choice quickly. The demonic mist has begun to condense again. We need to leave this place before it recovers. Otherwise, it'll become much more troublesome to leave, Kowloon Demon urged as he looked at the demonic mist creeping up to them. Okay. After looking at the two ancient tomes in his hand, Shi Feng glanced at the two godly relics Purgatory Jade held, gritted his teeth and said, "I'll take these two tomes." "Are you sure?" Purgatory Jade gazed at Shi Feng in astonishment. Although she hadn't inspected the two ancient tomes, she could tell they were extraordinary. Even so, she doubted they could match the two pieces of growth-type godly relics in her hands. "I'm sure." Shi Feng decisively stored the two spell books in his bag. Godly relics were indeed hard to come by. It was especially so for these two growth-type godly relics. They would be heaven-defying once they grew into divine artifacts. They might even come with Tier 7 skills like the Abyssal Eye. The problem was that Shi Feng couldn't afford to wait. Compared to wagering his chances on this possibility, it would be safer to go with the two pseudo-Tier 7 spell books, which could instantly elevate a Tier 6 magical class player into an apex existence. All right, then. When Kowloon Demon saw that Shi Feng had given up on the two godly relics, he subconsciously sighed in relief. Then, recalling his objective, he inquired, "Guild Leader Black Flame, now that travel restrictions have been lifted, how about we hunt the taboo bosses in other regions?" Although the other region's taboo bosses are all level 240 and above, Dragon's Crown will mobilize its main force to support you. We will also split the loot according to our current arrangement. "I'll pass on the offer this time," Shi Feng said, shaking his head. "We have already achieved our goal here, so it's time we returned. We can collaborate in the future if the opportunity arises." Shi Feng had already exhausted his trump cards on Tosa's, so he could no longer hunt any taboo bosses within a short period of time. Even if he were to hunt another taboo boss, it would have to be the Undying Mother. After all, he didn't have much time left. All right, then. Kowloon Demon didn't try to force the matter when he saw Shi Feng's lack of interest. Instead, he smiled and said, "Don't forget our agreement once you return to your world." "I won't," Shi Feng chuckled. Then he took out a return crystal and chanted the incantation to activate it. Seeing this, Red Frost and the others also took out their return crystals and left this remnant primordial world with Shi Feng. Chapter 3813, Chapter 887. Returning to the Secret Land, Chapter 887. Returning to the Secret Land. "You let him go just like that?" Purgatory Jade asked Kowloon Demon. She had been immersed in studying the two godly relics just now, so she didn't hear Shi Feng and Kowloon Demon's conversation. I did try to invite him, but he didn't seem interested in the other region's taboo bosses, Kowloon Demon said, smiling wryly. Maybe he felt that nothing else is attractive in our world, so he decided not to stay any longer. What a pity. I'll have to get the guild leader to send better equipment to rearm the team right away. We can't have guild leader Black Flame think there is only this much to Dragon's Crown's strength, Purgatory Jade sighed. She had originally planned to let Shi Feng know about Dragon's Crown's foundations, so that he could better understand the necessity of their partnership. Unfortunately, she had missed the chance to do so. Contact the 23rd and 39th Legions. Have each garrison Nightmare Holy City with 50,000 elites. We must not let any other powers stay in this region and come into contact with guild leader Black Flame's people. Understood. At Purgatory Jade's command, Kowloon Demon promptly took out a Tier 6 Divine Runic Teleportation Scroll and teleported back to Nightmare Holy City. Meanwhile, Whirlwind Bulwark and Star Butterfly were shocked when they overheard Purgatory Jade's words. They hadn't expected a behemoth like Dragon's Crown to attach such importance to Shi Feng's party, mobilizing an army of 100,000 elite experts just to prevent other powers from coming into contact with Shi Feng's party. It should be known that Nightmare Holy City's two strongest guilds had a total of just over 20,000 elite experts. Since you are friends with guild leader Black Flame, I will give these 2 tokens to you, Purgatory Jade said, handing 2 tokens with Dragon's Crown's emblem to Whirlwind Bulwark and Star Butterfly. With these tokens, you can freely enter any region under Dragon's Crown's control. You can also contact me if you have trouble in the future. Thank you, Vice Guild Leader Jade. Whirlwind Bulwark and Star Butterfly gratefully accepted the tokens, celebrating inwardly. They never thought that minor characters like them would receive such treatment just for traveling with Shi Feng's party for some time. They weren't novices in God's domain. They knew these tokens weren't just entry passes for Dragon's Crown's territories. These tokens symbolized Dragon's Crown's protection. These were items that even Nightmare Holy City's top 2 guilds could only dream of obtaining. Flame Dragon God's Nest, Flame Dragon God's underground city. Following a bright flash at the underground city's entrance, Shi Feng's party returned to the Flame Dragon God's Nest. Compared to a few days ago, the entrance was much more crowded, and the appearance of Shi Feng's party did not attract any attention. We're finally back. When Twilight Leaf saw the familiar scene and players around her, she felt she had been living in a dream for the past few days. Sure enough, the feeling of home is the best. I nearly lost all my confidence from staying in Nightmare Holy City. Indeed, not only are Nightmare Holy City's players high level, but they also have astonishingly high combat standards. If not for our superior weapons and equipment, we would have never been able to establish a foothold there, Zio Yilong, who was currently level 235, lamented. In the primordial dragon sanctuary, they could be considered top class in terms of combat standards. However, they were only average in Nightmare Holy City, and if they were to compare themselves to Dragon's Crown's chosen ones, they'd be nothing. Dragon's Crown's 100-man team had well over a dozen half-step mortal gods. In contrast, the players gathered outside the underground city averaged only level 230. Although there were quite a few fifth-floor experts among them, the ratio between fifth-floor and non-fifth-floor experts was nowhere near as frightening as that of the remnant primordial world. We collected many undying souls this time, so how about exchanging them now? Heiser proposed. Many players have gathered in the treasury these past few days. If we don't hurry, everything decent might disappear. Their party had grinded nearly 10 million undying souls these past few days. Although 90% had gone to Shi Feng, The rest of them still received nearly 200,000 undying souls each. Additionally, Shi Feng had compensated each of them with 200,000 undying souls for helping with the taboo boss raid. In other words, excluding Shi Feng, each of them now had nearly 400,000 undying souls to their names. They could already exchange for a divine artifact with this many undying souls. I agree. We've been away for quite some time, Red Frost said, nodding. I just checked and found out that the flow of time here differs from that on the other side. Apparently, we've been gone for nearly 10 days now. Many teams should have collected a considerable amount of undying souls during this period. If we don't hurry, there might really be nothing left for us. The Flame Dragon God's treasury had a limited stock of items. Meanwhile, 10 days were enough for the teams operating around the treasury to collect tens of thousands of undying souls. It wouldn't even be strange if some teams collected over 100,000 undying souls. After all, the drop rate of undying souls was very high around the treasury. The monsters here also offered abundant exp, allowing players to level up quickly while grinding for undying souls. No expert player would miss this opportunity. Let's go and take a look then, Shi Feng said, nodding. He also felt that they should examine the treasury's situation. It was normal for worlds in God's domain to experience different time flows. This was especially true for a world that did not allow the use of the Abyss Workshop certification's world-breaking teleportation. He wouldn't even be surprised if time flowed several dozen times slower in the remnant primordial world. Although he wasn't interested in most of the Flame Dragon God's treasury items, he had to get the Empress's scales. If someone else redeemed it before him, he might lose his will to live. Flame Dragon God's treasury, Central Plaza. A gentle breeze carrying eternal energy blew out from the Central Plaza, refreshing the minds of all players here. As Shi Feng's party approached the Central Plaza, they saw many level 235+ experts stationed around it. Why are there so many people surrounding the plaza? Shi Feng frowned as he surveyed the Central Plaza. The experts surrounding the plaza came from various powers. None were independent players, so those powers should be responsible for this blockade. There were also 6 magic barriers enveloping the plaza, 3 external and 3 internal. Even breaking through these defensive layers would be challenging for level 240 players, much less redeeming items in the plaza and leaving safely. Brother Black Flame, I see the old commander over there. Should we go and ask him what's going on? Unyielding suggested as he pointed at one of the legions standing guard outside the magic barriers. Okay, Shi Feng nodded. Chapter 3814, Chapter 888, Flame Dragon Gods Exchange. Chapter 888, Flame Dragon Gods Exchange. Flame Dragon Gods Treasury, Central Plaza. Under Unyielding's lead, Shi Feng and the others quickly arrived before a 1,000-man legion of level 235+ experts. Sitting in front of the legion was Apocalypse, one of Holy Dragon Spear's former commanders. As a level 240 player fully equipped with divine artifacts, his aura could make most level 230 players tremble. Frost, where have you all been? Apocalypse inquired when he saw the party walking toward him. I've been looking for you since a while ago, but you just disappeared. I even thought you all were killed. We were in the underground city this whole time. There is something special about that place, so we couldn't be reached, Red Frost said, chuckling. Then she asked curiously, did something happen here while we were away? What's with the blockade? It's nothing. It's just the primordial dragon sanctuary's various powers jointly monopolizing this place, Apocalypse said nonchalantly. News of the secret land spread across the primordial dragon sanctuary shortly after it appeared. In just 3 days, over 8 pseudo-apex powers have mobilized a large number of experts into the secret land. Many adventurer teams have also found their way inside. So, after discussion, Holy Dragon Spear and the other pseudo-apex powers have decided to station some experts at this plaza to prevent other powers and players from redeeming items. I see. Realization dawned on Shi Feng when he heard Apocalypse's explanation. Nobody could resist the temptation of the flame dragon god's treasury. Although pseudo-apex powers were powerful, their available manpower paled compared to the vast number of independent players and adventurer teams. If the various guilds, adventurer teams, and independent players were allowed to freely exchange for the treasury's items, it wouldn't take long before everything good was redeemed. But now that the several pseudo-apex powers had joined forces, outsiders could no longer enter the central plaza. After all, there were thousands of level 235+ experts stationed here. Not even an apex power could come up with so many high-level experts on such a short notice. You don't have to worry. You all are members and friends of Holy Dragon Spear, Apocalypse said, smiling at Shi Feng and the others. So long as you reveal your identity, you can freely enter the plaza and exchange for items. None of the powers here will stop you. Elder Apocalypse, what if I want to bring some people in? Shi Feng asked. Shi Feng was used to the law of the jungle practiced in God's domain. It was common for powers to seal off entire maps so that they could monopolize the resources there. Thus, he wasn't surprised to see the primordial dragon sanctuary's pseudo-apex powers blockading the exchange plaza. As an ally recognized by Holy Dragon Spear, Shi Feng naturally wouldn't encounter any trouble if he redeemed some inconsequential items from the treasury. However, it would be a completely different story if he redeemed one of the more important items. The current blockade was very thorough. Not only did the blockade prevent outsiders from entering the exchange plaza, but it also functioned as a trap for those who entered it. There were only so many players inside the plaza. If he were to redeem one of the more important items, the various pseudo-apex powers would immediately discover his actions. It might still be fine if he only redeemed some of the ordinary divine artifacts, but they wouldn't let him get away with any of the top 4 items. At that time, they would retaliate. That's not a problem. In response to Shi Feng's question, Apocalypse pulled out one of Holy Dragon Spear's Elder's tokens and handed it to him, saying, "You can bring a few dozen players with you if you have this Elder's token. That should be enough, right? Don't tell me you want to bring hundreds or thousands inside." "Of course not," Shi Feng said with an awkward smile. If possible, he really would have done so. Unfortunately, the circumstances did not allow it. "All right, go inside if you want to redeem items. If there's anything you want, you should act quickly. The number of available items will only decrease with time," Apocalypse said. "Thank you, Elder Apocalypse," Shi Feng said as he accepted the token. After Shi Feng's party parted ways with Apocalypse, Red Frost suddenly turned to Shi Feng. "Guild leader Black Flame, do you need me to talk to the old commander?" Red Frost suggested. "You have several million undying souls on you." Although this isn't enough to affect the several pseudo-apex powers' core interests, there's no guarantee that some won't get greedy. Indeed, the millions you have are already enough for some pseudo-apex powers to take action secretly, Heiser said. She similarly understood Shi Feng's predicament. It might be fine if he only exchanged for items worth a few 100,000 undying souls, but the items worth several million undying souls would most likely tempt a few pseudo-apex powers into action. "No need. You guys go and redeem your items first. I'll be there in a moment," Shi Feng said, chuckling as he turned down Red Frost's suggestion. The Dragon God Palace and the Divine Wing Dynasty were no longer Holy Dragon Spear's only competitors in the Flame Dragon God's Nest. Many other pseudo-apex powers had also joined the competition. If Holy Dragon Spear were to stand out right now, it would have to face all these pseudo-apex powers simultaneously. Even if Holy Dragon Spear was a pseudo-apex power, it wouldn't last long against so many pseudo-apex powers. Since Holy Dragon Spear couldn't be depended on, Shi Feng might as well depend on himself from the beginning. After watching Red Frost and the others enter the central plaza, Shi Feng went to a hotel in the Flame Dragon God's treasury and rented the largest VIP lounge. I originally wanted to wait a little longer, but it seems I have no choice but to summon them now. Shi Feng smiled wryly as he looked at the chapter of space in his hands. Then, he took out a bunch of 7 luminaries crystals and began to summon Kowloon Demon and the other chosen ones of Dragon's Crown, whom he had added as friends beforehand. When Shi Feng injected all the 7 luminaries crystals into the chapter of space, space-time passages appeared in the lounge one after another. Then individual figures walked out of these space-time passages, exuding auras that caused the lounge's magic barrier to shake. Is this the world outside? When all 100 Dragon's Crown members appeared in the lounge, the magic barrier shattered, unable to withstand their terrifying auras any longer. As a result, their auras spread throughout the hotel. Chapter 3815, Chapter 889, Mind-Boggling Wealth, Chapter 889, Mind-Boggling Wealth. Flame Dragon God's Treasury, Advanced Hotel. Shortly after Dragon's Crown's members appeared, Shi Feng noticed that their weapons and equipment had undergone earth-shattering changes. Take Kowloon Demon, for example. When Shi Feng first met him, he was only equipped with level 240 taboo fragmented legendary equipment. Now, he was fully equipped with level 240 taboo legendary equipment. He also wielded a level 240 legendary weapon. It wouldn't even be an exaggeration to say he was completely different from when he participated in the Tosa's raid. However, the substantial improvement in equipment standards wasn't the only thing that surprised Shi Feng. Besides that, he also noticed that the equipment used by Kowloon Demon and the other Dragon's Crown members all came with battle arrays. More specifically, it was a 100-man silver battle array that could provide an all-around improvement when activated. Is this Dragon's Crown's foundation? When Shi Feng saw the current equipment of Dragon's Crown's members, he finally understood their initial disdain for the greater God's domain. Although the remnant primordial world did not have access to divine artifact-ranked weapons and equipment, they had level 240 legendary battle array equipment sets. Anyone with such a set could be proud of themselves, regardless of their whereabouts. Divine artifacts and fragmented divine artifacts might be stronger than level 240 legendary weapons, but they were incredibly rare. Even Apex powers would have difficulty fully equipping a 100-man team with fragmented divine artifacts. While Dragon's Crown's level 240 legendary battle array equipment set might not provide as many basic attributes as a full set of fragmented divine artifacts, it could definitely be considered among the best equipment in the greater God's domain. Guild Leader Black Flame, we meet again, Kowloon Demon said, smiling as he approached Shi Feng with his 6-meter-tall frame. Then, he proffered a fragmented legendary spatial bag to Shi Feng and continued, "As per our agreement, here are 50 million undying souls and 10,000 pieces of level 235 fragmented legendary equipment. Each piece currently goes for 50,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal on the market, so the total comes to 500 million units. 10,000 pieces of level 235 fragmented legendary equipment." Shi Feng was shocked. According to their previous agreement, Dragon's Crown only needed to trade 10,000 pieces of level 235 plus epic weapons and equipment with him on each teleport session. In the current Nightmare Holy City, level 235 epic weapons and equipment only went for 5,000 to 8,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal. This was an absolute steal for the Greater Gods Domain's players, as level 235 epic weapons and equipment were superior to ordinary legendary weapons and equipment that capped out at level 220. In the Greater Gods Domain, even the weakest piece of legendary equipment cost more than 100,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal. Thus, the price of level 235 epic equipment would only be higher. Shi Feng could easily make a tenfold profit by reselling it. Not to mention, level 235 plus epic weapons and equipment were currently regarded as mainstream by the various powers' main forces. They were key to raiding level 220 plus taboo dungeons. As for level 235, fragmented legendary equipment, that was something Shi Feng had never considered obtaining in bulk. After all, level 235 fragmented legendary equipment was incredibly rare in Nightmare Holy City. Even the guild leaders of the city's top 2 guilds were equipped with nothing more than level 235 fragmented legendary equipment. Under normal circumstances, there shouldn't be anyone willing to sell level 235 fragmented legendary equipment in large quantities. Yet, Dragon's Crown was willing to take out 10,000 pieces. This was absolute madness. These 10,000 pieces are a sign of Dragon's Crown's sincerity. From now on, each time you summon us, we will bring you at least 10,000 pieces of such equipment, Kowloon Demon said, nodding. This equipment is excellent, but I'm afraid I can't come up with 500 million units of 7 luminaries crystal on such short notice, Shi Feng said truthfully. Although he yearned to have the equipment in Kowloon Demon's spatial bag, he didn't even have 200 million units of 7 luminaries crystal on him. Unless he returned to the Eternal Realm or sold some of the taboo equipment, it would be impossible for him to collect 500 million units of 7 luminaries crystal quickly. Dragon's Crown can accept payment in installments if you have trouble obtaining the necessary funds. You simply have to settle the rest of the payment the next time you summon us, Kowloon Demon said nonchalantly. He had expected such a situation. How about this? After pondering for a moment, Shi Feng pulled an intermediate divine engraving scroll from his bag and said, "This is an intermediate divine engraving scroll. It can enhance the attributes of a fragmented legendary item by 30%. Although it isn't enough to elevate a fragmented legendary item to the legendary standard, the difference will be small. What if I use this to trade with you?" It was incredibly difficult for Shi Feng to come up with 500 million units of 7 luminaries crystal right now. This was because many Zero Wing members needed 7 luminaries crystals to challenge their Tier 6 promotion. The construction of the dragon hunting artillery also cost a huge sum of 7 luminaries crystal. Thus, even if he did return to the Eternal Realm, he wouldn't be able to pay for Dragon's Crown's equipment. However, if he could pay with intermediate divine engraving scrolls, it would be a different story. He could mass-produce intermediate divine engraving scrolls, and each cost him only 1,260 units of 7 luminaries crystal. Thus far, he had only refrained from selling them in the Greater God's domain for fear of empowering his enemies and attracting unwanted attention. However, he would have no such concerns if he sold the scrolls to Dragon's Crown. Currently, Dragon's Crown's members could only enter the Greater God's domain through the chapter of space and stay here for 3 days at a time. Since they couldn't remain here long-term and had to rely on him to visit the Greater God's domain, they were no threat to him. Additionally, the remnant primordial world appeared to be no better than the Greater God's domain in terms of divine engraving technology. He hadn't seen any basic or intermediate divine engraving scrolls on sale in Nightmare Holy City, at the very least. As for the value of intermediate divine engraving scrolls, they shouldn't be much lower than fragmented legendary items. A 30% improvement. Purgatory Jade, who had remained silent this entire time, exclaimed as she stared at the scroll in Shi Feng's hand. A hint of eagerness flashed in her eyes, though she quickly suppressed it before asking, "This is indeed a good item. May I know how you intend to conduct the trade, Guild Leader Black Flame?" Shi Feng raised 2 fingers after thinking for a moment. 2 pieces of equipment for 1 scroll. That cheap? Shi Feng's offer took Kowloon Demon by surprise. Then, after noticing Purgatory Jade's elated expression out of the corner of his eye, he hurriedly added, "Guild Leader Black Flame, we have a deal. We will trade at least 5,000 intermediate divine engraving scrolls with you each time we come here." Kowloon Demon's response stunned Shi Feng. He had been ready to trade 2 intermediate divine engraving scrolls for 1 level 235 fragmented legendary equipment. He hadn't expected Kowloon Demon to misunderstand him. Moreover, not only was Kowloon Demon willing to accept the misunderstood price, but he also seemed content with it. However, Shi Feng didn't bother to correct Kowloon Demon. After all, this was a win-win situation. Subsequently, Shi Feng accepted the 10,000 pieces of level 235 fragmented legendary equipment and 50 million undying souls from Kowloon Demon. As for the 5,000 intermediate divine engraving scrolls, he promised to hand them over to Kowloon Demon before Dragon's Crown's members returned. "Brother Kowloon, I'm a little embarrassed to say this, but I need you all to help me with something right away," Shi Feng said awkwardly. "I will compensate you for your services with 500 intermediate divine engraving scrolls." "Guild Leader Black Flame, do tell us what you need help with," Kowloon Demon said, his interest piqued when he heard the compensation offered. "You are now Dragon's Crown's most valued ally. Any trouble you face is Dragon's Crown's trouble. I need to head to a place to exchange for some items in a moment. I'm likely to encounter members of other powers looking for trouble. When that happens, I will need you all to take action," Shi Feng said, providing a rough summary of his request. "A fight with the powers of your world, is it?" Kowloon Demon subconsciously licked his lips when he heard Shi Feng's words, and his eyes lit up with fighting spirit. "Rest assured, Guild Leader Black Flame, if a fight happens, leave it to Dragon's Crown." After receiving Kowloon Demon's promise, Shi Feng had Dragon's Crown's members conceal their identities and follow him to the central plaza. Chapter 3816, Chapter 890, Disappearance of the Flame Dragon God's Access Key, Chapter 890, Disappearance of the Flame Dragon God's Access Key. Flame Dragon God's Treasury, Central Plaza. As more players entered the secret land, the number of players teleporting to the Flame Dragon God's Treasury also increased. After weaving their way through the crowd outside the Central Plaza, Shi Feng and Dragon's Crown's members arrived before the magic barriers enveloping the plaza. The various pseudo-apex powers have sealed off this place. Outsiders are not allowed to enter. A level 236 Elven Berserker, the leader of a 20-man team stationed inside the magic barriers, stated to Shi Feng and his team, "We are allies of Holy Dragon Spear." "Here is my token," Shi Feng said, taking out the Elder's token he received from Apocalypse. "Holy Dragon Spear." The Elven Berserker glanced at the token in Shi Feng's hand. After verifying its validity, he raised his hand and opened a gap in the magic barriers. Then he stated, "Friends of Holy Dragon Spear, as space in the plaza is limited, you can only stay inside for an hour. You must leave once you have reached the time limit." "Okay," Shi Feng nodded. After letting Shi Feng's team through the barriers, the Elven Berserker suddenly smiled and said, "Brother, are you willing to sell your undying souls? I can buy them from you at a high price. I am buying each undying soul for 100 units of 7 luminaries crystal. If you prefer real-world resources, I can also use mental strength potions and Stardew to trade with you. I'm selling mental strength potions for only 10 undying souls per bottle and Stardew for only 100,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal. These items are best for mental strength recovery and development. You can supply mental strength potions and Stardew directly. Shi Feng was surprised by the Elven Berserker's offer. Since the major system update, whenever players sustained injuries in God's domain, their mental strength in the real world would also be negatively impacted. Additionally, their mental strength would also determine the quality of weapons and equipment they could equip in God's domain. This led to the skyrocketing prices of potions that aided in the recovery and development of mental strength. Now, even mental strength potions, which used to be the most common potion, were in short supply. Naturally, how about it? Would you like to stock up on some? I strongly recommend buying some Stardew. There's hardly any supply on the open market, the Elven Berserker said, smiling. If you can improve your mental strength, you'll be able to use much better weapons and equipment. Otherwise, even if you get your hands on better weapons and equipment, you can only stare at them without sufficient mental strength. It is a tempting offer, but I'm afraid it is out of my budget, sorry, Shi Feng said, chuckling. Then he made his way into the plaza with Kowloon Demon and the others. What a bunch of cautious newcomers. The Elven Berserker grimaced in displeasure as he watched Shi Feng's team walk away. Meanwhile, after Shi Feng arrived at the central plaza, they were greeted by the sight of a rowdy marketplace. At a glance, there were at least 10,000 players in the plaza. Of these players, a small minority were members of the various pseudo-apex powers, while the rest were independent players and members of other powers. Currently, these players were either redeeming items from the treasury or purchasing undying souls from other players. After taking a moment to listen to the hawking players, Shi Feng found that many powers were buying undying souls at prices far more favorable than that of the Elven Berserker. While it cost 10 undying souls to buy one mental strength potion from the Elven Berserker, mental strength potions could be had for just 5 undying souls in the central plaza. Some powers even offered them for 4 undying souls per bottle. That punk back there sure is evil, Kowloon Demon commented as he glanced at the hawking players. Luckily, you didn't accept his offer, guild leader Black Flame. I'd say that he was pretty kind already, Shi Feng said. Casually pointing at some cloaked players standing in a corner, he continued, "Those people secretly monitoring the plaza are the real killers. They're keeping track of everyone who redeems items. Once they see something valuable disappear from the list, they will immediately know who redeemed it. If they see that it's not a player affiliated with them, they will most likely take action outside the plaza. On the surface, it might seem that the various pseudo-apex powers were harmoniously sharing the treasury with each other. In reality, there was constant infighting. No wonder you wanted us to come here with you. Your world really isn't peaceful, guild leader Black Flame," Kowloon Demon said as he scanned the plaza. There were at least 1,000 of these cloaked players loitering around the plaza. Moreover, they clearly belonged to several dozen different powers. The scale of the conflict here was unlike anything he had seen in his home world. Most regions in the remnant primordial world were governed by one power. Even in contested regions, there would only be 2 or 3 powers competing for the ruling position. There had never been a situation where dozens of powers clashed. Guild leader Black Flame, how will you conduct your exchange? Do you need our help? Purgatory Jade asked. After careful observation, she knew that every corner of the magic barriers was scrutinized. The instant a player clicked to redeem an item from the treasury, the cloaked players would immediately find out what they had redeemed by referencing the most recent item to have disappeared from the exchange list. The only way to trick these cloaked players was to have dozens of players pretend to redeem items at the same time. That way, the cloaked players would have difficulty determining who exactly had redeemed an item. That won't be necessary, Shi Feng said, shaking his head. The items he would be redeeming ranked among the treasury's top 5. Even if he had Purgatory Jade and the others pretend to redeem items, nothing would change. The observers already knew they were part of the same team when they entered the magic barriers. The various pseudo-apex powers would simply target the entire team. Subsequently, Shi Feng pulled up the treasury's exchange list. When he saw that all 5 of the top 5 items were still available, he immediately spent 10 million undying souls to redeem the Flame Dragon God's access key. Before Shi Feng could redeem his second item, loud exclamations suddenly arose in the plaza. "It's gone! The access key is gone! Heavens! Someone redeemed the access key! Quick! Check the recording crystals, see who redeemed the access key!" Upon hearing these exclamations, everyone in the plaza subconsciously looked around, their eyes colored by greed and madness. Chapter 38:17, Chapter 891. Nobody is allowed to leave. Chapter 891. Nobody is allowed to leave. The various powers members in the plaza went into a frenzy following the disappearance of the Flame Dragon God's access key, frantically searching for the person who had redeemed it. Others contacted their respective superiors, causing the originally peaceful atmosphere to freeze. "You're next." Ignoring the commotion around him, Shi Feng redeemed the Empress's scales after acquiring the Flame Dragon God's access key. When Shi Feng entered the remnant primordial world, he thought that he would be fortunate if he could obtain enough undying souls to exchange for the Empress's scales. However, after the trade with Dragon's Crown, he had over 50 million undying souls. Even after factoring in the 30 million undying souls he needed for the Empress's scales, he would have nearly 28 million undying souls left. Although 28 million undying souls were nowhere near enough to let him exchange for the Flame God set, it was enough to redeem the Flame Dragon God's access key. Once he had the access key, he would have a greater chance of gaining control over the Flame Dragon God's secret land and turning it into Zero Wing's backyard. This, in turn, would allow Zero Wing's members to rise to level 240 or higher without any bottlenecks. I still have nearly 18 million left. What should I exchange them for? Shi Feng hesitated as he looked at the exchange list. The executives of various powers operating in the Flame Dragon God's treasury received word of the Flame Dragon God's access key's redemption shortly after. The executives of 10 pseudo-apex powers and over 24 conglomerates immediately rushed back to the central plaza with their subordinates, none daring to drag their feet. Meanwhile, the various powers, members resting nearby, also hurried to the central plaza. Although only a small portion of the 10 pseudo-apex powers' forces was resting near the central plaza, their total forces still exceeded 30,000. The various conglomerates also had over 50,000 members resting nearby, while the independent players in the vicinity exceeded 100,000. Currently, all of these players had gathered outside the magic barriers enveloping the central plaza. How could you not have found out which pseudo-apex power redeemed the access key yet? Why do you think I had you imbeciles keep an eye on this place? Ember Dragon, the Dragon God Palace's first vice guild leader, bellowed at the cloaked man before him. "Vice guild leader, we've already checked several times. None of the pseudo-apex powers members were redeeming items at the time of the incident," the cloaked man said anxiously. "But we did find over a dozen suspicious people. These people were all redeeming items when the access key disappeared." "Who are they?" Ember Dragon questioned coldly. 6 of these people are members of 4 conglomerates, while 8 are independent players. All 8 independent players are executives of well-known adventurer teams. Besides them, there are 3 people from lesser-known guilds, one of whom is closely related to Holy Dragon Spear, the cloaked man reported in a trembling voice. Closely related to Holy Dragon Spear, a cold glint flashed in Ember Dragon's eyes. Who is it? Black Flame, the cloaked man responded. Then he hurriedly pulled up a video recording of Shi Feng and continued, "This is him. He used one of Holy Dragon Spear's elder tokens to enter the plaza. Out of everyone in Holy Dragon Spear, only Apocalypse is qualified to hold that token. The little man supporting Red Frost. It seems he has benefited from her rise," Ember Dragon said, sneering as he looked at Shi Feng's figure in the video. "Notify the other pseudo-apex powers. Tell them that we should lock down the plaza immediately if they still want the access key. Besides the pseudo-apex powers members, everyone else must stay put and hand over all their spatial bags. We can decide what to do with the access key after finding it." "Understood," the cloaked man responded, then left to execute Ember Dragon's command. When the other 9 pseudo-apex powers received Ember Dragon's proposal, they all agreed to lock down the central plaza, prohibiting anyone from leaving. They also paid special attention to the 17 individuals suspected of having redeemed the access key. "Central Plaza, why won't you let us leave? Why must we hand over our spatial bags? Do you know who we are? We are core members of the Star Dragon conglomerate. What is the meaning of confining us here? Aren't you pseudo-apex powers going too far? We paid you a bunch of undying souls to come here. Now, even though we haven't redeemed anything, you want us to hand you all our items. Do you think we won't retaliate?" The many independent players and various conglomerates members were infuriated when they saw the internal magic barriers becoming active, and the various pseudo-apex powers members pouring into the central plaza. They had never expected the various pseudo-apex powers to be so crazy. Besides targeting the suspicious individuals, the various pseudo-apex powers also prohibited players who were not members of the various pseudo-apex powers from leaving. Those who wanted to leave had to turn over their spatial bags or die. On the other side of the plaza, Xiao Yilong and the others, who had just finished exchanging their undying souls, also wore ugly expressions. "Ember Dragon is definitely targeting you with this arrangement, Big Sis Frost." Twilight Leaf expressed her anger after reading the message they had just received from Apocalypse. "Ember Dragon knows guild leader Black Flame must have brought a lot of resources since he is here to support you. If guild leader Black Flame's possessions get confiscated, your partnership with him will become a joke to the various powers." "It is indeed a cunning move," Xiao Yilong said grimly. "The Dragon God Palace alone might not be enough to threaten us, but if Ember Dragon gets the other pseudo-apex powers to cooperate with him, we will have no choice but to concede. It can't be helped." Red Frost also understood the situation's implications. After pondering for a moment, she said, "Yilong, go and meet up with the old commander. Have the old commander hold back those people as long as possible. In the meantime, I'll find guild leader Black Flame and have him transfer his items to me." "Okay." Upon hearing Red Frost's decision, Xiao Yilong agreed this was the only thing they could do in this situation. Chapter 38:18 Chapter 892 Kill Them. Chapter 892 Kill Them. Flame Dragon God's Treasury, Central Plaza. The Central Plaza was the size of several stadiums. Sometime after the Flame Dragon God's access key disappeared, the 10 pseudo-apex powers had amassed a force of over 50,000 inside the plaza. After grinding in the Flame Dragon God's nest for over a week, these pseudo-apex power members had all reached level 230 at the very least. Over 20% of them had even reached level 235 or higher. Currently, these pseudo-apex powers members formed a tight encirclement around the players in the plaza. Meanwhile, the core executives of the primordial dragon sanctuaries, 10 pseudo-apex powers, had gathered at the edge of the magic barriers. The sight of these core executives made the independent players and members of various conglomerates extremely anxious and helpless. There are only 10 pseudo-apex powers in the primordial dragon sanctuary, and all 10 have gathered for the access key. Are we doomed this time? Don't despair just yet. Before they come to a conclusion, we still have hope of making it out alive. Damn it, I'm one of Primordial Rock Holy City's top 10 experts. Why do I have to leave my fate in the hands of these powers? So what if you're one of Primordial Rock Holy City's top 10 experts? Don't you see the people there? They are all members of conglomerates. Together, they represent over 20 conglomerates. Even though these conglomerates have more members gathered outside the barriers than the pseudo-apex powers, do you see them resisting? Aren't they still like us? They can only let their members wait for the pseudo-apex powers' verdict. The players trapped in the magic barriers all stared at the advanced tent, where the core executives of the 10 pseudo-apex powers had gathered, their anxiety levels reaching an all-time high. The 10 pseudo-apex powers, core executives, were powerful individuals who could single-handedly influence the harmony in the primordial dragon sanctuary. It had been centuries since all 10 pseudo-apex powers had last gathered for a meeting. Yet, they were unfortunate to be involved in such a rare event. This was an absolute disaster for them. If the 10 pseudo-apex powers were adamant about having everyone inside the barrier hand over their possessions, they would have to comply or be permanently erased from God's domain. Even members of various conglomerates would not escape unscathed. Inside the advanced tent, the representatives of the 10 pseudo-apex powers sat around a round table, each accompanied by 1 or 2 bodyguards. Among those present, the ones from the Dragon God Palace and Red-Tailed Dragon stood out the most. Ember Dragon was the Dragon God Palace's representative this time. Although he was only level 237, the bandaged young man and demi-dragon woman who flanked him were terrifying. In addition to being level 240, both were equipped with at least 5 divine artifacts, with the rest of their equipment comprising fragmented divine artifacts. Meanwhile, Tarnished Wind, a giant of a man, was Red-Tailed Dragon's representative. He was level 240 and fully equipped with divine artifacts. He was also the Red-Tailed Dragon's designated successor. Although he only had 1 bodyguard, the man beside him was a level 241 high elf fully equipped with divine artifacts. After the Dragon God Palaces and Red-Tailed Dragons groups, Holy Dragon Spears group stood out the most. Great Commander South Lake, who had risen to level 240 after grinding in the Secret Land, represented the adventurer team, and standing beside him was Apocalypse. So, what should we do with those people? The 8-meter-tall Tarnished Wind took the initiative to break the silence. While having them surrender their belongings is a good solution, many of them are core members of conglomerates. If we confiscate their items, those conglomerates will be dissatisfied. So what if they're dissatisfied? Do you think they can topple us? Cloud Rider, the Divine Wing Dynasty's guild leader and a level 240 player equipped with 7 divine artifacts, said disdainfully. The Secret Land's access key is at stake here. While those 17 key suspects are the most suspicious, we can't guarantee they didn't transfer the access key to someone else. Rather than risk it, we might as well confiscate everyone's items. I disagree, Southlake said, shaking his head. We are talking about offending every conglomerate in the primordial dragon sanctuary. Have you forgotten that they comprise a significant portion of our mental strength potion supply? They might not be able to do anything against us in God's domain, but they can reduce or even outright stop supplying potions to us. Are you sure you can afford such a loss? Great Commander Southlake, what you say makes sense, Ember Dragon said, chuckling. But this secret land is paramount. We can always find other suppliers of mental strength potions, but there is only one Flame Dragon God's Nest. If we lose it, I doubt we'll ever find another secret land like it. Also, as guild leader Cloud Rider said, the people inside the magic barriers can transfer items among themselves. So whether it is the conglomerates or our members, I suggest confiscating everyone's items. This is the safest solution. Are you out of your mind, Ember Dragon? Every player in God's domain has their secrets, Southlake bellowed. Also, we have been taking turns guarding the magic barriers, and it is currently Holy Dragon Spear's turn to guard them. Do you intend to confiscate the items of all of Holy Dragon Spear's members? Why the need to be so angry, Great Commander Southlake? Cloud Rider said nonchalantly. There may be more of your members caught up in the mix, but Vice Guild Leader Ember is doing so out of consideration for all of us here. Not to mention, it's not like we won't return their items after inspecting them. All we want is the access key. None of us are interested in anything else. The representatives of the other pseudo-apex powers nodded in agreement, none expressing any additional opinions. Although 10 pseudo-apex powers operated in the primordial dragon sanctuary, they weren't equal in strength. Now that the first-ranked Dragon God Palace and the second-ranked Red-Tailed Dragon were confronting each other, while the fifth-ranked Holy Dragon Spear and sixth-ranked Divine Wing Dynasty had taken sides, the other powers couldn't afford to speak their minds at all. Does that mean you will show the items in your spatial bags to everyone, Guild Leader Cloud? Southlake asked sarcastically. Players in God's domain, particularly executives of the various powers, all had secrets they didn't want others to know. These secrets were usually unsafe to keep in warehouses and could only be carried in personal spatial bags. Needless to say, the guild leader of a pseudo-apex power would be carrying plenty of such secrets, such as offensive trump cards and life-saving measures. Outside of critical situations, these secrets would never be revealed. I wasn't present in the plaza at the time of the incident like your adventurer team's chosen ones, so why should I show you my possessions? Cloud Rider sneered. Or perhaps Holy Dragon Spear has acquired the access key after all. Is that why you are constantly resisting? Don't you dare slander me, Southlake bellowed, glaring at Cloud Rider. I agree with Great Commander Southlake's opinion. Everyone has their secrets. I am against having so many innocent people expose their secrets. Tarnished Wind spoke in support of Southlake. Tarnished Wind's words put the other pseudo-apex powers, representatives, in a bind. They didn't know whether to continue supporting Cloud Rider. After all, should Red-Tailed Dragon go crazy, they would suffer. How about we each take a step back? Ember Dragon suggested suddenly. We won't have everyone surrender their belongings anymore, but you must stop worrying about the various conglomerates' members, Great Commander Southlake. We just need to permanently kill everyone besides our members and the innocent conglomerates' members. That way, we can minimize the possibility of the access key being stolen and thoroughly avoid offending the various conglomerates. We will vote by a show of hands, and the minority will obey the majority. Before Southlake could say anything, the 100 Dragon Assembly supports the proposal. The Moonlight family supports the proposal. In no time, more than half of the pseudo-apex powers present had voiced their support for Ember Dragon's proposal. This situation caused Southlake's expression to turn ugly. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do about it. Chapter 3819, Chapter 893, Hephaestus's Flame. Chapter 893, Hephaestus's Flame. Flame Dragon God's Treasury, Central Plaza. While the players trapped in the magic barriers fell into a panic, Red Frost quickly found Shi Feng sitting in a corner, redeeming items, and tried to persuade him to transfer his possessions to her for safekeeping. Guild leader Black Flame, we're running out of time, Red Frost said, slightly exasperated by Shi Feng, who refused to go along with her arrangement. The old commander won't be able to buy us much time. Because of our partnership, Ember Dragon is bound to come after you. But as I am Holy Dragon Spear's future representative, nobody will dare confiscate my possessions unless they wish to start an all-out war with Holy Dragon Spear. Red-tailed dragon won't sit by and watch either. So your safest option now is to transfer your most valuable possessions to me for safekeeping. Commander Frost, I understand what you mean, Shi Feng said, a little moved by Red Frost's concern for him. After all, very few people would be willing to bear the pressure of multiple pseudo-apex powers to help someone. However, he still refused Red Frost's goodwill, explaining, "But I'm afraid there is no negotiating this matter. I really cannot take out the items in my bag. Otherwise, I will be plagued with endless troubles. I understand your concerns. Who in God's domain doesn't have some secrets?" Red Frost rolled her eyes at Shi Feng, feeling that he was making a mountain out of a molehill. She had seen many treasures before as the former #1 chosen one of Holy Dragon Spear. She had seen even godly relics before, let alone divine artifacts. Even if Shi Feng did have godly relics in his bag, it would be an exaggeration to say that he would be plagued with endless troubles if they were discovered. Only ordinary powers and independent players would think so. Shi Feng didn't know what to say in response to Red Frost's skepticism. His bag held items that could influence the entire greater God's domain. Moreover, there was more than one such item. Setting aside the Book of Eternity and the newly acquired dragon-hunting artillery design, just the 2 pseudo-tier 7 spell books could make every player in the greater God's domain lose their minds. As for the inferior Divine Tier 7 Promotion Land Scroll, it was an item that even the holy race would try to obtain at any cost. While Shi Feng was wondering how to explain his situation to Red Frost, a soul-piercing scream suddenly echoed across the plaza, sounding like it originated from the depths of hell. Immediately afterward, silver-black flames erupted from a corner of the plaza, rising hundreds of meters into the air and causing the souls of all players in the area to shudder. Madness! These pseudo-apex powers must be out of their minds. They're trying to permanently erase us. A Tier 6 soul fire. Damn it. I knew these pseudo-apex powers were crooked. After having us gather undying souls for them, they are now trying to get rid of us. Fight. We must fight back. I agree. Even legendary equipment sets will be reduced to ashes if burnt by a Tier 6 soul fire for several seconds. Our only hope is to break the barriers. When the thousands of players trapped in the plaza saw the conclusion the 10 pseudo-apex powers had reached, they attacked the magic barriers and the pseudo-apex powers members out of desperation. In the blink of an eye, the flames of war engulfed most of the plaza. Hephaestus's flame. Are the great commander and the others insane? Red Frost stared at the silver-black flames in stupefaction. There were 6 tiers of soul fire. Tier 1 was the weakest, while Tier 6 was the strongest. Soul fire also existed in different types, and Tier 6 soul fire came in various levels of strength. However, even basic Tier 6 soul fire, the weakest of the bunch, could incinerate a Tier 6 player's immortal soul in seconds. As for powerful Tier 6 soul fire, also known as advanced Tier 6 soul fire, they could impart permanent death to players and render useless resurrection items that could give players a second chance at God's domain. Hephaestus's flame was one type of advanced Tier 6 soul fire. Normally, it was impossible for a single pseudo-apex power to command an advanced Tier 6 soul fire. The cooperation of at least several pseudo-apex powers was necessary. This was because soul fire of such caliber burdened its users heavily. To control it, many players with Tier 6 peak or Tier 6 limit concentration were required. Otherwise, using an advanced Tier 6 soul fire would be counterproductive. Amidst Red Frost's stupor, several hundred level 235 plus Experts, some of them, fifth-floor experts, were killed by Hephaestus's flame without resistance, as expected of the primordial dragon sanctuary's pseudo-apex powers. They even managed to get their hands on a Tier 6 soul fire like Hephaestus's flame. Shi Feng was astonished as he looked at the roaring silver-black flames. Hephaestus's flame wasn't easily obtained in the greater god's domain. It had been extinct since the mythical era, and its value exceeded that of divine artifacts. Besides its ability to annihilate players' immortal souls, it was also highly valued because it could increase the production success rate of forging and alchemy. As for Hephaestus's flame's offensive capabilities, they were of secondary importance. This was because its offensive power only reached the standard of profound skills of divine artifacts utilized to 100% potential. While they might be equal in power, only one player with Tier 6 limit concentration was needed to exert a divine artifact to its full potential. There was no need to go through the hassle of mustering several dozen elite players. Guild leader Black Flame, you have to escape. Now, if you get hit by those flames, you can never be resurrected, Red Frost hurriedly said after she returned to her senses. I'll try to interrupt their casting in the meantime. While Red Frost was persuading Shi Feng, the 10 pseudo-apex powers executives watched the battle through their magic mirrors. Escape. What can someone ranked 281st on the Divine Glory list possibly do in this situation? Ember Dragon smirked as he watched Red Frost's actions. While I might lose the access key, at least I can remove one of your supporters. Although the 10 pseudo-apex powers did not commit their full strength to the front lines, they still mobilized over 1,000 level 235+ experts. These experts had mastered multiple gold combat techniques and possessed at least level 230 epic equipment. Each pseudo-apex power had also contributed one expert who could rank among the Divine Glory list's top 30 to lead the army. With these experts at the helm, Hephaestus's flame could exhibit its full power at all times. Even Red Frost, a 6th-floor expert who had reached level 231, would succumb to such a lineup, let alone Shi Feng. Great Commander, should we try to negotiate with Tarnished Wind? When Apocalypse saw Red Frost planning to make a move, his anxiety rose. Red Frost was Holy Dragon Spear's hope. If Red Frost were to die while attempting to protect Shi Feng, the adventurer team would suffer a devastating loss. I want to, but Ember Dragon somehow managed to convince Tarnished Wind not to side with us, Southlake said, gritting his teeth. If we don't have red-tailed dragon support, none of the other pseudo-apex powers will take us seriously. Are we supposed to just watch, then? Apocalypse asked. We wait. Once Red Frost is under attack, we can use her status as the future great commander of Holy Dragon Spear as an excuse to intervene. At that time, the others won't be able to say anything about us, Southlake said, clenching his fists so hard that his knuckles trembled. His expression also turned chilly as he gazed at the magic mirror before him. Meanwhile, as Red Frost was about to rush up to the 10 pseudo-apex powers army, a cloaked man with horns suddenly appeared before the army, exuding a terrifying aura akin to that of a dragon from primordial times. The souls of everyone in the army involuntarily shuddered. Who are you? How dare you stand against us? Someone from the army shouted. The pseudo-apex powers of this world, huh? Let me see what you're made of. Chapter 3820, Chapter 894, Primordial Dragonoid's Might. Chapter 894, Primordial Dragonoid's Might. He wants to see what the pseudo-apex powers are made of. This guy must be insane. He is brazen, but he does have the strength to back his arrogance. He might have hidden his personal information, but I still gleaned some using my peak identification skill. Surprisingly, he is level 240. He is also fully equipped with level 240 Taboo legendary equipment. Not even the various pseudo-apex powers can necessarily come up with a full set of level 240 taboo legendary equipment. Level 240. Could he be the old monster of a major power? When the resisting players in the plaza saw Kowloon Demon appear at the forefront of the battlefield, they stopped what they were doing to stare at and discuss Kowloon Demon, a hint of expectation brightening their eyes. A level 240 expert was undoubtedly among the highest level players in the greater god's domain. Kowloon Demon was even fully equipped with level 240 taboo legendary equipment. If he fought seriously, the magic barriers set up by the 10 pseudo-apex powers would crumble in no time. If the magic barriers disappeared, everyone would have a chance to escape. No wonder he's so bold. When the level 237 berserker representing the Dragon God Palace saw through Kowloon Demon's level and equipment standard, he immediately scrutinized the other party seriously. After all, even in the primordial dragon sanctuary, few individuals could match Kowloon Demon's level and equipment standard. Your level and equipment are not attainable by independent players. May I know which power you are from? The other leaders selected to lead the 10 pseudo-apex powers, forces similarly scrutinized Kowloon Demon in silence, none willing to make the first move. Suddenly, silence enveloped the plaza. Damn it! Aren't these pseudo-apex powers being too cautious? A level 229 cleric exclaimed out of anxiety when he saw the passivity of the 10 pseudo-apex powers forces. The leaders of these powers are all cunning people. They won't act rashly when dealing with experts of such caliber. The average power can't produce such experts, so this guy is likely the executive of a pseudo-apex power. A middle-aged level 230 berserker said, wearing a helpless expression as he looked at the pseudo-apex power's silent leaders. If that guy is from a pseudo-apex power, the 10 pseudo-apex powers won't dare to kill him and risk thoroughly offending that power. Although the 10 pseudo-apex powers have entered an alliance, they still can't afford to have a vengeful pseudo-apex power ambushing their core combatants all the time. Is this the end for us? The level 229 cleric said bitterly. He had thought the flame dragon god's nest was his ticket to success. In a way, his assumption wasn't wrong, as his level had skyrocketed since he had entered the secret land. Now, he was only one level short of qualifying for an executive position in the various powers. However, he hadn't expected to get dragged into this catastrophe. That's not necessarily true, the middle-aged berserker said, gazing at Kowloon Demon expectantly. So long as that guy doesn't come from a pseudo-apex power, we can still escape. If Kowloon Demon was not from a pseudo-apex power, the 10 pseudo-apex powers would have to take action to maintain their reputation. After all, over 20 conglomerates were watching the situation. If the 10 pseudo-apex powers conceded to a player not from a pseudo-apex power, the conglomerates involved in this incident would definitely strive to secure more benefits for themselves. Inside the advanced tent hosting the pseudo-apex powers core executives, how surprising. This person is not only level 240, but also has an aura comparable to yours, old commander, South Lake exclaimed via party chat as he scrutinized Kowloon Demon through his magic mirror. But I don't recall hearing about such a person in the primordial dragon sanctuary. Could he be the expert of a foreign pseudo-apex power? Even among apex powers, level 240 players were scarce. They were even rarer among pseudo-apex powers. Their respective powers typically treated them like treasures, never mobilizing them unless absolutely necessary. That's likely the case. As far as I know, no such person exists among the other powers in the primordial dragon sanctuary, Apocalypse said, stroking his beard as he looked at Kowloon Demon vigilantly. The heavens are truly in our favor, South Lake exclaimed joyfully. Although I don't know which power this person is from, It doesn't matter as long as he is from a pseudo-apex power. Ember Dragon will have trouble proceeding with his plan. No pseudo-apex power in the greater god's domain was a pushover. If anyone dared to kill a pseudo-apex power's level 240 expert, that power would retaliate in full force. The primordial dragon sanctuary's 10 pseudo-apex powers were only in a temporary alliance. If only the power directly responsible for killing Kowloon demons suffered retaliation, the rest of them would most certainly stand by and do nothing. I doubt Ember Dragon will dare to take action, Apocalypse said after analyzing the situation. While he might be the Dragon God Palace's first vice guild leader, he has already exhausted his authority to wage war against us. He can't afford to offend another pseudo-apex power while he is still fighting us. As South Lake and Apocalypse conversed, Ember Dragon revealed an ugly expression. He had not expected a lunatic like Kowloon Demon to come forward and disrupt his plans. While the other pseudo-apex powers hesitated to voice their opinions, their magic mirrors suddenly showed Kowloon Demon speaking. "Dragon's crown," Kowloon Demon answered without reservation. Then he eagerly added, "But you shouldn't have heard of it before. Can we start fighting now if you have nothing else to say?" Dragon's crown. The level 237 berserker from the Dragon God Palace confronting Kowloon Demon was visibly stunned. As far as he could recall, no pseudo-apex power in the greater god's domain went by the name of Dragon's crown. He's not from a pseudo-apex power. South Lake's expression instantly turned ugly at Kowloon Demon's answer. So, he's just an expert from a no-name power. No wonder he doesn't have any divine artifacts. How audacious of him to stand against us. Ember Dragon laughed as he looked at the magic mirror before him. "Relay my command. Kill this person and all those who dare stand against us." None of the other pseudo-apex powers, representatives objected to Ember Dragon's unilateral decision. Since Kowloon Demon wasn't from a pseudo-apex power, they had no concerns about killing him, so they naturally didn't need to stop Ember Dragon. After all, Kowloon Demon was merely a level 240 expert without any divine artifacts. Central Plaza, Dragon's Crown. When Red Frost heard the cloaked Kowloon Demon's words, her brain seized up momentarily. How can someone from Dragon's Crown be here? Amidst Red Frost's confusion, the 10 pseudo-apex powers experts went into action. "Since you are not from a pseudo-apex power, let me impart a truth to you today," the level 237 berserker from the Dragon God Palace said as he raised his hand. Suddenly, the Hephaestus's flame behind him flared up, transforming into a 1,000-meter-tall dragon that lunged at Kowloon Demon. The consequence for provoking a pseudo-apex power is death. When the independent players in the plaza saw the Hephaestus's flame-turned dragon, despair overwhelmed them. Hephaestus's flame could exhibit the power of a divine artifact's profound skill, exerted to 100% potential. When manipulated by over a dozen level 235+ experts, it could fight even a level 240 expert equipped with multiple divine artifacts head-on. A level 240 player without divine artifacts would face certain death against it, as would the other independent players in the plaza. "Come!" When Kowloon Demon saw the incoming Hephaestus's flame, he drew and brandished his 4 sabers, creating a dense web of saber lights before anyone could react. Immediately afterward, the Hephaestus's flame-turned dragon shredded into countless segments and dissipated. Chapter 3821, Chapter 895, Hidden Apex Power, Chapter 895, Hidden Apex Power. Silence. Incomparable silence. Time seemingly stopped in the central plaza. Be it the independent players waiting for death to claim them or the 10 pseudo-apex powers forces, everyone stared into the air in utter disbelief. Hephaestus's flame disappeared. Wait, it's not just the Hephaestus's flame. Even the magic barriers have disappeared. What on earth did he just do? When the players in the plaza saw the thoroughly shattered sky, their minds went into overdrive, trying to process what just happened. All they had seen was a dragon of flames lunging at Kowloon Demon and Kowloon Demon retaliating with his sabers. Then the dragon of flames disappeared and the sky shattered. Could he have divine artifacts hidden on him? The level 237 berserker from the Dragon God Palace goggled at Kowloon Demon, his mind roiling with confusion and horror. The leaders of the other pseudo-Apex Powers teams were equally puzzled. Unlike most other players present, they were the chosen ones of pseudo-Apex Powers. They were fifth-floor experts who had mastered many gold combat techniques and developed gold techniques of their own. Even the weakest among them had concentration at the Tier 6 peak standard. Thus, they had clearly perceived what had happened. The instant after Kowloon Demon unsheathed his sabers, he had executed an attack that rivaled peak gold combat techniques against the Hephaestus's flame-turned dragon at an incredible speed. More specifically, he had executed one advanced gold combat technique with each of his 4 arms, superimposing them to create a fusion attack that overwhelmed the Hephaestus's flame-turned dragon. A single person had executed 4 advanced gold combat techniques simultaneously. This was simply unheard of. Meanwhile, a deathly silence also enveloped the advanced tent the pseudo-Apex Powers core executives occupied. "A mortal god," Apocalypse shouted as he stared at Kowloon Demon's figure in the magic mirror, his voice nearly cracking. "He's a mortal god." As soon as Apocalypse broke the silence, everyone in the tent revealed varying expressions. Some reacted with excitement. Some reacted with fear. Some reacted with disbelief. How can this be? How can he be a mortal god? Ember Dragon's expression was beyond ugly as he glared at his magic mirror. How can there still be another person who has reached that realm besides Red Frost? Have we been mistaken this entire time? Confusion also engulfed the bandaged youth standing beside Ember Dragon. Until recently, the 6th floor standard, also known as the Mortal God Standard, had been nothing more than an unattainable dream for the greater God's domain's experts. Red Frost's advancement to this legendary standard was a marvel in itself. Never in his wildest dreams did he anticipate seeing another 6th floor expert so soon. This revelation completely invalidated the results of their previous investigations. It's over. How can this person be an expert of that standard? What are we supposed to do now? What are we supposed to do? Nothing. We're doomed. Although this person has no divine artifacts, he's a level 246 floor expert. Not even the Divine Glory list's current top 3 can necessarily beat him. If he is adamant about taking revenge, all we can do is bear the consequences. After realizing the severity of the situation, some of the pseudo-Apex Powers representatives began a panicked discussion. Previously, when the Primordial Dragon Sanctuary's various pseudo-Apex Powers learned that Red Frost had become a mortal god, they had taken the news in stride. They only worried about the future Holy Dragon Spear. After all, Red Frost had yet to reach level 240, and there was a massive difference between players who had reached it and those who hadn't. However, it was a completely different ball game with Kowloon Demon. The thought of him going on a rampage was too terrifying to contemplate. Unless they hid in their holy cities and relied on the city's NPCs and magic arrays, Kowloon Demon could kill them whenever he wanted. If they left the safety of their holy cities, even if they operated alone or with a team, they would never be safe. Ha ha ha. I never thought there would be a time these bastards would panic. South Lake was delighted when he saw the frightened representatives of the other pseudo-Apex Powers. Then, through the party chat, he said, "Thank goodness nobody on our side made a move. Now that these bastards have made themselves such a formidable foe, The old monsters behind them will have to be extra careful when going out in the future. That might be the case, but it's best if we also develop with caution moving forward, Apocalypse said worriedly as he looked at Kowloon Demon through the magic mirror. Until recently, there has never been any news of mortal gods existing in the greater gods domain. Yet, shortly after Red Frost achieved the 6th floor standard, another mortal god suddenly appeared. There's no saying whether other powers have such experts hidden. We should be especially wary of this possibility now that we have extended our reach to the eternal realm. The various powers will certainly reveal many of their trump cards to secure the eternal realm's resources. Indeed. I have never heard of any power named Dragon's Crown. I even checked again just now, but no pseudo-apex power, conglomerate, or even upper-ranking hegemonic power goes by this name, Southlake said, solemnly looking at Kowloon Demon. Logically, a power capable of nurturing such an expert cannot be unknown. Yet, we've never heard of it. It seems the greater god's domain's waters are deeper than we imagined. While Southlake and Apocalypse were having a private conversation, an angry shout suddenly sounded in the tent. "All of you, shut up," Ember Dragon bellowed, his expression growing colder. "Why are you all panicking? It's only a mortal god. Even if he is strong, he is only one person. We are an alliance of 10 pseudo-apex powers. The Flame Dragon God's treasury has placed a powerful suppression on all players. Even using combat techniques here is a great burden. He doesn't have any divine artifacts either. If he wants to execute that powerful slash, he will have to use that combat technique at all times. We can easily rely on divine artifacts and Hephaestus's flame to whittle him. Not to mention, we all have our trump cards. If we each use one, do you think he can survive?" The various representatives calmed down at Ember Dragon's words. Kowloon Demon was indeed powerful, but he was only one person. He didn't have any divine artifacts either. In contrast, they had over 10 level 240 experts equipped with divine artifacts. In terms of basic attributes, they were superior to Kowloon Demon. If Kowloon Demon were to fight using the same combat technique he used just now, he would quickly run out of steam, even if he was a 6th floor expert. On the other hand, the profound skills of divine artifacts did not burden their users whatsoever. Their level 240 players could freely use various divine artifact profound skills against him. As long as they threw enough bodies at him, they could kill him. Since we have reached a consensus, let us take action together and teach this dastardly power a lesson. We must let everyone know that a mere mortal god is still not enough to meddle with the primordial dragon sanctuary's affairs. Ember Dragon said. As he spoke, he glanced at Southlake and Apocalypse, as if his words were addressed to Holy Dragon Spear. Although Southlake knew Ember Dragon's words were a veiled threat to Holy Dragon Spear, he dared not express any opinions. Originally, the primordial dragon sanctuary's pseudo-apex powers maintained a delicate harmony, as there wasn't much difference in their strength. They had even formed many alliances to keep each other in check. However, that all changed following Red Frost's ascent to the 6th floor standard. Even Red-tailed Dragon, an ally of Holy Dragon Spear, had started to change its stance. If Holy Dragon Spear stepped too far out of line, it would likely face a similar fate as Kowloon Demon ganged up on by the group. However, Holy Dragon Spear was not a lone individual like Kowloon Demon. It was a large organization that many people depended on. It did not have the option of running away. As Ember Dragon was about to leave the tent, the magic mirrors suddenly showed cloaked figures appearing in front of Kowloon Demon one after another. In just 3 seconds, 98 cloaked figures stood before Kowloon Demon. Although these individuals' cloaks concealed their information, such simple concealment methods were useless against the peak identification skills of the various pseudo-apex powers, representatives. How is this possible? This must be an error. How can they all be level 240 experts? This is impossible. Nearly 100 level 240 experts and a mortal god. Could Dragon's Crown be a hidden apex power? Chapter 38:22, Chapter 896, Make Them Choose Peace. Chapter 896, Make Them Choose Peace. Following the appearance of the cloaked players, a momentary silence descended upon the central plaza once again. Madness. This is madness. Who are these people? Crap. Nearly 100 level 240 experts. Even the Dragon God Palace would have difficulty coming up with such a lineup. Difficulty? More like impossible. What do you take level 240 experts for? Cabbage. Only an apex power could possibly have so many level 240 experts. The sudden appearance of the Dragon's Crown members stupefied the players in the plaza, especially the members of the 10 pseudo-apex powers. Boss Tracer, are we doomed? A level 236 elementalist from Red-Tailed Dragon asked, as she looked at the level 238 Demidragon Ranger before her. If I can't log into God's domain again, I'll get kicked out of the City Legion immediately. I just bought a house in the city center after saving up enough city contribution points. At the young female elementalist's words, the other youths in Red-Tailed Dragon's team turned to the Demidragon Ranger anxiously. Internal competition in first-tier city legions was fierce. Although they were all geniuses, they still had to pay astronomical prices to secure a spot in these city legions. Originally, they planned to save city contribution points until they were 50 before retiring. If they were to suffer a true death here, they could only live in the slums from now on. I don't know, the Demidragon Ranger named Light Tracer said helplessly. The origins of these people are a mystery, but they likely come from a hidden apex power. Only an apex power can create such a team. We can't beat them in battle, so you all must pray you get lucky afterward. As soon as the fight starts, do your best to escape. If you can get away, stay as far away from Red-Tailed Dragon as possible to avoid retaliation and lie low. Then, once the storm subsides, go somewhere else to develop. Boss Tracer, aren't you coming with us? The young female elementalist asked when she saw Light Tracer reaching for his longbow. It's impossible for me, Light Tracer said, shaking his head. As the leader of the vanguard this time, the guild will sacrifice me to appease the other side. The guild will find me even if I escape. You guys, on the other hand, still have hope. After hearing Light Tracer's words, the rest of the Red-Tailed Dragon team members felt bitter. It was bad enough that they were assigned the menial task of guarding the central plaza. Now, they even had to become scapegoats for their superiors. However, they also recognized that there was nothing they could do to change the situation. Many past examples had shown the frailty of pseudo-apex powers when dealing with an apex power. Every pseudo-apex power that had ever bared its fangs against an apex power no longer existed today. Aside from Red-Tailed Dragon's members, the expressions of the other pseudo-apex powers' vanguard members didn't look pleasant, either. Initially, they thought they were only dealing with a no-name power. They had never expected to encounter a hidden behemoth. On the other side of the plaza, guild leader Black Flame, did you bring them here? Red Frost asked Shi Feng, unable to contain her curiosity any longer when she saw more Dragon's Crown members appear. Dragon's Crown was a royal power of a remnant primordial world. While it might lack divine artifacts and fragmented divine artifacts, it commanded far more level 240+ experts than all the apex powers in the greater God's domain did. If Shi Feng truly had a way to transport Dragon's Crown's members to the greater God's domain, Red Frost couldn't imagine what would become of the greater God's domain. I summoned them here, Shi Feng said, nodding. Then he smiled and added, consider it one of the safety measures I prepared for redeeming items. A safety measure? You call this a safety measure? Red Frost stared at Shi Feng blankly. This was a team of chosen ones from a royal power. She refused to believe Shi Feng had summoned these chosen ones just to have them be his bodyguards. This was a blatant show of force. Moreover, this was without the 10 pseudo-apex powers knowing that Dragon's Crown was a royal power. They would be frightened to death if they learned of Dragon's Crown's status. The primordial dragon sanctuary has a long history. Who knows how many trump cards the pseudo-apex powers have in their possession? It never hurts to be cautious, Shi Feng said, chuckling. Then he pointed at the pseudo-apex powers teams and continued, "Of course, this can also be regarded as a reminder to the pseudo-apex powers. Otherwise, Zero Wing will have difficulty establishing a partnership with the primordial dragon sanctuary in the future." In reality, Shi Feng had summoned Dragon's Crown members with selfish motives. The Flame Dragon God's Nest was one of the few super-large-scale taboo secret lands in the greater God's domain. It was also one of the few secret lands that could allow players to quickly level up to level 240 and beyond. It went without saying that the secret land would be fiercely contested. With Zero Wing's current strength, there was no way the guild could occupy the secret land, even with the Flame Dragon God's access key. The primary purpose of the Flame Dragon God's access key was to adjust the approximate location and size of the secret land's entrance. Its secondary function was to create key imprints so players could leave the secret land without dying or spending undying souls. Although Zero Wing had recruited many experts in the Eternal Realm, the guild's forces were already stretched thin to defend Shattering Town. It had no spare forces to occupy the Flame Dragon God's Nest. Hence, Zero Wing's only option to occupy the secret land was to partner with the primordial dragon sanctuary's local powers. The more, the better. After all, there was no way Holy Dragon Spear could defend Flame Vein Holy City by itself now that the secret land's existence had become public knowledge. To convince the primordial dragon sanctuary's local powers to partner with Zero Wing, it was first necessary to set an example for the local pseudo-apex powers. More specifically, Zero Wing needed to convince the 10 pseudo-apex powers that it had an extremely powerful backer they could not oppose, even if they all joined forces. Otherwise, with Zero Wing's current standards, no local power would negotiate with it peacefully. Partnership? What partnership? When Red Frost saw Shi Feng's nonchalance, a ridiculous thought suddenly came to her mind. Don't tell me you want to occupy the Flame Dragon God's Nest. Shi Feng might not have had enough undying souls to redeem the Flame Dragon God's access key previously, but it was a fact that the access key had disappeared shortly after he showed up in the central plaza. He had even brought Dragon's Crown's members with him. When Red Frost linked these 2 points, she suddenly felt that it wasn't out of the question for him to have redeemed the access key. Indeed, Shi Feng nodded. Even if Zero Wing and Holy Dragon Spear join forces, it is unlikely we can safely defend the secret land from others. We can only truly occupy the Flame Dragon God's Nest by uniting more pseudo-apex powers. Impossible. Red Frost shook her head. The primordial dragon sanctuary's local pseudo-apex powers all have ties with apex powers. They also don't have the best of relationships with one another, with some even holding grudges. They will jump at any chance to take each other's place in the primordial dragon sanctuary. Even if you have the Flame Dragon God's access key and Dragon's Crown's chosen ones, they will still get the various apex powers involved. Shi Feng nodded, acknowledging Red Frost's concerns. Then he smiled and said, "That's why I've sent someone to talk to them." "You sent someone to talk to them?" Red Frost rolled her eyes at Shi Feng. The primordial dragon sanctuary's 10 pseudo-apex powers were incredibly stubborn and showed no respect for anyone. Even if the 7 luminaries' alliance's verdant rainbow were to negotiate with them, she wouldn't achieve any positive results. After all, All these pseudo-apex powers were more or less backed by apex powers. That person should have arrived already, Shi Feng said as he looked at the advanced tent at the edge of the magic barriers. Chapter 3823, Chapter 897, Another Mortal God. Chapter 897, Another Mortal God. Flame Dragon God's Treasury, Central Plaza, Advanced Tent. The representatives of the 10 pseudo-apex powers all wore gloomy expressions as they sat at the round table, staring at their respective magic mirrors. "Everyone, voice your thoughts," Tarnished Wind said, breaking the silence. "Do any of you know the origins of Dragon's Crown?" Nobody spoke after Tarnished Wind. Everyone merely shook their head as they focused on the figures of the Dragon's Crown members displayed in their magic mirror, intent on uncovering any helpful information. "Sure enough, no one knows," Southlake sighed. "Our luck is truly rotten, coming across a well-hidden apex power under such circumstances. It'll be difficult for us to appease the other party." "Appeasing the other party shouldn't be difficult," Ember Dragon countered calmly. "While we might have organized the operation this time, that person was the one who asked for a fight. We can just compensate Dragon's Crown for its troubles afterward. At worst, we will have to sacrifice those involved. I doubt an apex power like Dragon's Crown will demand anything more. After all, we all have connections with apex powers. The other apex powers won't sit back if Dragon's Crown tries to take things too far." "That's true," Tarnished Wind agreed with Ember Dragon. "Although we aren't subordinates of those apex powers, we trade with them a lot. If a hidden apex power tries to get involved in the primordial dragon sanctuary and eliminate us all, it'd be no different from plundering the resources of other apex powers. Those apex powers won't sit still and do nothing. As a hidden apex power, I'm sure Dragon's Crown can understand this point. The problem is figuring out Dragon's Crown's goal in the primordial dragon sanctuary. Dragon's Crown has hidden its existence so well until now, so why did it suddenly make such a high-profile appearance here? If we can't figure this out, we might unknowingly offend it in the future and get destroyed." The various pseudo-apex powers, representatives nodded in agreement. Nobody doubted whether Dragon's Crown was a hidden apex power anymore. Even if it wasn't one, with its ability to muster nearly 100 level 240 experts, it still wasn't an existence pseudo-apex powers could recklessly provoke. Not to mention, the topic of hidden apex powers wasn't anything new in the greater God's domain. Take Demon's Gate, for example. It was the most recent apex power to have appeared out of nowhere. Initially, nobody knew about this organization of lunatics. By the time everyone knew Demon's Gate was an apex power, it had already decimated over a dozen pseudo-apex powers. The fact that Dragon's Crown was a hidden apex power wasn't concerning. After all, several apex powers were already operating publicly. These surface apex powers had long since established a balance of power in the greater God's domain. If any apex power tried to overstep its boundaries, other apex powers would intervene for their own sake. This went double for hidden apex powers. Dragon's Crown's high-profile appearance meant that this hidden apex power no longer wished to operate behind the scenes. It wanted to step into the limelight. To debut on the public stage, it would most certainly conduct an operation somewhere. Thus, they needed to find out how Dragon's Crown planned to execute its debut. The last thing they wanted was to unknowingly stand in Dragon's Crown's way and get eliminated because of it. It was also unlikely that other apex powers would wage an all-out war against another apex power because of one or two pseudo-apex powers. "How about this? Rather than waste time guessing, let's ask them," Ember Dragon said, drumming his fingers on the table. "We don't need to know their exact plans. We only need a general idea of what they want to accomplish and offer our full cooperation. That way we can largely avoid conflicts with Dragon's Crown." This, Southlake frowned, Then he skeptically asked, "Will they be willing to talk to us, though? Once a hidden apex power decides to debut, it will carry out every step of its plan in secrecy to prevent other apex powers from interfering. If we accidentally angered Dragon's Crown, wouldn't we worsen the situation for ourselves? Do you think the situation will improve without us doing anything?" Ember Dragon scoffed. "Don't forget, we have a not-so-insignificant misunderstanding with Dragon's Crown. If we don't clarify our stance, Dragon's Crown might very well decide to dispose of us. It would be inappropriate to have the frontline personnel ask these questions." After pondering for a moment, Tarnished Wind suggested, "We should go there in person. That way we can show Dragon's Crown our sincerity." "I second this. I second this too." The other pseudo-apex powers, representatives all agreed with Tarnished Wind's suggestion. They would only worsen their relationship with Dragon's Crown if they had their subordinates negotiate such an important affair. That won't be necessary. As the representatives were getting up from their seats, a clear and unfamiliar voice suddenly entered their ears, startling them. When everyone turned to the source, they saw a graceful female knight standing at the advanced tent's entrance. She had an eye-catching divine pattern between her brows, and her level of 243 was even more striking. "Who are you? How did you get in here? Where are the guards?" Everyone in the tent, including Tarnished Wind and the other level 240-plus experts, promptly armed themselves when they saw the female knight. They behaved as if they were facing a formidable enemy. As the advanced tent they used was meant to host the core executives of the primordial dragon sanctuary's 10 pseudo-apex powers, at least one large-scale Great Grandmaster magic array was set up to protect it. There were also 100 level 235-plus fifth-floor experts standing guard around it at all times. Normally, even a level 240 expert fully equipped with divine artifacts would need considerable time to break through a large-scale Great Grandmaster magic array. It was also impossible to break the barrier without making a commotion. Not to mention, everyone present was an expert. Nevertheless, nobody had noticed the female knight before she spoke. "I am Purgatory Jade, Dragon's Crown's second vice guild leader. You don't need to doubt the safety standards of your tent. I could only enter here because I have this Tier 6 divine runic teleportation scroll." As Purgatory Jade introduced herself, a magic scroll appeared in her hands. The scroll had divine runes hovering around it, and it exuded mana that was denser than even that of ancient gods. "I can freely enter and leave any place not protected by a craftsman magician's magic barrier with this scroll. A Tier 6 divine runic teleportation scroll." Southlake was shocked as he looked at the scroll that Purgatory Jade held. "Isn't that the teleportation scroll rumored to be able to travel anywhere besides the taboo zones established by primordial gods?" As expected of a hidden apex power, pseudo-apex powers like us can only marvel at the strength and foundation you possess. Tarnished Wind sighed, the fighting spirit that flickered in his eyes disappearing. "If even a mortal god like yourself can only serve as the second vice guild leader, I can't even fathom how big a gap exists between our guilds." At Tarnished Wind's words, many of the other pseudo-apex powers, representatives quickly realized a critical point they had missed. Another mortal god. Chapter 38-24, Chapter 898. A talented subject knows the right leader to serve. Chapter 898. A talented subject knows the right leader to serve. A mortal god. Another mortal god. Ember Dragon felt an indescribable sense of oppression as he scrutinized Purgatory Jade's every move. Feeling his sanity reaching its limit, he turned to the bandaged youth beside him and quietly asked, "Didn't you say that there were no sixth-floor experts in this greater god's domain? Why are they appearing one after another now? Are you sure you're not playing tricks on me?" "I don't know." The bandaged youth was equally surprised as he looked at Purgatory Jade. However, he quickly stated in a firm tone, "But I'm certain she hasn't come into contact with that side yet." "She hasn't." Ember Dragon sighed in relief and quickly regained his composure. Then, when he returned his gaze to Purgatory Jade, a hint of passion appeared in his eyes as he thought, "Although I don't know Dragon's Crown's origins, the fact that it has two sixth-floor experts should mean that it has a guide to the sixth-floor standard. If I can win Dragon's Crown's favor, I'll be able to advance to the sixth-floor standard before those people. At that time, pseudo-apex powers will be nothing but jokes." Besides Ember Dragon, the representatives of the other pseudo-apex powers also marveled at Dragon's Crown's strength and foundation, and they all started to have their own designs. Currently, none of the greater gods' domain's surface apex powers had sixth-floor experts. Although these apex powers might have hidden their sixth-floor experts, the possibility was low. After all, if these apex powers gained a sixth-floor expert, it would be in their best interest to let everyone know about it. Firstly, a sixth-floor expert could serve as excellent promotional material. In God's domain, any power that wanted to flourish needed a constant influx of talented newcomers. By letting everyone know it had a sixth-floor expert, an apex power could attract many geniuses. Take Holy Dragon Spear, for example. Talented newcomers from all over the primordial dragon sanctuary flocked to Holy Dragon Spear once they discovered that Red Frost had achieved the sixth-floor standard. This was also why the various powers started to be wary of the adventurer team. Secondly, a sixth-floor expert could be used as a deterrence. If an apex power had a sixth-floor expert under its command, other apex powers would have to think twice when picking a fight with it. Before a conflict escalated into an all-out war, they would likely avoid pulling small tricks on it. These 2 points alone made it more than worthwhile for the various apex powers to reveal the sixth-floor experts under their command. Yet, there had never been any news of any apex power having a sixth-floor expert all these years. Even news of experts reaching the half-step mortal god standard was few and far between. Thus, the various apex powers most likely did not have any sixth-floor experts. Although the current Dragon's Crown wasn't well known, the fact that it commanded at least 2 sixth-floor experts already put it above all the surface apex powers. Not to mention, Purgatory Jade had introduced herself as merely Dragon's Crown's second vice guild leader. It should be known that a guild's strongest member would never be a vice guild leader. Many pseudo-apex powers, vice guild leaders couldn't even rank among the top 20 of the guild's strongest combatants. Even if Dragon's Crown operated somewhat differently, the fact that Purgatory Jade was the second vice guild leader meant that the guild should at least have 10 sixth-floor experts. This number was utterly terrifying. Compared to the other pseudo-apex powers, representatives, Southlake and Apocalypse reacted much more calmly to the latest revelation. This young lady looks about the same age as Red Frost. Between the two of them, who do you think is stronger, old commander? Southlake asked Apocalypse through the party chat. Although Southlake was surprised that Purgatory Jade was a mortal god, he didn't find it unbelievable that Dragon's Crown could have 2 sixth-floor experts, considering that his adventurer team already had one. Both of them might have reached that realm, but, after thinking for a while, Apocalypse continued, if they fought with the same basic attributes, Frost wouldn't last more than 5 moves. Only 5. Southlake looked at Apocalypse in astonishment. It pains me to say it, but this person, even though she has no divine artifacts, I doubt I can last 3 moves against her, Apocalypse said, deep-seated fear coloring his eyes as he gazed at Purgatory Jade. What? Southlake was thoroughly dumbfounded. On the surface, Southlake might be Holy Dragon Spear's #1 expert, but the truth was that Apocalypse was the actual #1. Furthermore, Even after considering all the experts operating behind the scenes in the greater God's domain, Apocalypse could compete for a spot among the top 10. Initially, South Lake thought that Apocalypse could still triumph over Purgatory Jade by relying on his vastly superior equipment standard. He had never expected to hear such an evaluation from Apocalypse. Vice Guild Leader Jade, may I know what brings you to our humble place? Do you have instructions for us? Ember Dragon took the initiative to break the silence when he noticed the other representatives lost in their own thoughts. He also made sure to maintain a respectful attitude. As Ember Dragon spoke, the representatives of other pseudo-apex powers snapped out of their daze and cursed their slow reactions. "I'm not here to give instructions," Purgatory Jade said as she walked up to the round table and casually took a seat. "I'm only here to discuss a partnership with you all." A partnership. Everyone's eyes lit up at these words. Dragon's Crown was an apex power that had at least 2 sixth-floor experts. It would be a godsend if they could collaborate with such a powerful guild. Yes, a partnership. Purgatory Jade smiled as she took in everyone's reaction. However, this partnership isn't with Dragon's Crown, but Dragon's Crown's most valuable ally instead. Your most valuable ally. Ember Dragon was greatly shocked by Purgatory Jade's statement. Tarnished Wind, South Lake, and the other representatives also gasped in shock, wondering if they had misheard. Dragon's Crown was frighteningly powerful, even for an apex power. Yet it was willing to act as an intermediary for someone else. Purgatory Jade even emphasized that Dragon's Crown valued this ally greatly. Most likely, this ally was at least as strong or even stronger than Dragon's Crown. Vice Guild Leader Jade, it is our honor to be able to partner with Dragon's Crown's most valuable ally, Ember Dragon said, being the first to express his stance. May we know how we can conduct this partnership, and can we know who your ally is? The content of the partnership is something you all know. It is this secret land. It is also the access key you have been searching for, Purgatory Jade stated. Although Purgatory Jade spoke leisurely, her words shocked the various representatives to their core. They also finally understood how the access key was redeemed so quickly. After learning who was responsible for redeeming the access key, the various pseudo-apex powers, representatives were more or less conflicted. However, when they realized that the other party was a power that could get Dragon's Crown to act as an intermediary, they immediately stopped fussing over the details and accepted the situation. After all, it would be suicidal to try to compete with a power as strong as Dragon's Crown. As for Dragon's Crown's most valuable ally, its name is Zero Wing. Chapter 3825, Chapter 899, Astonishing Zero Wing, Chapter 899, Astonishing Zero Wing. Zero Wing. To my knowledge, there is no apex power named Zero Wing. Could Zero Wing be a hidden apex power as well? The pseudo-apex powers. Representatives were confused momentarily when they heard the name of Dragon's Crown's ally. Red-tailed Dragon's Tarnished Wind even began rummaging through his memories for information about all the apex and pseudo-apex powers he knew, hoping to find information about Zero Wing. However, no matter how much he racked his brain, he couldn't recall anything about a power named Zero Wing. Meanwhile, South Lake and Apocalypse were stunned to learn the name of Dragon's Crown's ally. Did we mishear her? After regaining his senses, Apocalypse quietly asked South Lake, or is the Zero Wing that Miss Jade mentioned just a guild that goes by the same name as that Zero Wing? Apocalypse knew the name of Zero Wing well. It would be hard not to know. After learning that Red Frost had recovered from her condition, Apocalypse had promptly launched an investigation of Zero Wing, which shared close ties with her. Hence, he was well informed about the guild's situation. Zero Wing was not at a guild with an established history. Instead, it was an upstart guild that had gained popularity following the Eternal Realm's birth. Thus far, The guild's achievements included occupying an entire second-tier city by itself, establishing a solid foothold in the Eternal Realm's Crystal City of Secrets, partnering with 2 pseudo-apex powers, and occupying a neutral town in the Eternal Realm. However, even with all these achievements, Zero Wing could barely reach the standard of upper-ranking hegemonic powers when placed in the vast Greater God's domain. If not for Red Frost, Apocalypse wouldn't even have paid a second glance at a guild like Zero Wing. Therefore, he had difficulty envisioning Zero Wing having any sort of connection to a hidden apex power, let alone receiving equal treatment. "I don't think we misheard," Southlake said, shaking his head. "Also, it shouldn't be possible for 2 guilds with the same name to exist in God's domain. The system won't let that happen. Could it really be that Zero Wing, then?" Apocalypse was filled with disbelief. "But I've already thoroughly investigated Zero Wing. I am certain it is an upstart guild. Even its acting guild leader entered God's domain only recently. How can it possibly have any dealings with a power like Dragon's Crown? Could it really be an overlapping name?" After hearing about Apocalypse's investigation, Southlake couldn't help but wonder if the main god system really had made a mistake. None of the Greater God's domain's hidden apex powers were ordinary. Although Southlake didn't know why these apex powers had chosen to hide themselves, history had shown that they were all incredibly closed and arrogant. They would only pay attention to powers of equal standards. Even if they decided to have dealings with a weaker power, they would maintain only a superior-subordinate relationship. They would never treat weaker powers as equals, much like humans would never treat ants as equals. Zero Wing. It can't be right. Ember Dragon was also confused by Purgatory Jade's answer, and he couldn't help but scrutinize Southlake's and Apocalypse's reactions, hoping to gain verification from them. Ember Dragon naturally knew about Zero Wing. He had even tried to use the recent commotion to eliminate Zero Wing's guild leader, to reduce Red Frost's influence over Holy Dragon's spear and strengthen his own. Of course, like Apocalypse, had it not been for Red Frost, Ember Dragon would have never known or cared about Zero Wing in the first place. Even after observing Southlake and Apocalypse, though, Ember Dragon failed to glean any useful information. He only saw them reacting with astonishment. Evidently, they didn't know anything more than the others in the tent. As for Cloud Rider, the Divine Wing Dynasty's guild leader, when he heard Zero Wing's name, the first thing that popped into his mind was Zero Wing's guild leader, the person responsible for killing the Divine Wing Dynasty's #1 chosen one. However, he quickly dismissed the idea that this Zero Wing was the same as the one mentioned by Purgatory Jade. After all, it was impossible for any dealings to exist between a dragon and an ant. After a long silence, Purgatory Jade spoke up again. "Do you have any other questions?" Purgatory Jade asked, observing everyone's confusion. Although she found it strange how Zero Wing seemed to have little to no fame in the Greater God's domain, her expression remained unchanged. "If nobody has any problems, I will let Zero Wing's guild leader discuss the specifics of the partnership with you." "Please do." Ember Dragon, Tarnished Wind, and the other representatives nodded in response. Subsequently, Purgatory Jade pulled up her friends' list, sent a message, and had everyone in the tent follow her out to welcome Zero Wing's guild leader. None of the pseudo-apex powers representatives objected to her arrangement, either. They could not afford to neglect the guild leader of a guild capable of standing on equal footing with an apex power. Thus, they followed Purgatory Jade out of the tent without hesitation. After Ember Dragon and the other representatives exited the tent, they waited about 5 minutes before 2 figures approached them, along with the rest of Dragon's Crown's level 240+ experts. The powerful aura these Dragon's Crown members exuded made the 10 pseudo-apex powers members tremble in fear and automatically make way for them. Black Flame, Zero Wings Guild Leader. Upon getting a clear look at the two figures walking in the lead, Southlake, Apocalypse, Ember Dragon, and Cloud Rider revealed colorful expressions. Impossible, impossible, how can it be that Zero Wing? When Ember Dragon saw Shi Feng and Red Frost approaching the tent with Dragon's Crown's members, his brain froze. As for Southlake and Apocalypse, they were indescribably shocked and excited. Am I dreaming? It really is that Zero Wing. Southlake couldn't help but rub his eyes as he looked at Shi Feng and Red Frost, wondering if he was hallucinating. Zero Wings Guild Leader. When Apocalypse saw Shi Feng, he was similarly at a loss for words. Initially, Apocalypse thought that Shi Feng had thrown his full support for Red Frost to ride on her coattails and form a connection with Holy Dragon's spear. At the time, he had been contemptuous of Shi Feng's behavior. But now, he realized that he had gotten everything wrong. Rather than Shi Feng riding on Red Frost's coattails, it was the other way around. Elder Apocalypse, didn't we meet just recently? Have you forgotten me already? Shi Feng joked when he saw Apocalypse gawking at him. How can that be? Apocalypse promptly snapped out of his daze and coughed awkwardly. It's just that I didn't expect you to be such a big shot, Guild Leader Black Flame. You have really hidden yourself well. I bet Frost has been having a good laugh this whole time. Red Frost couldn't help but chuckle when she saw Apocalypse's awkward expression. She had never thought a day would come when her extremely stern teacher would show such a nervous expression. As for Zero Wing's actual situation, she had no intention of informing Apocalypse or Southlake. She felt that it might be more beneficial to maintain this misunderstanding. Guild Leader Black Flame, I've already conveyed your intentions to them, Purgatory Jade respectfully told Shi Feng. You can hash out the details of your partnership with them. Sorry for the trouble, Vice Guild Leader Jade, Shi Feng said, nodding. Then he looked at Ember Dragon and the other pseudo-apex powers, representatives, and continued, I won't waste everyone's time. Besides the Dragon God Palace and the Divine Wing Dynasty, everyone willing to cooperate can come inside and chat. After saying so, Shi Feng stepped into the advanced tent with Red Frost, followed closely by Holy Dragon Spear's Southlake. As for Tarnished Wind and the representatives of the other pseudo-apex powers that weren't explicitly mentioned, they glanced at Ember Dragon and Cloud Rider sympathetically before entering the tent as well, leaving the two standing outside with ugly expressions. When the various conglomerates' members and the independent players saw this scene, they were greatly shocked. Who is that person? He got the other pseudo-apex powers to cast aside the Dragon God Palace and the Divine Wing Dynasty. I think that person is called Black Flame. Black Flame. Do you mean the Divine Glory lists 281st ranked expert? Chapter 38:26. Chapter 900 times have changed. Chapter 900 times have changed. Central Plaza Advanced Tent. Guild Leader Black Flame, is it okay to exclude those two powers? Red Frost asked Shi Feng quietly, worried about the other party's decision. Red Frost knew that Shi Feng had chosen to exclude the Dragon God Palace and the Divine Wing Dynasty primarily for her and Holy Dragon Spear's sake. However, the partnership regarding the Flame Dragon God's Nest was of utmost importance. If the Dragon God Palace and the Divine Wing Dynasty were to harass Zero Wing secretly, Zero Wing would have trouble coping. After all, she knew that Zero Wing's actual circumstances were nowhere near as optimistic as the various pseudo-apex powers were led to believe. It didn't actually have the strength to stand as equals with a power like Dragon's Crown. Furthermore, the Dragon God Palace and the Divine Wing Dynasty both knew the location of the Eternal Realm's entrance. They could easily enter the Eternal Realm to strike at the heart of Zero Wing's development. Don't worry. Even if they enter the Eternal Realm, they can't do anything to Zero Wing, Shi Feng said nonchalantly after sitting down. The Dragon God Palace and the Divine Wing Dynasty were indeed much stronger than the current Zero Wing. However, what Red Frost didn't know was that Zero Wing's partnership with Dragon's Crown wasn't an act. Zero Wing had indeed established deep ties with Dragon's Crown. Should Zero Wing come into real trouble, Dragon's Crown would intervene. Not to mention, there was the dragon-hunting artillery design he obtained from the remnant primordial world. So long as Zero Wing constructed a few in Shattering Town, not even the Holy Race's royal powers could threaten the town, let alone the Dragon God Palace and the Divine Wing Dynasty. Additionally, once Zero Wing stabilized its control over the Tower of the Abyss and the Flame Dragon God's Nest, it would not lack experts to command. Even surpassing the Holy Race's royal powers would be possible. Now, all Zero Wing needed to do was occupy the Flame Dragon God's Nest successfully. Just in case, once this incident is over, I will lead Holy Dragon Spear's main force to stabilize the route to the Eternal Realm. That way, Holy Dragon Spear will have an easier time reinforcing Zero Wing, while Zero Wing's members can access the Flame Dragon God's Nest more conveniently, Red Frost said. When she saw that Shi Feng was willing to help her and Holy Dragon Spear to such an extent, she made up her mind to throw Holy Dragon Spear's support behind Zero Wing. "Okay, I'll leave the passage to you," Shi Feng said, smiling when Red Frost took the initiative to help. If Holy Dragon Spear could establish a stable route between the Eternal Realm and the Greater God's domain, it would be a big help to Zero Wing. Although he could transport players in and out of the Eternal Realm with the Abyss Workshop certification's world-breaking teleportation, the number of players he could transport was limited. It'd be impossible for him to let Zero Wing's hundreds of thousands of members enter and grind in the Flame Dragon God's Nest en masse. If Zero Wing could secure a stable way out of the Eternal Realm, it could send thousands, or even tens of thousands, of members to grind in the Flame Dragon God's Nest at a time. This would undoubtedly accelerate Zero Wing's growth by a large margin. As Shi Feng and Red Frost conversed, the various pseudo-apex powers, representatives sat around the table and quietly stared at the two. "South Lake, Holy Dragon Spear's luck truly leaves me speechless," Tarnished Wind said, feeling a little envious of Holy Dragon Spear when he saw Red Frost sharing a rather close relationship with Shi Feng. "First, you got an expert like Red Frost. Now you even managed to latch on to Zero Wing. It's a fluke. It's all a fluke," South Lake said modestly. Inwardly, though, he was all smiles. What happened to the Dragon God Palace and the Divine Wing Dynasty is a shame, though. If not for Ember Dragon, they could have also had a share of the secret land, Tarnished Wind sighed. The other representatives nodded in agreement with Tarnished Wind's comment. The grudge between Ember Dragon and Red Frost wasn't much of a secret in the primordial dragon sanctuary. Originally, everyone thought that Red Frost would fade into obscurity after her downfall. Nobody had expected her to find a powerful patron like Zero Wing. Now the tides had turned, and the Dragon God Palace and the Divine Wing Dynasty would eventually fall to the bottom ranks of the primordial dragon sanctuary because of their inability to participate in the partnership this time. "Since everyone is here, I will get straight to the point," Shi Feng stated when he saw that the various pseudo-apex powers, representatives had quieted down. "Firstly, I would like to clarify that the Flame Dragon God's access key is already in Zero Wing's possession. I'm sure everyone here knows about the access key's effects, so I won't go into detail about them. Secondly, due to a lack of manpower in the primordial dragon sanctuary, Zero Wing will need everyone here to cooperate in defending the secret land. Of course, Zero Wing won't let your efforts be in vain. In exchange for guarding the secret land with all your might, Zero Wing can promise entry for your members at a fee of half their income in the secret land and 10 bottles of life potion per day. Following Shi Feng's words, silence enveloped the tent again as everyone stared at him in disbelief. After a while, Tarnished Wind raised his hand tentatively and asked, "Guild leader Black Flame, are you sure this is your only condition?" At this time, South Lake, Apocalypse, and even Red Frost couldn't help but doubt Shi Feng's words. In the Greater God's domain, powers that occupied level 230 secret lands or below typically charged their allied members exorbitant fees to grind in their taboo secret lands. Some even required payment of a piece of level 230 taboo legendary equipment or a fragmented divine artifact per player or party. As for the loot obtained in the secret land, it was standard practice for powers to collect everything their allied members obtained. After all, each secret land was limited in resources. Yet, Shi Feng only charged a fee of 10 life potions per person per day. Moreover, he only asked for half of their harvest in the secret land. He was basically letting them in for free. Although the value of life potions had skyrocketed due to the major system update, it was still nothing compared to being able to level up to level 240 quickly. Many powers would be willing to pay a fee of 20 or 30 bottles of life potion a day, let alone 10. Of course, if you are fine with this condition, we can establish a God's domain contract for the partnership immediately, Shi Feng replied, smiling. The flame dragon God's nest was certainly valuable. By relying on Dragon's Crown's banner, Zero Wing could also monopolize the secret land's harvests if it wanted to. However, life potions were much more useful to the current Zero Wing than the secret land's harvests. After all, unlike the various pseudo-apex powers, Zero Wing did not have many life potion manufacturing facilities and connections that could handle the needs of millions, or even tens of millions of members. Thus, Zero Wing needed to stock up on life potions to continue growing. Otherwise, if the guild were to engage in an all-out war with any power, its operations would quickly get crippled. Even if Zero Wing had a stable supply of weapons and equipment, if its members couldn't quickly recover their mental strength, they wouldn't be able to keep fighting. Moving forward, the stockpiling of mental strength recovery potions was also an essential step for powers in God's domain when preparing to wage war against other powers. Chapter 3827, Chapter 901, Pseudo-Apex Powers Wealth. Chapter 901, Pseudo-Apex Powers Wealth. Okay. Red-tailed Dragon is willing to cooperate. Tarnished Wind accepted the partnership with Zero Wing on Red-tailed Dragon's behalf without hesitation. He didn't even bother to discuss it with Red-tailed Dragon's current great commander. The 100 Dragon Assembly is also willing to cooperate. I can sign a God's domain contract on behalf of the Moonlight family. Upon seeing Tarnished Wind's response, the other pseudo-apex powers, representatives promptly followed suit, worried that Shi Feng might regret his decision or limit the number of partners. 5 minutes later, 8 of the Primordial Dragon Sanctuary's pseudo-apex powers finished signing a God's domain contract with Zero Wing. Another hour later, the 8 pseudo-apex powers jointly took control of the Flame Dragon God's Nest's entrance with the help of the access key in Shi Feng's possession. Each also mobilized several of their trump card legions to take turns garrisoning Flame Vein Holy City. This situation dumbfounded the Dragon God Palace and the Divine Wing Dynasty, which were still contemplating occupying Flame Vein Holy City by force. Have they lost their minds? Isn't it just a partnership? Why have they gone as far as to commit their trump card legions? Ember Dragon nearly went crazy when he received the latest report from his subordinates. It was already bad enough that this incident had tarnished his reputation in the Primordial Dragon Sanctuary, and caused the Dragon God Palace's guild leader to doubt his capabilities. Now, the 8 pseudo-apex powers' behavior was even testing his sanity. To his utter confusion, the 8 pseudo-apex powers mobilized their trump cards to clear out the players in the Flame Dragon God's nest. Furthermore, they did not hesitate to start a war with the Dragon God Palaces and the Divine Wing Dynasty's members, preventing them from grinding in the secret land. "It seems Black Flame is quite capable," the bandaged youth said jokingly. Unlike Ember Dragon, he did not react angrily to the news. "But you don't have to worry. I've looked into Zero Wing." "Well, what's up with that Zero Wing?" Ember Dragon asked, looking at the bandaged youth with eagerness in his eyes. "Is it really one of those hidden ancient powers?" "I can only say that you were unlucky," the bandaged youth said, shaking his head. Then he calmly explained, "They have already gone through all their records and are certain that Zero Wing isn't some hidden ancient power, and neither is Dragon's Crown. However, Dragon's Crown is indeed powerful. It is likely to be an existence that closely rivals apex powers. Zero Wing's guild leader must have gotten lucky and acquainted himself with one of Dragon's Crown's executives. I wouldn't even be surprised if Zero Wing turns out to be a guild secretly cultivated by Dragon's Crown. Black Flame has deceived those pseudo-apex powers. Dragon's Crown only closely rivals apex powers." Ember Dragon's gaze turned cold after learning this. "Black Flame, how dare you deceive me? I will make you and Dragon's Crown pay for this." "Hold your horses," the bandaged youth said. "It still isn't time to expose ourselves. What about this secret land then? Even the guild leader is considering replacing me because of Black Flame," Ember Dragon bellowed. "Black Flame is only an ant ranked 281st on the Divine Glory list. If I don't deal with him, my days in the Dragon God Palace will be numbered." "I understand your troubles," the bandaged youth said sternly. "But the situation is different now. That side might be taking action soon, so we haven't much time left. We need to establish a stable route to the Eternal Realm quickly. Black Flame is nothing but a clown flaunting strength he doesn't have. We have plenty of time to deal with him later. While we are at it, we can even take care of Dragon's Crown at that time. That side is taking action soon." Ember Dragon cooled down when he heard the bandaged youth's words, the anger in his eyes replaced by fear. "I understand. I'll personally lead a team to establish a route immediately. Flame Vein Holy City, Flame Vein Advanced Hotel." After officializing his partnership with the 8 pseudo-apex powers, Shi Feng left the Flame Dragon God's nest. Players inside the Flame Dragon God's nest could not communicate with the outside world or go offline. Additionally, 10 days had gone by in the Greater God's domain, while he was away in the remnant primordial world. It was unhealthy to spend such a long time in God's domain, even for great grandmasters. Thus, he needed to relax his mind and body in the real world. "I got quite a harvest this time. In addition to the Empress's scales, I even got the world's scar." Shi Feng felt delighted as he looked at the world's scar, which he had spent 5 million undying souls to redeem, in his bag. "With this weapon, I should be able to rope Oribeth into Zero Wing and add another 6th-floor expert to the guild." Originally, Shi Feng had intended to use the world scar himself. After all, the weapon was publicly acknowledged as the Greater God's domain's #1 divine sword in his previous life. No swordsman could resist owning such a weapon. However, Shi Feng changed his mind after redeeming the world scar. This was because the current world scar was a thoroughly damaged divine artifact that players couldn't wield. There was also no mention of how the world scar could be repaired. Under such circumstances, Oribeth was probably the only person in the Greater God's domain who could return the world scar to its former glory. After all, Oribeth had wielded the complete world scar in Shi Feng's previous life. While Shi Feng was sorting his harvest, a knock came from the door of his hotel room. Then the door opened, and Apocalypse entered the room respectfully. "Guild leader Black Flame, excuse my interruption," Apocalypse said as he walked up to Shi Feng. Then he took out a list and awkwardly continued. "After discussing with the other powers, we have decided on the first batch of players we will send into the secret land. The 8 of us will send a total of 80,000 players into the secret land for 10 days. According to our agreement, we will pay you 8 million bottles of life potion through the God's Domain Association. They should reach Star Lake City in 3 days. 80,000 players will be entering for 10 days. Shi Feng was surprised. Assuming that each pseudo-apex power would send 10,000 players into the Flame Dragon God's Nest for 10 days, each would have to pay 1 million bottles of life potion. This was a significant amount, even for a pseudo-apex power. "Yes, we decided to send a few more people since this is the first batch," Apocalypse said, nodding. "Of course, if you think there are too many, we can reduce the number." "No need. 80,000 is fine," Shi Feng said as he stamped the contract list with the Flame Dragon God's access key. Contrary to Apocalypse's opinion, Shi Feng was glad to see the 8 pseudo-apex powers send more players into the secret land. After all, this would increase the number of life potions he could obtain. As for whether the 8 pseudo-apex powers would redeem the Flame Dragon God's treasury's items, he did not prohibit it. Although the Flame Dragon God's treasury had plenty of good items, the only precious item that remained was the Flame God set. However, the Flame God set required 50 million undying souls to redeem. That wasn't an amount that the 8 pseudo-apex powers could obtain in 10 days. On the other hand, he could collect the remaining 50 million undying souls Dragon's Crown had promised him the next time he summoned Dragon's Crown's members. Hence, he wasn't worried that someone would snatch the Flame God set. After Shi Feng settled his agreement with the 8 pseudo-apex powers, he logged out to rest. However, 5 seconds after he disappeared, a lithe figure suddenly entered his hotel room covered in sweat. I was still too late. When Heiser saw that Shi Feng was no longer in the room, she couldn't help feeling frustrated as she recalled the instructions her teacher Laura had given her before abruptly leaving. "I guess I can only wait until he comes back online." Chapter 3828, Chapter 902, Missing Realm, Chapter 902, Missing Realm. Star Lake City Zero Wing Training Center. Illuminated by the midday sun, the hatch of Shi Feng's virtual gaming cabin opened, and Shi Feng climbed out of it, a sense of weakness spreading across his body. Sure enough, spending 10 days in-game is draining on the mind, Shi Feng thought as he looked at himself in the mirror and saw that he had lost weight. Fortunately, the flow of time in the remnant primordial world wasn't too different. Had a month gone by while I was there, I'd need several days to recover, even with Stardew. After the major system update, the souls of players and their accounts had essentially been synchronized. This had thoroughly changed the way players played God's Domain. In the past, it didn't matter how long players spent in God's Domain each gaming session. Only when they engaged in mentally stressful activities such as high-intensity battles would their exhaustion be reflected on their resting bodies in the real world. However, after the major system update, even if players didn't engage in battle, they would be subjected to constant mental stress so long as they had high-quality weapons and equipment equipped. It was as if players were genuinely living in God's Domain and carrying their heavy weapons and equipment around all the time. This situation made it impossible for players to rest properly in God's Domain and required them to recuperate in the real world. Otherwise, they would eventually collapse from exhaustion in God's Domain and be forcibly logged out. While Shi Feng was about to drink the drop of Stardew he had retrieved from the refrigerator, a holographic projection suddenly appeared in his living room. The projection was of a graceful woman with an imposing appearance. This woman was none other than Xia Qingying, one of the Green God Corporation's senior vice presidents. Guild leader Shi, you really don't make it easy for others to get in touch with you, Xia Yinking grumbled, looking fatigued. Where have you been this whole time? I've contacted Hidden Soul and Gentle Snow multiple times, but every time they say you are busy with something. Yet they refuse to tell me where you went. They weren't lying. I was indeed occupied with something urgent recently, Shi Feng answered. Before he left for the primordial dragon sanctuary, he had informed Hidden Soul and Gentle Snow not to share his whereabouts. Did something happen on your side? The primordial dragon sanctuary was one of the greater god's domain's 12 sanctuaries, which every power in the greater god's domain wished to engage. Meanwhile, as Zero Wing's guild leader, he had long since become a thorn in the side of the Eternal Realm's various powers. This was especially so after the appearance of the Tower of the Abyss, which had earned the attention of even apex powers. If he was merely operating in the Eternal Realm, he wouldn't fear anyone targeting him. Although an entrance to the Eternal Realm had already been discovered, very few level 230+ experts could actually enter it right now. Additionally, the ones who did make it into the Eternal Realm didn't have particularly good weapons and equipment. This was because most level 230+ experts did not wish to risk suffering a permanent death in the dangerous space-time passage. Furthermore, level 230+ players were the leading force in clearing out the monsters in the passage. Hence, he was more than capable of defending himself in the Eternal Realm. However, it was a different story if he were to operate in one of the 12 sanctuaries. The 12 sanctuaries were filled with level 230+ experts. A Tier 6 player who had yet to reach level 220 like himself would be incredibly weak there. If any apex power intended to target him, his chances of survival would be less than 20%. Hence, before leaving for the primordial dragon sanctuary, he had reminded Hidden Soul and Gentle Snow not to share his whereabouts. He had even told them not to interrupt him if nothing serious happened. Of course, something happened. Something huge happened. Xia Qingying huffed, rolling her eyes at Shi Feng. Since you left me with the task of training an absurd number of divine engravers, I've been trying every means to gather the necessary manpower across numerous mobile cities. Although I eventually secured the required manpower without attracting attention, the cost of materials is killing me. Do you know how many connections I had to pull to barely cover the expenditure of all these people? Are you lacking 7 luminaries crystals? Shi Feng quickly understood Xia Qingying's problem after hearing about the other party's complaint. If it's 7 luminaries crystals, I can have Hidden Soul send some to you now. It was indeed difficult for a single corporation to nurture 10,000 divine engravers in one go. This was because the main material used to produce divine engraving scrolls was 7 luminaries crystals. The various powers considered 7 luminaries crystals a strategic resource, so it was difficult to obtain them in bulk under normal circumstances. Recently, the only reliable way to obtain 7 luminaries crystals in bulk was by selling eternal coins. Fortunately, the current Zero Wing did not lack 7 luminaries crystals. Thanks to the Tower of the Abyss, Zero Wing had become the #1 earner of 7 luminaries crystals in the Eternal Realm. 7 luminaries crystals. Xia Qingying looked at Shi Feng in astonishment. Where have you been all this time? The primordial dragon sanctuary, Shi Feng answered truthfully. What's wrong? He had already established a partnership with 8 of the primordial dragon sanctuary's pseudo-apex powers. He was even staying in Flame Vein Holy City, protected by over 100 level 240+ experts. Even if apex powers sent level 240 elite experts after him, he would not be in any danger. Thus, he didn't mind revealing his current whereabouts. The primordial dragon sanctuary. I didn't think you'd have the means to go there." At Shi Feng's answer, Xia Qingying couldn't help but scrutinize him in surprise. "But that's not right. Even if you are in the primordial dragon sanctuary, how can you not know about the crew's wing realm's disappearance?" "The crew's wing realm disappeared." Shi Feng was momentarily stunned. "How is this possible? Who did it? Did a primordial god take action?" Although some realms had disappeared in his previous life, they were some of the weaker realms in the greater god's domain. However, he had never received any specific information about the reason for their disappearance. All he had heard were speculations. As for the crew's wing realm, it had always existed in his previous life. There had never been any problems with it. He knew this because the crew's wing realm was no ordinary realm. Even among the thousands of realms in the greater god's domain, it ranked among the top 100. Thus, any power that was a hegemonic power or above would know of its existence. Furthermore, the crew's wing realm was among the greater god's domain's top 30 resource realms. It was extremely rich in various resources. Because of this, various resources could be obtained from the crew's wing realm at a much cheaper price than other places. Many powers could even profit by reselling the crew's wing realm's resources to distant realms. The crew's wing realm was also incredibly strong overall. While not as strong as the 12 sanctuaries, it had as many as 3 pseudo-apex powers. Thus, even mighty level 240 ancient gods could not make the crew's wing realm disappear. Only a primordial god could accomplish such a feat. Chapter 3829, Chapter 903, New First-Tier City, Chapter 903, New First-Tier City. You really don't know. After seeing Shi Feng's surprised reaction, Xia Qingying explained, "The crew's wing realm went missing 5 days ago. Shortly after the incident, news of it quickly spread across the greater god's domain. The players operating in the crew's wing realm were also abruptly logged out of the game and could no longer log back in. Everyone was logged out of the game and can't log in again." Shi Feng was even more confused after hearing this. In his previous life, although some realms had disappeared abruptly, the players caught in these realms could still log into God's domain. There had never been a case where a realm's disappearance caused players to lose access to God's domain. Yes. Because of this incident, the supply of raw materials in the greater God's domain has become tight, and prices have increased by 50% to 100%. Some materials can't even be bought with money anymore, Xia Qingying said helplessly. The production of basic and intermediate engraving scrolls requires mana-sealing wood. Although it's a material that's available in every realm, the crew's wing realm made up 40% of the greater god's domain supply. Without the crew's wing realm, I'd have no choice but to source mana-sealing wood from other places. In that case, I can only source several hundred players worth every so often. Any more than that, I'll start attracting unwanted attention. That is true. After hearing Xia Qingying's explanation, Shi Feng admitted that they had a huge problem. Mana-sealing wood was a rare material in the greater god's domain. Although every realm produced it, most only produced it in small quantities. The good news was that the demand for mana-sealing wood was low, and it was typically only used when producing special high-ranking magic scrolls. The bad news was that mana-sealing wood was one of the main materials needed to produce divine engraving scrolls. If Zero Wing intended to nurture only a few dozen divine engravers, it could easily procure mana-sealing wood without attracting attention. However, to source enough mana-sealing wood to nurture 10,000 divine engravers without relying on the crew's wing realm, it would have to source from dozens of realms or more. It was impossible to conduct an operation of such scale with absolute secrecy. That's why I have been looking for you, Xia Qingying sighed. Originally, the crew's wing realm's disappearance already presented a huge headache. Now, the various powers have even started frantically investigating the reason for its disappearance, fearing their realms might be next. They aren't letting any details slip past them. Although I stockpiled some monosealing wood before this incident, it can only last us another 2 days. I can get some monosealing wood, but I'm afraid it's impossible to supply tens of thousands of players long-term without attracting attention, Shi Feng frowned. There were many ways to obtain large amounts of monosealing wood. The simplest method would be to buy it from the Seven Luminaries Alliance. If they purchased it through the Alliance, they could easily nurture hundreds of thousands of divine engravers, let alone tens of thousands. However, if they were to buy such a large amount of monosealing wood, the Seven Luminaries Alliance would definitely look into the matter. If it were revealed that Zero Wing could produce divine engraving scrolls, it would truly be the end for Zero Wing. It should be known that the significance of the divine engraving scrolls was far greater than even that of the Tower of the Abyss. Although the Tower of the Abyss could provide fifth-floor experts with opponents and directions to advance beyond the fifth-floor standard, the benefits of owning the Tower of the Abyss were still resistible to powers that could enter it. After all, not everyone could succeed, even when offered a path to success. Very few experts possess the talent necessary to advance to the sixth-floor standard. As for the Tower of the Abyss's wealth-generating capabilities, it was true that it could generate astronomical amounts of Seven Luminaries crystals. However, while it might be enough to tempt ordinary powers into action, it wasn't enough to make apex powers forego the method of reaching the sixth-floor standard. In a situation where Zero Wing allowed everyone besides its enemies to use the Tower of the Abyss, apex powers that weren't hostile to Zero Wing wouldn't care to seize the Tower of the Abyss. Zero Wing didn't have to concern itself with the envy of ordinary powers, either. Nobody could threaten Zero Wing in the Eternal Realm outside of apex powers. However, it would be a different story if the various powers learned of Zero Wing's ability to mass-produce divine engraving scrolls. Since the Major System update, players had been subjected to a constant mental burden when using high-quality weapons and equipment. Because of this, epic and fragmented legendary weapons equipment became mainstream in the greater God's domain. In such a situation, having the ability to produce divine engraving scrolls that could enhance the basic attributes of epic and fragmented legendary items would be a game changer. There was no way the various powers could resist seizing this opportunity for themselves, especially when it was in the hands of a weak power like Zero Wing. "Are you free these next 2 days?" Xia Yinking asked suddenly. "I don't have anything planned," Shi Feng answered without much thought. "Good." Xia Qingying smiled. "A new first-tier mobile city has appeared on the Starlight continent. The birth of a first-tier city is rare and happens only once every few decades or centuries. To celebrate its achievement, the first-tier city in question has decided to host an auction of unprecedented scale, and the Green God Corporation just so happens to have received an invitation. Rumor has it that the auction will feature fragmented divine artifacts and eternal stones. However, all transactions must be made with eternal coins. Many powers are also considering using this auction to earn eternal coins, so they are willing to auction some of their wealth. I dare say this will be the grandest trade fair the Starlight continent has ever seen in the past century. Even eternal stones are being sold." Shi Feng's eyes lit up after hearing this. He had been trying to obtain eternal stones all this time. Unfortunately, since the Holy World became the Eternal Realm, obtaining them became even more difficult. Additionally, as everyone knew about the Eternity Set, those with eternal stones treated them like family heirlooms. This situation prevented him from turning the Eternity Gauntlets and the Eternity Crown in his possession into divine artifacts. If Eternity Stones were sold at the aforementioned auction, it would be an excellent opportunity for him to obtain some. So long as he could get about a dozen more, he could turn the Eternity Crown into a bona fide divine artifact. At that time, the Eternity Crown alone would trump the God Chaser set he currently used. All attendees will have their identities hidden, so we can buy monosealing wood in bulk without worry. I heard that you made a lot of money in the Eternal Realm, so it will be up to you then, Xia Qingying said, smiling when she saw Shi Feng's eagerness. The Green God Corporation's passenger plane will arrive at Star Lake City in 3 hours. Do you have any problems? 3 hours is enough, Shi Feng nodded. I'll head over to the airport after I take stock. Zero Wing currently had plenty of eternal coins because of the Tower of the Abyss. After all, each player had to pay 5 eternal gold and 2,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal each time they challenged the Tower of the Abyss, and there were tens of thousands to over 100,000 players challenging the tower each day. Even after he repaid the debts he incurred for purchasing the upscale shop in Luminous Sky City and materials from the 7 Luminaries Alliance, Zero Wing should still have plenty of eternal coins on its books. Okay, don't be late, Xia Qingying said, hanging up the call after getting Shi Feng's agreement. On the Green God Corporation's supersonic passenger plane, a tall woman sat beside Xia Qingying. The woman sported a ponytail, and a black veil covered her face. Although the woman's expression was hidden, she exuded a cold aura that made those around her tremble subconsciously. After Xia Qingying ended her call with Shi Feng, the veiled woman glanced at the holographic projection of Shi Feng displayed above Xia Qingying's wrist and asked, "Is he the rumored black flame from our world?" He's the one I mentioned to you before, Xia Qingying replied, nodding. Then, with a playful smile, she continued, "Had he entered the greater God's domain with your batch, his current achievements might have matched yours." Chapter 3830 Chapter 904 Changes to Star Lake City Chapter 904 Changes to Star Lake City. Star Lake City, Zero Wing Training Center. After his call with Xia Qingying ended, Shi Feng tidied up and went to the combat simulation hall where Hidden Soul, Gentle Snow, and the other Zero Wing executives usually trained. Since the major system update, combat simulation halls had become the primary place for players to visit when resting offline. Besides being able to train against simulated experts, players could also recover the concentration they expended in God's domain. Most importantly, players could watch the top experts of their respective guilds spar. Before the introduction of soul synchronization, the top experts of the various guilds could be considered elusive creatures in the real world. They typically spent most of their time in God's domain, rarely appearing before others. However, following soul synchronization's introduction, even great grandmasters with powerful mental strength had to go offline regularly to rest and recuperate. This situation resulted in the usually unpopular combat simulation halls becoming a gathering place for top experts. The Zero Wing Training Center's combat simulation hall was an indoor stadium with 6 floors. The first and centermost floor was a vast open space. The second and third floors comprised small and medium simulation fields, and the fourth to sixth floors held viewing boxes. The viewing boxes on the 5th and 6th floors were exclusive to the guild's core members and executives. Normal members could only use the 4th floor's viewing boxes. Those newcomers named Lin Yaoyu and Zhu Yalan are incredible. They actually lasted 10 moves against Big Sis Fire when working together. They can probably rank among the top 10 newcomers this time. Indeed, everyone in the latest batch of newcomers is incredibly strong. Even the myriad Forest Empire's Empress Blood Arrow LaRoja and the Red Star Kingdom's undefeated Battle Maniac Cross have withdrawn from their respective guilds to join us. We have to work harder. The guild only has so many simulation fields. Normal members like us might still get to use them now, but as more members move to the guild's headquarters, we'll probably have to rent simulation fields outside to rest. The youths gathered in the fourth floor's general area sighed as they watched the physical combat on the first floor. A sense of urgency welled up in their hearts when they considered Zero Wing's rapid growth. Before Zero Wing's fame extended beyond Star Lake City, only some people from the city applied to join the guild. However, after Zero Wing became famous, geniuses from Star Lake City and experts from neighboring mobile cities and the Starlight Realm began to flock to the guild. While Zero Wing's youths were talking, a young man with black hair wearing a white sweatshirt walked past the crowd in the fourth floor's general area and entered the fifth floor. The fifth floor. Who is that person? Since he can enter the fifth floor, he should be a core member at the minimum, but why haven't I seen him before? He's probably another one of those peerless geniuses who joined our guild. I really envy these people. They become core members as soon as they join. In contrast, normal members like us have to undergo many rigorous tests to get promoted. We also have to wait in line to use simulation fields. That's only the tip of the iceberg. I heard that core members get to spar with the Vice Guild leaders. Many heirs of corporations have offered our 2 Vice Guild leaders millions of star coins to host a lesson. Even then, the Vice Guild leaders rejected all such offers. I heard that too. If I could spar against the 2 Vice Guild leaders, I can die without regrets. Envy colored the eyes of the youths in the fourth floor general area as they watched the black-haired young man walk up to the fifth floor. This situation, in turn, stunned the black-haired young man. Millions of star coins to host a lesson. Shi Feng was astonished when he overheard the discussion of the Zero Wing members on the fourth floor. He hadn't expected Hidden Soul and Gentle Snow to become so popular in Star Lake City. Even the guild leaders of hegemonic powers would rarely receive such treatment from the younger generation of corporations. While marveling at the changes in Star Lake City, Shi Feng arrived at a viewing box on the 6th floor. Guild leader, I've finished sorting out all of Zero Wing's profits like you asked. Hidden Soul reported after Shi Feng entered the viewing box. She handed him an electronic tablet and stated proudly, after deducting the funds needed for the guild's expansion, shattering town's maintenance, and repaying the money you owe, the guild has 1.35 million eternal gold coins left on its books. That much? Shi Feng was shocked. Although he had long since known that shattering town would be incredibly profitable after the Tower of the Abyss's addition, he hadn't expected it to be this profitable. It should be known that Zero Wing owed 5.55 million eternal gold to the Seven Luminaries Alliance, and 0.7 million eternal gold to Luminous Sky City. Furthermore, the current Eternal Realms player population was still relatively low, and it was challenging for players to reach Shattering Town. Nevertheless, Zero Wing still had 1.35 million eternal gold remaining after repaying all its debts and covering its operational costs. Aside from Apex powers, no other power could have such wealth in the current Eternal Realm. Even pseudo-Apex powers would be fortunate to have 500,000 eternal gold right now. If you urgently need eternal coins, tomorrow is the lease renewal date for Shattering Town's shops. We should be able to get another 400,000 eternal gold, Hidden Soul said seriously. That won't be necessary, Shi Feng said, shaking his head. Register these eternal coins for me at the Gods Domain Association. I need to use the money today. The Gods Domain Association was the greater world's largest and most mysterious organization. Not only was it present in all mobile cities in the greater world, but it also offered insurance for player transactions made outside of God's domain. However, this service came at a hefty price. with the God's Domain Association charging anywhere from 10 million to over 100 million star coins to ensure each transaction. It was not a service the average player could afford. Okay, I'll have someone do it right away. It should take 2 hours at most, Hidden Soul said, nodding. Then she hesitantly continued, by the way, guild leader, while you were out of reach, many pseudo-apex powers and some hidden pseudo-apex powers contacted me and Snow. Contacted you too? What did they want? Shi Feng asked calmly. All these pseudo-apex powers were powers with few to no members present in the Eternal Realm during its inception. Now that an entrance has been discovered, these powers are thinking of expanding into the Eternal Realm. However, they won't have any advantage over other pseudo-apex powers if they enter the Eternal Realm now, so they plan to acquire Zero Wing to remedy that problem, Hidden Soul said worriedly. Acquire us, Shi Feng chuckled. How much are they offering? Chapter 38-31 Chapter 905, Zero Wings Mortal God. Chapter 905, Zero Wings Mortal God. They still haven't given us a price, Hidden Soul answered. As Snow and I couldn't get in touch with you recently, we used that as an excuse to avoid discussions. But judging from their tone and how many unfamiliar level 230+ experts have appeared in Shattering Town recently, I suspect they won't take no for an answer. Won't take no for an answer, Shi Feng sneered. Okay, I understand. If they get in touch with you again, have them contact me directly. Evidently, Shattering Town had become an even fatter sheep in the various powers' eyes ever since the Tower of the Abysses edition. However, who would end up the hunter and the hunted remained to be seen. Oh, right, Hidden Soul said, suddenly recalling something. Miss Frey from the Galaxy Conglomerate sent you an invitation a few days ago. She pulled out a gold invitation card and handed it to Shi Feng. According to the invitation, you are invited to attend a once-in-a-century trade fair hosted by Desolate Star City, a newly promoted first-tier mobile city. It just so happens that the trade fair's opening ceremony is today. Even the Galaxy Conglomerate is sending out invitations. It seems this trade fair is quite something. Shi Feng was surprised as he looked at the invitation card. It was indeed rare for a second-tier mobile city to be promoted into a first-tier mobile city in the greater world. Each interstellar continent typically experienced such an event only once every few decades, and some might see the birth of a first-tier city only once in a century. Thus, Desolate Star City hosting a grand trade fair to celebrate its promotion wasn't strange. The event could boost the city's fame and announce its status to the rest of the Starlight continent. If it could get many powers to attend the event, it could also showcase its strength and influence. However, while the birth of first-tier mobile cities might be rare, after years of development, the various interstellar continents had come to possess quite a few first-tier cities. Nowadays, the average interstellar continent had at least 10 first-tier cities, while more developed ones have 20 or even 30. The Galaxy Conglomerate, which reigned over the Starlight continent, normally wouldn't even bother celebrating the birth of a first-tier city, let alone take the initiative to invite others to join the celebration. The Galaxy Conglomerate's willingness to send out invitations on Desolate Star City's behalf showed that there was something special about the city. At the very least, it wasn't the average first-tier city. Are you going? I can arrange a flight for you if you are, Hidden Soul asked. If you leave on a passenger plane now, you should be able to make it in time. That won't be necessary. Vice President Zia has already arranged it for me, Shi Feng said, shaking his head as he put away the invitation with a smile. Subsequently, Shi Feng instructed Hidden Soul to recruit more members for Zero Wing in the Eternal Realm. He also instructed her to extend Zero Wing's recruitment to the rest of the Greater God's domain. Any player who had reached the 4th floor standard, regardless of their level or equipment, could join Zero Wing. Additionally, He had all core members and executives of Zero Wing gather in Shattering Town within a day so that he could help them level up once he returned from the trade fair. Guild leader, isn't it too soon for us to recruit fourth-floor experts from the rest of the Greater God's domain? Hidden Soul was shocked to hear that Shi Feng wanted to recruit fourth-floor experts from all over the Greater God's domain. She wasn't surprised that Shi Feng wanted to help them level up. After all, the Eternal Realm's native players were all frantically grinding for levels. They all wanted to increase their strength and seize more resources before high-level players entered the Eternal Realm en masse. However, recruiting fourth-floor experts from the Greater God's domain was an entirely different matter. Setting aside whether Zero Wing had the manpower and resources to recruit members on such a large scale, nobody would respond positively to its recruitment, even if it could fulfill these requirements. On the contrary, Zero Wing would become a laughingstock in the Greater God's domain. Fourth-floor experts might be common in the Eternal Realm, but they held significant influence in the Greater God's domain's various realms. They typically occupied high positions in hegemonic powers, as hegemonic powers needed to make substantial investments to produce experts of such caliber. Zero Wing was nothing more than an upstart guild from the Eternal Realm. Even if it did hold significant influence in the Eternal Realm, it remained insignificant in the vast Greater God's domain. It's fine. Just spread the word. While you're at it, you can announce that Zero Wing now commands a mortal god. Additionally, core members of Zero Wing can redeem life potions without limit, while internal members can redeem 1 bottle a day and normal members can redeem 1 bottle every 3 days, Shi Feng said firmly. A mortal god? Hidden Soul was stunned. Do we really have a mortal god? Shi Feng chuckled. It's even someone you know. Someone I know. Hidden Soul couldn't help but doubt her ears when she heard Shi Feng's words. A mortal god was akin to legends and myths in the Greater God's domain. Until now, Hidden Soul had only heard about the existence of a mortal god through gentle snow, fervent samsara, and heavy abyss. According to them, when Ink Crystal was revealed to be a mortal god during the Continental Championship, she shocked the 3 races' chosen ones. Moreover, she had thoroughly crushed the chosen ones of the 3 races. Nobody had been able to draw out her true strength. It's Commander Frost, Shi Feng explained with a smile. She was lucky enough to reach the 6th floor standard 10 days ago with the Tower of the Abyss's help. Although Red Frost was Holy Dragon Spear's future great commander, she was also Zero Wing's training consultant. Thus, it wasn't a lie to say that Red Frost was a member of Zero Wing. Commander Frost has reached the 6th floor standard, and it happened 10 days ago. Hidden Soul grew even more surprised. Everyone who was an internal member of Zero Wing or above knew that Red Frost was a first-class expert, even among 5th floor experts. Many experts in Zero Wing had sparred with Red Frost before, and Hidden Soul was no exception. Thus, she didn't find it impossible that Red Frost had achieved the 6th floor standard. Even so, rationality still made her incredulous. If Red Frost had truly reached the 6th floor standard, it would bring Zero Wing unimaginable prosperity. Star Lake City would also undergo a metamorphosis because of her. Once this news spread, players from all over the greater world would flock to Star Lake City. Zero Wing would also become famous throughout the Greater God's domain. All right, enough daydreaming. Hurry up and go, Shi Feng said, waving his hand in front of Hidden Soul's eyes. Okay, I'll get it done right away. When Hidden Soul came back to her senses, her eyes shone with unprecedented joy. Then she sped out of the room, practically teleporting. While Hidden Soul was making her way to the God's Domain Association and arranging for the promotion of Zero Wing's recruitment drive in the Greater God's Domain, Shi Feng rushed to the airport to await the arrival of the Green God Corporation's private plane. Chapter 38-32 Chapter 906, God's Domain Strongest Player. Chapter 906, God's Domain Strongest Player. Starlight Continent, Green God Corporation's private passenger plane. Guild leader Shi, we must be extra careful when buying mana sealing wood in desolate Star City later, Xia Qingying said seriously as she led Shi Feng aboard the passenger plane. The trade fair this time is out of the ordinary. It can be considered a first-class event, even compared to all the events hosted on the Starlight Continent and the neighboring continents throughout the years. Besides powers from the Starlight Continent, many powers from other interstellar continents have also been invited to attend the event, and some of them are bound to have established a foothold in the Eternal Realm. Since the divine engraving scrolls started circulating in the Eternal Realm, many powers have thoroughly analyzed the scrolls. They should already know plenty about the scrolls by now, especially the scrolls' material composition. If we slip up, it will be the end for us in the greater world. Don't worry. I know the consequences, Shi Feng said, nodding. I'll buy mana sealing wood in small batches from different sellers and have them delivered to different realms for your people to collect. Although Desolate Star City's trade fair was held in the real world, the transfer of purchased goods had to be done in God's domain. With the God's Domain Association ensuring the transaction, neither party would dare to mess around. Otherwise, they would be punished by the God's Domain Association and suffer dire consequences. As for how he could avoid drawing attention, it was simple. Every power in God's domain needed rare materials. So long as he didn't have all the mana sealing wood he bought delivered to the same location, the sellers wouldn't think too deeply about his purchases. He could also conduct his purchases in person without worry. Not all powers were qualified to participate in such a grand trade fair. Naturally, those who failed to qualify would try to get attending powers to make purchases on their behalf. Moreover, there would be plenty of such powers. After all, now that various powers were trying to accumulate eternal coins, it was an excellent opportunity to purchase rare items and materials at a bargain. So long as the sellers he bought from didn't cross-check their sales, nobody would suspect a thing. All right, then. Xia Qingying blinked in surprise. She hadn't expected Shi Feng to be so quick on the uptake. Then she smiled and continued, "By the way, I'll introduce you to someone later. You can think of the other party as your great senior. This person arrived in the greater world much earlier than you. If you can join forces with this person, you'll have a much easier time in the greater God's domain. A person who arrived in the greater world much earlier than I did." Shi Feng had his interest piqued when he saw Xia Qingying snickering. Could this person be one of the experts who went missing from our God's domain? Many experts had abruptly disappeared from their God's domain in this timeline. Although these disappearances had caused a huge uproar in God's domain, nobody knew where these experts had gone. However, as Shi Feng had entered the greater God's domain in his previous life, he knew that most of these experts had entered the greater God's domain ahead of time because of the Green God Corporation's intervention. After returning to this timeline, Shi Feng had thought of gathering these missing experts. After all, these experts had all accomplished extraordinary achievements in his previous life. It was also because of these experts that Zero Wing could survive Demon's Gate's persecution. Unfortunately, he failed to gather much information on these experts. Now that Zero Wing's development was focused on the Eternal Realm, gathering these experts became even more difficult. "It seems you know quite a lot," Xia Qingying said when she saw Shi Feng's relatively calm reaction. "You are correct. This person is one of the experts who went missing in our God's domain. Also, it would be more accurate to say that the Green God Corporation can attend this fair only because that person received an invitation. Otherwise, the Green God Corporation, a corporation that is based in only several dozen cities, wouldn't be qualified to attend this event at all. Are the requirements that high? Shi Feng was surprised. The Green God Corporation might have branches in only several dozen cities on the Starlight continent, but it couldn't be considered an ordinary corporation. Otherwise, it wouldn't have the ability to let people from their homeworld live in a third-tier mobile city as soon as they entered the greater world. If even the Green God Corporation wasn't qualified for an invitation, how many corporations and powers from the Starlight continent were qualified to receive one? 200, 100. Extremely high, Zia Qingying said, nodding solemnly. As far as I know, only corporations with operations in 150 cities or more on the Starlight continent have received an invitation. As for the Starlight Realm's powers, only upper-ranking hegemonic powers and a handful of pseudo-upper-ranking hegemonic powers were invited. The invitation conditions for foreign corporations and powers are even more stringent. To be invited, foreign corporations and conglomerates need to be among the top 10 of their respective continents, while foreign powers in the greater God's domain have to be an upper-ranking hegemonic power. When Zia Qingying spoke up to this point, a prideful expression appeared on her face. This trade fair will be the grandest trade fair that the Starlight Realm and the neighboring realms have ever seen in the last century. It might even exceed the trade fairs hosted by pseudo-apex powers, Zia Qingying said as she led Shi Feng to the passenger plane's VIP cabin. When Zia Qingying pushed open the door to the VIP cabin, a lounge half the size of a basketball court entered Shi Feng's sight. Two people were currently seated in the lounge. One was an agile-looking, 16-year-old girl dressed in a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, while the other was a woman with a curly ponytail whose face was covered by a black veil. Although the veiled woman's appearance was hidden, she radiated extremely powerful mental fluctuations that exceeded even that of one-star great grandmasters. Evidently, the woman had reached the two-star great grandmaster standard, a standard that only a handful of individuals had reached on the Starlight continent. Big Sis Zia, what took you so long? Also, can you please talk some sense into my commander? This is my first time going on a long-distance trip, yet she won't even let me get off the plane to look at this city. What if I miss out on a potential opponent? The agile-looking girl grumbled as she approached Zia Qingying and tugged on her sleeve. Sit down. You will get to look around once we arrive in desolate Star City, the veiled woman said indifferently, her voice compelling the girl to return to her seat obediently. As this awkward interaction took place, Shi Feng suddenly thought of a name as he looked at the veiled woman. This was the name of the strongest player of his home god's domain in this timeline. It was also the name of the legendary Midnight Tea Party's strongest commander. Endless Scars. Chapter 3833, Chapter 907. Endless Scars, Chapter 907. Endless Scars. Let me start with the introductions. After the agile-looking girl returned to her seat, Zia Qingying gestured toward Shi Feng and said, "This person here is Zero Wings Guild leader Black Flame. As for this beautiful woman, Endless Scars, right?" Shi Feng said before Zia Qingying could finish speaking. "Do you know me?" The veiled woman stared at Shi Feng as if sizing him up. Yet, at the same time, it didn't seem like she was looking at Shi Feng specifically. "Have you seen Scars' real appearance before?" Zia Qingying looked at Shi Feng in astonishment. Zia Qingying wasn't surprised that Shi Feng knew Endless Scars' name. After all, Endless Scars was a very well-known figure in their god's domain. At one point, she was even recognized as the strongest player, having accomplished many unimaginable achievements. Even the Green God Corporation's chairman couldn't resist meeting and chatting with Endless Scars in person. However, despite her fame, few people had ever seen Endless Scars' real appearance. Zia Qingying only met Endless Scars in person because she was the Green God Corporation's liaison with Endless Scars. Even now, The other senior vice presidents and grand elders of the Green God Corporation still did not know what endless scars looked like. They only knew that she existed. "It's just a hunch," Shi Feng said, chuckling. "Out of the experts who have gone missing in our God's domain, I can only think of a few." Shi Feng recognized endless scars at first glance only because they were acquaintances in his previous life. Without his past life's memories, he would never have recognized her. After all, the highest position he had achieved in the first 10 years of playing God's domain in this timeline was the guild leader of Shadow, a second-rate guild. There was no way he could become acquainted with a big shot like Endless Scars. However, after meeting Endless Scars in this timeline, Shi Feng couldn't help but admit that she had greatly exceeded his expectations. He had never expected her to be so terrifying. A 2-star Great Grandmaster on the verge of the 3-star Great Grandmaster standard. This was a standard that Endless Scars had never achieved in Shi Feng's previous life. Her mental strength was already comparable to the old monsters of Apex Powers. "You have quite an accurate intuition," Endless Scars stated calmly. "How boring. Couldn't you have at least pretended to be surprised?" Xia Qingying shook her head and sighed when she saw Shi Feng's calm reaction. "Anyway, you guessed correctly. Scars is the great senior I mentioned to you before. It is also thanks to her that newcomers like you get to live in a third-tier mobile city as soon as you enter the greater world. Because of Miss Scars." His curiosity piqued. Shi Feng asked, "Could Miss Scars be the executive of a major power?" It wasn't easy to convince a third-tier mobile city to offer such a privilege to an entire world. After all, there were countless people immigrating into the greater world from countless parallel worlds at all times. There was also a limit to how many inhabitants each mobile city could accommodate. "It's a pity, but you've guessed wrong," Xia Qingying said, grinning. "Scars has established her own adventurer team in the greater God's domain. She has also received the favor of one of the Eternal Chamber of Commerce's Grand Elders, so she can be considered one of Eternal's internal elders. As for Scars' adventurer team, although it isn't well known in most realms, it is incredibly famous in the 12 sanctuaries." "What is the adventurer team's name?" Shi Feng asked curiously. "The Angel Sanctuary's Blood Wing Adventurer Team," Xia Qingying answered proudly. Although Blood Wing doesn't have many members, it closely rivals the Angel Sanctuary's pseudo-apex powers. Even the Angel Sanctuary's pseudo-apex powers have to treat her with respect. The Blood Wing Adventurer Team. Although Shi Feng had never heard of this name before, he still couldn't help but admire Endless Scars. For players of their God's domain, simply establishing a foothold in the greater God's domain could already be considered a significant achievement. Yet Endless Scars had managed to entrench herself in the 12 sanctuaries and even make a name for herself there. As for this little girl here, she is Drifting Bean, Blood Wing's latest chosen one. Don't let her age fool you. Her ranking on the Divine Glory list is higher than yours," Xia Qingying said, pointing at the girl sitting obediently beside Endless Scars. "Big sis Xia, enough with the introductions. I know he is Zero Wing's guild leader and an expert on the Divine Glory list. Let's hurry up and take off. It'd be bad if we are late," Drifting Bean interrupted, finding Xia Qingying long-winded. She wasn't interested in learning about Shi Feng in the slightest. Most experts on the Divine Glory list were jokes in the eyes of the 12 sanctuaries players. Only those ranked among the Divine Glory list's top 30 were worthy of admiration, while those who weren't even ranked among the top 100 were inconsequential. "I guess you're right." At Drifting Bean's reminder, Xia Qingying realized that now wasn't the time for lengthy conversations. "I'll inform the captain to take off immediately." A minute later, the Green God Corporation's private plane took off from Star Lake City and departed for Desolate Star City at a speed far exceeding the speed of sound. When Desolate Star City was a second-tier mobile city, It operated in a remote part of the Starlight continent. However, after becoming a first-tier mobile city, it quickly moved to the continent's central region. This put it in close proximity to Star Lake City, so the Green God Corporation's private plane reached the city's airport in less than 6 hours. When the Green God Corporation's private plane arrived, the airport, which could accommodate over 1,000 passenger planes, was packed. Passenger planes landed and took off from the airport once every few seconds. When Xia Qingying and the others alighted from the plane, the head attendant in charge of welcoming arriving guests sensed the powerful mental fluctuations endless scars radiated. She immediately approached the group and said respectfully, "Welcome to Desolate Star City. As the city is celebrating its promotion, all arrivals must present an invitation to enter the city. Guests without an invitation can only enter the city after the celebrations. Furthermore, all passenger planes can only stop at the airport for 15 minutes. Here is our invitation," Drifting Bean said as she handed the head attendant a silver invitation. "Distinguished silver guests, please follow me." When the head attendant saw the silver invitation, she behaved even more respectfully. She didn't even bother to lead Xia Qingying's group into the arrival hall, where a long line of people was waiting to go through the formalities for entering the city. Instead, she summoned a limousine and drove the group into Desolate Star City. "Crap, why don't they have to wait in line?" A young man queued up in the arrival hall grumbled in dissatisfaction. "I'm also an invited guest, so why must I wait in line here? Little friend, you might have been invited, but you only received a bronze invitation. Did you not see that girl's silver invitation? You need to be from a conglomerate at the very least to receive a silver invitation," an old man waiting in line behind the grumbling young man said. "The trade fair this time is extraordinary, and many big shots have been invited. Those are not people that we can afford to offend." After hearing this, the young man shrank back and dared not say anything more. Chapter 3834, Chapter 908, Fourth Tablet, Chapter 908, Fourth Tablet. Starlight Continent, Desolate Star City. After a 1-hour drive, Xia Qingying's group arrived at a massive building in the heart of Desolate Star City. The building was over 500 meters tall with a radius of 3 kilometers. Its entrance, measuring 100 meters in height, made arriving guests feel tiny. "Dear guests, welcome to Desolate Star City's trade fair. You are free to browse around in the next 2 days. There will also be a special auction open only to silver guests in the evening," the head attendant introduced dutifully. "I will be your full-time guide during this period. If there is anything you would like to know about Desolate Star City, please don't hesitate to ask me." "You are going to be our full-time guide," Xia Qingying exclaimed in astonishment. Had the head attendant before them been ordinary, Xia Qingying wouldn't have said anything. However, the other party was a bona fide 3-star grandmaster. The head attendant didn't look particularly old either. If she were to join a conglomerate, she would receive a role in senior management at the minimum. Yet, a 3-star grandmaster like her had been tasked with working as a guide. Xia Qingying couldn't fathom how powerful Desolate Star City was. "That is correct," the head attendant answered nonchalantly. "Feel free to let me handle any requests you have in the next 2 days." "Okay, I understand." After suppressing the shock in her heart, Xia Qingying asked, "In which area are rare materials sold?" "Rare materials are primarily sold in the East District. The various powers have representatives operating stalls there, so you can negotiate prices with them directly," the head attendant answered. "If you want to rent a stall, an ordinary stall costs 200 million star coins for 2 days, while stalls in prime locations cost 500 million star coins for 2 days. Isn't this daylight robbery?" Xia Qingying was flabbergasted. Even at its current size, the Green God Corporation could, at best, come up with 200 or 300 million star coins on short notice. Yet, the corporation's total liquid assets were only enough to rent an ordinary stall for 2 days. In other words, the average corporation wasn't even qualified to set up a stall here. At this time, only Endless Scars and Shi Feng looked calm. They behaved like they were used to having 3-star grandmasters serve as their guides and seeing stalls with a daily rent of hundreds of millions of star coins. When Endless Scars saw Shi Feng's calm reaction, she was a little surprised. King Ying has been to many grand events with me, but even she is still shocked by this situation, so how can he remain unfazed? After seeing Shi Feng's response, Endless Scars couldn't help but wonder what kind of Guild Zero Wing was that it could give him the confidence to think nothing of such a grand event. Could he be naturally arrogant? Will there be anything good sold at the evening auction? Drifting Bean asked. I cannot say, the head attendant answered. But according to the information I received, fragmented divine artifacts will be sold at the auction. The highly popular intermediate divine engraving scrolls will also be available. Commander, this auction seems pretty good. It actually has fragmented divine artifacts and intermediate divine engraving scrolls. Should we go and take a look? Drifting Bean asked Endless Scars with an inquisitive look. Sure, but we are here for King Ying's sake, so we will finish buying materials first and then go, Endless Scars said. Afterward, the head attendant led the group to the trade fair's East District. Many powers had already sent representatives to set up stalls in the East District and sell their specialties. Every stall had holographic projections displaying the goods it sold and a detailed introduction to them. The quantity and variety of goods sold in the East District could rarely be found, even in the greater gods' domain's various holy cities. Among the various stalls, the largest one belonged to the Galaxy conglomerate. Even Endless Scars, who showed little interest in the other stalls, couldn't help but browse the Galaxy conglomerate's stall. Incredible! Xia Qingying was in awe when she saw that the Galaxy shop displayed over a dozen fragmented divine artifacts. When her gaze fell on a particular glowing staff for clerics, her eyes locked onto it immediately as she asked the salesperson, "How much for this sage's will?" "Dear customer, you have an excellent eye." At Xia Qingying's question, the salesperson introduced enthusiastically. The sage's will is a fragmented divine artifact that the Galaxy conglomerate had sacrificed thousands of elite experts to recover from a primordial ruin. It has a hidden ability known as will amplification that can enhance the wielder's neural reaction speed and resistance to mental impacts. Since you are the first customer to have expressed interest in this staff, the Galaxy conglomerate will offer it to you at a bargain price of just 30,000 eternal gold. 30,000. That much? Despite knowing that fragmented divine artifacts for clerics were rarely sold in the greater god's domain, Xia Qingying was still taken aback by the price. 30,000 eternal gold was not a small sum in the current eternal realm, at least. It was not for her. Although she had been generating income by reselling items using her connections with the Eternal Chamber of Commerce, she still didn't have enough eternal coins to buy the sage's will. To afford it, she would have to sell her legendary weapon and all her legendary equipment. What about this tablet? Shi Feng suddenly asked, pointing at a badly damaged stone tablet on display. That tablet was recovered from the same primordial ruin. Although we couldn't identify it, we believe it should be very valuable, so it is priced at 20,000 eternal gold, the salesperson explained awkwardly. The Galaxy conglomerate failed to identify the badly damaged tablet despite having used various means. It was as if the tablet was a piece of scrap. If the Galaxy conglomerate tried to sell the tablet for 20,000 eternal gold without offering any explanations, it would be daylight robbery. 20,000. Shi Feng expressed hesitancy as he scrutinized the tablet. Actually, Shi Feng was somewhat familiar with the damaged tablet. This was because he had seen more than one of such tablets already. Furthermore, the mana interpretation method engraved on the damaged tablet was the same as the ones engraved on Aqua Rose's and Elise's goddess tablets. However, due to the damage to the tablet, he could only glean limited information from it using the mana interpretation method. Even so, this information was enough to assure him of the tablet's identity. This was because the information he obtained labeled the damaged tablet as the fourth goddess tablet. According to the sixth goddess tablet in Elise's possession, there was a series of 18 goddess tablets. The earlier a goddess tablet's position in the series, the greater its significance. Although Elise's goddess tablet placed sixth in the series, Shi Feng still benefited from it greatly. He dared not even imagine what benefits he could reap from the fourth goddess tablet. Chapter 38-35, Chapter 909, Desolate Star Auction. Chapter 909, Desolate Star Auction. You call that a bargain? A broken tablet for 20,000 and a fragmented divine artifact for 30,000. What do you take eternal gold coins for? Loose change, Drifting Bean protested. Although Drifting Bean had never been to the Eternal Realm, she knew that eternal coins weren't easy to come by. Most players earned the Eternal Realm's currency by completing quests and trading with NPCs, and the output was pitifully low. To make matters worse, it cost a fortune to use the teleportation services of NPC cities. Players seeking to teleport to NPC fortresses situated in level 200+ maps had to pay at least 2 eternal gold per teleportation. Players also had to pay a hefty price to rest in NPC fortresses. Because of all these expenses, most upper-ranking hegemonic powers currently operating in the Eternal Realm had only accumulated around 40,000 eternal gold thus far. To establish itself quickly in the Eternal Realm, the Blood Wing Adventurer team also worked hard to acquire eternal coins. Even so, Blood Wing had only acquired a little over 100,000 eternal gold thus far. 30,000 eternal gold. This was already enough money to hire Blood Wing's main force to help raid multiple taboo dungeons. Moreover, Blood Wing wouldn't necessarily be able to find such offers. While Drifting Bean was voicing her displeasure, Endless Scars fiddled with her quantum watch and sent a list to Xia Qingying, whose eyes were glued on the sage's will. Then, she said, "Qingying, if you want a good weapon, Blood Wing has some that are comparable to that sage's will. I can sell one to you for 20,000 eternal gold. Will that be all right?" When Xia Qingying saw the statistics of the several fragmented divine staffs Endless Scars had sent to her, she was immediately tempted. Fragmented divine artifacts were of great significance to any power. They weren't items that could be obtained easily. Oftentimes, much manpower and resources had to be invested to obtain just one fragmented divine artifact. Under normal circumstances, no power would sell its fragmented divine artifacts. The only reason some powers were willing to do so now was for the sake of the barely explored Eternal Realm. Otherwise, they wouldn't sell their fragmented divine artifacts for even 300,000 eternal gold, let alone 30,000. In the current god's domain, it was definitely a bargain to acquire a fragmented divine artifact for 20,000 eternal gold. As Blood Wing was an adventurer team, obtaining fragmented divine artifacts wasn't easy. If Endless Scars arbitrarily sold one to an outsider for such a low price, it would cause dissatisfaction among the adventurer team's members. "Big Sis Xia, don't worry. The commander has the authority to do this much," Drifting Bean said, chuckling when she saw Xia Qingying's worry. Then she turned to Shi Feng and stated proudly, "Guild Leader Black Flame, seeing as you come from the same world as the commander, if you want a fragmented divine artifact, the commander should be able to sell one to you cheaply as well." It'll be much cheaper than anything you can get from the market." At Drifting Bean's words, the Galaxy Shop salesperson couldn't help envying Shi Feng and Zia Qingying. 30,000 eternal gold was by no means an exorbitant price for a fragmented divine artifact in today's market. If one could buy a fragmented divine artifact for 20,000 eternal gold, one could resell it immediately for a profit of 10,000 eternal gold. Not even the executives of conglomerates could receive such a privilege. "Why, you little—" Endless Scars was at a loss for words on Drifting Bean's initiative. However, when she considered how Zia Qingying was trying to help Shi Feng establish a partnership with Blood Wing, she ultimately decided against refuting the offer Drifting Bean made to Shi Feng. "I'll pass. Commander Scars already has enough on her plate running her adventurer team," Shi Feng said, shaking his head. He might have considered it if it was an offer to purchase fragmented divine artifacts in bulk, but just one piece didn't interest him. He turned back to the Galaxy Shop salesperson and continued, "I want this tablet. Can we sign the contract now?" "Dear customer, do you really want this tablet?" The salesperson looked at Shi Feng in surprise. After overhearing Drifting Bean's offer, he originally thought he wouldn't be making any sales to Zia Qingying's group. He hadn't expected Shi Feng to buy the expensive stone tablet. Of course, since this tablet comes from the same primordial ruin as that staff, it should have its secrets. "If I can uncover these secrets, I should make a good profit," Shi Feng said, feigning excitement. "Are you not going to sell it?" "Sell? Of course, we're selling it." The salesperson promptly took out the sales contract for the stone tablet, fearing that Shi Feng might regret his decision. While Shi Feng was completing his purchase, Drifting Bean and Endless Scars looked at him in confusion. They hadn't expected Shi Feng to be indifferent to a fragmented divine artifact. Is he the type of person who dislikes owing favors? Endless Scars wondered. She couldn't figure out what kind of person Shi Feng was. Many interests were linked between the greater god's domain and the greater world. Soon after her adventurer team saw success, many friends and family sought her help. Although this development gave her many problems, it also allowed her to view the world around her with much greater clarity. If there was an opportunity to obtain a fragmented divine artifact cheaply, few people could resist taking advantage of it. Even the helmsmen of upper-ranking hegemonic powers couldn't necessarily resist it, let alone the guild leader of an upstart guild. "Big Sis Zia, there's nothing more I can do to help you. How can he refuse such a good opportunity?" Drifting Bean whispered to Zia Qingying in exasperation. She sincerely felt that Shi Feng was an idiot. After all, by refusing her offer, he missed out on a good deal and an opportunity to establish closer ties with Endless Scars. Zia Qingying was also at a loss. Although she knew that Shi Feng was wealthy enough not to care about making a quick profit, she couldn't understand why he would dismiss the opportunity to get closer to Endless Scars. Subsequently, after Shi Feng was done shopping at the Galaxy Shop, he visited several dozen other stalls and purchased a large amount of mana sealing wood. He also had these sellers deliver the mana sealing wood to various NPC cities situated in various realms for Zia Qingying to collect. About 2 hours later, the female head attendant led Shi Feng and the others to Desolate Star City's high-end auction venue. Far fewer guests were in the auction venue's lobby than in the trade fair outside. Moreover, even the weakest guest was a 1-star grandmaster. The leaders of some attending groups were even great grandmasters, existences rarely seen on the Starlight continent. "Greetings, distinguished guests. Welcome to the Desolate Star auction. May I know if you would like to sit in the general area or in a private room?" the female receptionist at the front desk asked when Zia Qingying's group approached her. "Seating in the general area is free, while the private rooms cost 100 eternal gold each. Give us a private room." "We don't want others to know what we buy," Drifting Bean said. Understood. It just so happens we have one room left, the receptionist said after checking the electronic tablet in front of her. I'll reserve it for you now. However, before the receptionist could confirm the reservation, someone suddenly shouted for her to stop. Hold it. That last room belongs to us. Have them go to the general area. As soon as these words fell, a group escorted by one of Desolate Star City's male head attendants entered the lobby. Two young men, one chubby and one handsome, walked at the head of the group. Following them were 6 three-star grandmasters and one great grandmaster dressed like bodyguards. The one who spoke just now was the chubby young man. When Shi Feng and Zia Qingying saw these people, they were momentarily stunned. Although they did not recognize the chubby young man, they were very familiar with the handsome young man. This was because the other party was Xiao Quan, the son of Silver Frost City's city lord. Chapter 38-36 Chapter 910 Gold Guest. Chapter 910 Gold Guest. We were here first. What gives you the right to take our room? Drifting Bean frowned, seething at the chubby young man. Many other guests glared at the chubby young man at Drifting Bean's words. Who is this person? How dare he act so arrogantly here? We are in Desolate Star City's territory. Are they not afraid of being kicked out? Everyone capable of attending the auction was someone of extraordinary stature. They were either the heirs of conglomerates or executives of upper-ranking hegemonic powers. Rarely would anybody dare disrespect them in public. Yet, someone not only had the gall to jump the queue, but this person even did so in a wildly arrogant manner. This person was challenging the authority of Desolate Star City. While Desolate Star City might be only a first-tier city, everyone present knew that an extraordinary power backed the city. Otherwise, it couldn't have invited so many powers to attend its trade fair. What gives me the right? The chubby young man glanced at Drifting Bean and said arrogantly, the fact that I am Angel's Retribution's Crocodile Fang. The chubby young man's answer frightened everyone present. Even Drifting Bean paled. Angel's Retribution. Isn't that the Angel Sanctuary's #1 power? Heavens, Desolate Star City managed to invite even Angel's Retribution. Crocodile Fang, I've heard of that name before. Isn't that the son of Angel's Retribution's current guild leader? Not long ago, the successor of the crew's conglomerate provoked Crocodile Fang and ended up losing his successor qualifications. I heard he couldn't even stay in mobile cities anymore and could only wander outside. In the blink of an eye, the guests in the hall no longer dared to disparage the chubby young man. Some even fled the lobby, not daring to get involved in this conflict. The 12 sanctuaries were the center of the greater god's domain. Any power capable of ranking as the #1 power in any of the 12 sanctuaries was not an opponent the average power could afford to provoke. Even if an extraordinary power backed Desolate Star City, it was unlikely that this power would dare to oppose Angel's Retribution. Why the sudden silence, little girl? Crocodile Fang sneered at Drifting Bean. I'm already showing you leniency by having you go to the general area. If you keep upsetting me, I might even decide to have you kicked out of Desolate Star City. Although Drifting Bean still wanted to fight back, she ultimately chose to grit her teeth and keep quiet. As a local of the Angel Sanctuary, Drifting Bean knew plenty about Crocodile Fang. In reality, there was nothing remarkable about the chubby young man. His talent was mediocre, barely reaching the 4th floor standard after receiving astronomical resources from his father, Angel's Retribution's guild leader. If they were to meet out in the fields, Drifting Bean was confident she could kill Crocodile Fang under 3 moves. The problem was the authority Crocodile Fang's father wielded. Previously, when Crocodile Fang kill-stealed the crew's conglomerate's successor and got killed because of it, Angel's Retribution demanded the crew's conglomerate dismiss its successor and hand over the rights to 10 holy cities. Failure to comply would mean making an enemy out of Angel's Retribution. As the crew's conglomerate was no match for Angel's retribution, it had no choice but to concede. Otherwise, its operations in the Angel Sanctuary would cease to exist. Although the Blood Wing Adventurer team was second only to the Angel Sanctuary's pseudo-apex powers, it wasn't a pseudo-apex power. It was nowhere strong enough to compete with the Angel Sanctuary's #1 power. It should be known that Angel's retribution was publicly acknowledged as being strong enough to rival the 9 great pseudo-apex powers. If Blood Wing were to become enemies with such a behemoth, surviving in the greater god's domain would become a challenge. When Drifting Bean chose to concede, Crocodile Fang noticed Zio Quan's gaze directed at the woman beside Drifting Bean. "Brother Zio, do you know this beautiful woman?" Crocodile Fang asked in an amused tone. "You should have told me you knew her. Wouldn't that have solved our misunderstanding?" "I do know her." In response to Crocodile Fang's question, Zio Quan looked at Zia Qingying with a calm smile and said, "But Miss Zia has never given me the time of day. She even humiliated me a bunch in Silver Frost City. How would I dare introduce you to her, Brother Fang?" "She humiliated you," Crocodile Fang laughed. "In that case, how about I help you resolve the misunderstanding between you two?" After saying so, Crocodile Fang walked up to Zia Qingying. "Pretty lady, Brother Zio and I are good friends, and it hasn't been easy for me to invite him out on a trip. For my sake, how about you share a drink with Brother Zio to clear up your past misunderstandings?" Crocodile Fang said. Then he glanced at Drifting Bean and continued, "If you agree, I will treat this little beauty's offense as nothing more than a misunderstanding. Otherwise, this little beauty will have to keep me company for a day as compensation." "You?" Zia Qingying turned ashen upon hearing this. She had never thought Zio Quan could be acquainted with someone like Crocodile Fang. At this time, the female head attendant responsible for escorting Zia Qingying's group stepped forward hurriedly to intervene, saying, "Dear guest, please be reminded that we are in Desolate Star City. We have a duty to ensure the freedom of all guests visiting Desolate Star City." The female head attendant's behavior surprised the spectating guests. They had never expected such a minor character to get involved in this situation. Did she not know of the consequences of angering Crocodile Fang? However, everyone quickly noticed that Crocodile Fang did not react angrily to the female head attendant's intervention. "Of course, I understand. However, my father is acquainted with that great personage. If I say a few words to that great personage, I believe she won't give you any trouble out of respect for me," Crocodile Fang said, chuckling as he looked at the female head attendant. Just as the female head attendant was about to say something else, the male head attendant in charge of escorting Crocodile Fang's group stopped her. "Shoyun, stop interfering. Mr. Fang is a gold guest invited by that great personage. Mr. Fang knows what he is doing. You'll be finished if you anger that great personage." The male head attendant quietly dissuaded the female head attendant while pulling out an invitation made of gold. When the female head attendant named Shoyun saw the gold invitation, her expression darkened, and she dared not say anything more. Although Desolate Star City had invited many people to its trade fair this time, very few received a gold invitation, and every one of them was highly valued by that great personage. "It seems I have no choice but to use my elder status." When Endless Scars saw that Crocodile Fang did not intend to stop his persecution of Zia Qingying, she knew that an ordinary power's authority would not be enough to deter him. If she wanted Crocodile Fang to back off, she would have to use her status as one of the Eternal Chamber of Commerce's elders. At this time, though, a deep voice suddenly entered everyone's ears, shocking them. "Does Desolate Star City not know how to host a proper event? So what if they are gold guests? Aren't we also?" Chapter 38-37 Chapter 911 Starlight's Hegemon Chapter 911 Starlight's Hegemon Guild leader Shi. Since when were we gold guests? Shi Feng's words confused Xia Qingying and endless scars. They wondered if he had indeed lost his mind. After all, even if he claimed to be a gold guest, his lie would quickly be exposed with a simple check unless he could back his words with evidence. Besides Xia Qingying and endless scars, the female head attendant named Shoyan was also stunned by this situation. Since when did Shi Feng's group become gold guests? Gold guests? Xiao Quan laughed at Shi Feng's words. Did you get promoted without my knowing, guild leader Black Flame? Or are you claiming that Zero Wing can already rival pseudo-apex powers? How about you show me your invitation to let me broaden my horizons? Xia Qingying gnashed her teeth at Xiao Quan's words. Originally, they still had a slim chance of escaping this mess if Crocodile Fang chose not to pry into Shi Feng's claim. After all of those present, only she and Xiao Quan knew about Zero Wing's actual circumstances. But now, broaden your horizons. Sure, I'll grant you your wish, Shi Feng said calmly as he pulled out the gold invitation Frey had sent him. Upon seeing the invitation made of pure gold, Xia Qingying and Xiao Quan were dumbfounded. Impossible! It must be a fake. Xiao Quan instinctively shouted when he saw Shi Feng's gold invitation. To receive a gold invitation from Desolate Star City, one had to be at least the representative of a pseudo-apex power or an individual of equivalent status. How could Zero Wing's guild leader possibly receive a gold invitation? This is an authentic gold invitation, Shoyan said, after inspecting Shi Feng's invitation. But this isn't an invitation handed out by Desolate Star City. It's real but not distributed by Desolate Star City. Xia Qingying smiled wryly when she heard Shoyan's analysis, the glimmer of hope in her heart vanishing. However, despite her despair, Xia Qingying wasn't particularly surprised by this outcome. Although Zero Wing had recruited plenty of fourth-floor experts in the Eternal Realm recently, and even absorbed some of the Green God Corporation's geniuses, it still wasn't anywhere near strong enough to be considered a pseudo-apex power. Naturally, it wouldn't receive a direct invitation from Desolate Star City. Endless Scars also looked at Shi Feng, a little speechless. She hadn't expected Shi Feng to pull such a stunt. Now, their entire group had become a complete joke. Big Sis Xia, could guild leader she have stolen this golden invitation from somewhere? Drifting Bean whispered to Xia Qingying worriedly. Desolate Star City's golden invitations held great significance. It might be fine if Shi Feng had received the golden invitation from someone affiliated with Desolate Star City, but it would be a big problem if he had stolen someone else's. I don't know. Xia Qingying shook her head. She was similarly doubtful about Shi Feng's gold invitation, but she didn't find it appropriate to ask him about it in this situation. Pretty lady, you have a very interesting friend. It's not even a gold invitation from Desolate Star City, yet he dares to flaunt it before me. Crocodile Fang laughed as he took in Xia Qingying's ugly complexion. But don't you worry. While I might not know who gave your friend a gold invitation, he did give me a good laugh. So long as you and that little beauty beside you accompany us for a few drinks, I'll forget about today's offense. As soon as Crocodile Fang finished speaking, the 6 3-star grandmasters and 1 elderly great grandmaster behind him walked towards Xia Qingying and Drifting Bean. Crocodile Fang was painfully aware that he had no hope of succeeding his father as Angel's Retribution's guild leader if he relied on his own strength. However, he knew a secret that others did not know. Xiao Quan was in contact with Demon's Gate's core executives. If he could gain the favor of one of Demon's Gate's core executives through Xiao Quan, he might have a chance at competing for the position of Angel's Retribution's guild leader. Now that there was such an excellent opportunity to get on Xiao Quan's good side, Crocodile Fang naturally couldn't miss it. Although Xia Qingying's group possessed an authentic gold invitation, he couldn't care less about offending the group since it wasn't a direct invitation from Desolate Star City. After everything he said before, if he failed to get revenge for Xiao Quan now, he could forget about getting the other party to introduce him to Demon's Gate's core executives. Mr. Feng, you are in Desolate Star City. Please abide by the city's rules, Shoyan said, interposing herself between Zia Qingying's group and Crocodile Fang's bodyguards. These people are similarly Desolate Star City's distinguished guests. Although their gold invitation doesn't come directly from Desolate Star City, it is still a gold invitation to Desolate Star City. Anyone who can send a gold invitation on Desolate Star City's behalf must be one of the city's management powers. If that great personage learns of your actions, you will have difficulty explaining yourself. Why would I have a hard time explaining myself? Since you're going to such lengths to protect them, I'll let you in on a secret. Angel's Retribution was invited by the great Miss Lunar River this time to discuss an alliance with King's Paradise. So, even if that gold invitation comes from one of Desolate Star City's management powers, I don't care. You can have them come to me. I'd like to see what they dare to say, Crocodile Fang stated confidently. King's Paradise. Isn't that one of the 9 great pseudo-apex powers that was second only to apex powers over half a century ago? When Zia Qingying heard Crocodile Fang's words, her complexion turned even gloomier. She had never expected Desolate Star City to be backed by King's Paradise, the power that nearly unified the Angel Sanctuary long ago. Moreover, it would seem that Angel's Retribution and King's Paradise intended to enter an alliance. This news could not be any worse for her group. Although Shi Feng's gold invitation was authentic, it only came from a power under Desolate Star City's management. Like Star Lake City, Desolate Star City also had many powers assisting its city lord with the city's management. However, while these powers might wield significant authority in the city, it was far from that of the city lords. Having a management power challenge Angel's Retribution was nothing but a joke. This, Crocodile Fang's words gave Shoyan pause. A guest was only a guest. She would be doomed if she ruined the alliance between King's Paradise and Angel's Retribution. I will have to report this to Miss River. Only she can decide on this matter. Sure. Feel free to call her if you don't mind the trouble, Crocodile Fang said nonchalantly. He only feared one power and one person across the Starlight continent. The power in question was King's Paradise. Although King's Paradise had to go into seclusion after challenging an apex power and failing, many years had passed since the event. By now, even if it hadn't recovered to its peak, it should at least be comparable to the current 9 great pseudo-apex powers. As for the person he feared, it was Frey, the 4th princess of the Galaxy Conglomerate. In addition to being the 3rd vice-guild leader of the Red Dragon Nation, Frey was also a popular figure in the Eternal Realm, and many pseudo-apex powers sought to partner with her. Guild leader Black Flame, who gave you this invitation. While Shoyan was making a call with her quantum watch, Zia Qingying asked about the origins of Shi Feng's invitation. It might still be fine if the invitation came from one of Desolate Star City's management powers, but it would be terrible otherwise. Frey, Shi Feng answered honestly. Chapter 38 Chapter 912, King's Paradise Chapter 912, King's Paradise, Desolate Star City, City Lord's Manor. The City Lord's Manor was a majestic building levitating 1,000 meters above Desolate Star City. Its top-floor reception room had a panoramic view of the entire city. Many of the Starlight Continent's heavyweights had gathered in the top-floor reception room. These heavyweights included city lords of first-tier cities, helmsmen of conglomerates, and presidents of corporations with branches in hundreds of mobile cities. Individuals such as the heirs of conglomerates and city lords of second-tier cities were not qualified to sit here. Although over 100 people sat at the round table in the middle of the room, most kept their mouths shut. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly, staying as silent as possible as they observed the two young women at the main host and main guest seats. Of the two young women, one exuded the aura of a noble princess, the other, the aura of an army general. The former was none other than the Galaxy Conglomerate's fourth Princess Frey, while the latter was King's Paradise's first Vice Guild leader Lunar River. "Miss Frey, do you have anything to add to our partnership?" "You don't have to hold back with me," Lunar River said, smiling with satisfaction as she looked at the stack of mostly signed contracts in her hands. "So long as you can provide us with 10,000 of Shattering Town's priority entry slots long-term, any conditions are negotiable. Miss River, that is a huge demand. The Red Dragon Nation only has 30,000 priority slots. The most we can give you is 5,000 slots," Frey said, exasperated by Lunar River's appetite. This wasn't the first time Lunar River had brought up Shattering Town's priority entry slots in their 3-hour discussion. On the contrary, she had mentioned it many times. This situation gave Frey a huge headache. Unlike in the past, Shattering Town was now overcrowded with players at all times. As soon as someone stepped out of the town, someone else would immediately take their place. Some human and holy race players would even sell their place in the town to others for 2 eternal gold per slot. Even in the current eternal realm, a 4th floor expert would be fortunate to save 50 eternal silver a day. After all, players' daily expenditures in the eternal realm were extremely high, especially for players operating in high-level maps. Due to the introduction of soul synchronization, players had to consume potions that aided in concentration recovery and concentration improvement if they wanted to operate out in the fields for long periods. Otherwise, the burden their weapons and equipment placed on their mental states would quickly wear them out. Such master potions typically cost 20 to 30 eternal silver per bottle and lasted no more than 6 hours, while Grandmaster potions of this variety cost upward of 1 eternal gold per bottle. Not to mention, once players returned to a city, they would need to rely on good food and accommodation to recover their stamina and concentration quickly. 5,000 it is then, Lunar River said when she saw that Frey refused to budge. "But if you decide to sell more slots, please get in touch with me first. I promise to give you a satisfactory price, Miss Frey." "You overestimate my abilities, Miss River. I only got a head start on the other powers due to a stroke of luck," Frey said, shaking her head. Then she sighed. "If you want more priority entry slots, your best bet would be to seek out Zero Wing. Like the other guilds partnered with Zero Wing, I have only a few tens of thousands of slots." "You are too modest, Miss Frey. You are among the first batch of people to own private shops in Shattering Town. Now, the various pseudo-apex powers have trouble even renting a shop in Shattering Town, let alone owning any," Lunar River said, wearing a respectful expression. Inwardly, though, she felt nothing but contempt for Frey. After all, the other party couldn't even be bothered to hide the delight on her face. Then Lunar River continued, "I also heard that many powers have approached you about the 20,000 Tower of the Abyss allied entry slots in your possession. The Tower of the Abyss truly is a guiding light for 5th floor experts. Even I can't help but want to enter it. It's a pity that there's a daily limit on how many players can use the tower. Yes, many have approached me about the allied entry slots. You are very well informed, Miss River." "I hadn't expected you to know about the allied entry slots despite having yet to enter the Eternal Realm," Frey said, nodding. Then she sighed. "Regarding the Tower of the Abyss, I agree it is a wonderful place. It's a pity that my comprehension is slightly poor. I have had barely any harvest, even with the allied entry slots 2 daily entries. As for the Red Dragon Nation's 20,000 allied entry slots I possess, we only received them because Guild Leader Black Flame wants everyone in the Alliance to improve together. However, after distributing the slots across the Red Dragon Nation's subordinate powers, I only have 3,000 remaining. There aren't even enough for my legions to share. Each of your legions has at least 10,000 members, so 3,000 slots is indeed a bit too few. Lunar River nodded, feigning sympathy. Inwardly, though, she did not believe a single word Frey said. The Tower of the Abyss's training system was one of a kind. Unless the Red Dragon Nation had enough slots for its own use, it would have to be stupid to share its precious allied entry slots with its subordinate powers. If the Red Dragon Nation could afford to share its slots, the guild had to have excess slots. Now that you mention it, I do hope I can meet guild leader Black Flame. His name has appeared many times during my research of the Eternal Realm. His success in establishing his guild in the chaotic world arc and constructing Shattering Town are akin to legends, Lunar River sighed. Then, she turned to meet Frey's gaze and continued, "Of course, the support you and Azure Fang's vice guild leader have provided is also indispensable, Miss Frey. Without you two, Shattering Town could never have achieved its current success, and Zero Wing could never have deterred the world arc's various powers from coveting its town. Deter the various powers. Miss River, you truly overestimate us," Frey said, shaking her head. "We might as well have been cheerleaders in that situation. Zero Wing's strength is the sole factor deterring the various powers from taking action." "You are too modest," Lunar River said, shaking her head. She refused to believe an upstart guild was strong enough to deter the holy race's royal powers and the human race's apex powers from occupying Shattering Town with force. Frey could tell what was going through Lunar River's mind, but she didn't bother to explain herself. After all, even she would be just as skeptical if she were in Lunar River's shoes. While the two were chatting merrily, Lunar River suddenly received a call, and her expression quickly turned ugly. "Did something happen?" Frey asked curiously. "It's nothing. It's just an argument between a senior's son and some little fellows that needs my intervention. As those little fellows have a gold invitation sent by one of Desolate Star City's management powers, many powers are paying attention to this matter," Lunar River said. Then, she suggested, "Since the Galaxy Conglomerate is now one of Desolate Star City's management powers, how about you go with me, Miss Frey? This is a good opportunity to let the various powers meet you." "Okay." After thinking about it, Frey felt it was necessary to let everyone know that the Galaxy Conglomerate had become one of Desolate Star City's management powers. Chapter 3839, Chapter 913, Suffocation. Chapter 913, Suffocation. Desolate Star City, auction venue. As time passed, more and more guests gathered in the auction venue's lobby because of the commotion Crocodile Fang caused. Many of these guests looked at Shi Feng's group sympathetically. Angel's Retribution was the Angel Sanctuary's #1 power. No matter how extraordinary the power backing Desolate Star City was, even it would likely have to defer to Angel's Retribution. It was especially so when this situation involved Crocodile Fang. Crocodile Fang was a famous bully in the Angel Sanctuary. He was the pampered son of Golden Leo, Angel's Retribution's guild leader, who had an absolute say over the guild. Because of this, he could go about his bullying fearlessly and only had to be wary of the executives of Apex Powers. "Miss Shoyun, are you done with your call? What did Miss River say?" Crocodile Fang asked tentatively when he saw Shoyun had ended her call. While Crocodile Fang might be a prodigal and a tyrant, he wasn't a fool. If he were to take action in King's Paradise's territory, even if King's Paradise's Lunar River chose not to say anything about it, she would be dissatisfied with him. Who knew what she would do to him in the future? He wasn't strong enough to ignore King's Paradise's retaliation either. Thus, he needed to know Lunar River's stance. If Lunar River decided not to care about this matter, he could deal with Xia Qingying's group at will. If she reacted negatively to his intentions, he would have to tone down his actions as a show of respect to King's paradise. If she expressed anger toward his intentions and had him get lost, he would have no choice but to give up on his persecution of Xia Qingying's group today and find an opportunity some other day. After all, he'd be provoking King's paradise if he continued to take action after Lunar River's warning. While King's paradise might have chosen to operate behind the scenes in God's domain, after failing in its challenge to become an apex power over half a century ago, it still wasn't an opponent that Angel's retribution could afford to provoke casually. Crocodile Fang had to be especially wary of Lunar River, who had inherited the position of King's Paradise's first vice guild leader at a young age. Yes, inherited. Unlike others, Lunar River did not have to compete for her position in the guild. This was because of her monstrous talent. She was the most talented player to have appeared in the Angel Sanctuary in the past few centuries, and she was practically certain to become King's Paradise's guild leader in the future. At the age of 16, Lunar River had secretly debuted on the Divine Glory list under a pseudonym and achieved 3rd place. Although her name suddenly stopped appearing on the list later on, Angel's retribution had kept track of her actions throughout the past decade or so. Lunar River's most recent public appearance was 4 years ago. Back then, she had already reached level 240 and had killed the Giant Sanctuary's #1 player in 10 moves, along with the 100 level 230 plus 5th floor experts accompanying him. The event terrified the Giant Sanctuary's powers. For some time, none dared to let their top experts leave the safety of their holy cities. 4 years had passed since then. Now, Crocodile Fang dared not imagine how terrifying Lunar River had become. The Angel Sanctuary's pseudo-apex powers even guessed she might have achieved that standard already. Otherwise, King's Paradise wouldn't have made such a high-profile comeback. She said that she would be here soon, Shoyan answered. Before she arrives, you are not allowed to do anything or leave. She will come in person. Crocodile Fang sighed in relief at this answer. Okay, I'll wait for her here. The news of Lunar River's decision to make a personal appearance was neither good nor bad. It showed that she was upset about the situation, but not so much that she was willing to offend Angel's retribution. So long as he didn't go too far in persecuting Xia Qingying's group, Lunar River shouldn't have any problems. After saying so, Crocodile River returned to Xiao Quan and patted the other party on the shoulder. Brother Xiao, I promise to get revenge for you. I will have that pretty lady accompany you for a drink and apologize, Crocodile Fang said confidently. I'll look forward to it, Brother Fang, Xiao Quan said joyfully. Originally, he had already given up getting revenge on Xia Qingying and Shi Feng after his superior instructed him to let go of this matter. He never expected fate to play in his favor. They want us to apologize. Drifting Bean exploded when she overheard Crocodile Fang and Xiao Quan's conversation. We were here first. Yet, not only do they want to take our room, but they also want us to apologize. They must be dreaming. I refuse to believe Desolate Star City will turn a blind eye to this. The surrounding spectators nodded in agreement. Inwardly, though, none of them were optimistic about the situation. The various powers revolved around interests. Without sufficient benefits, there was no way Desolate Star City would casually offend a behemoth like Angel's retribution. How about I reveal my internal elder status? Endless Scars suggested. With the Eternal Chamber of Commerce's influence, Crocodile Fang should tone down his actions. Absolutely not, Xia Qingying vetoed. Your identity must be kept secret for your safety in the real world. You are our world's greatest hope for achieving success. Nothing can happen to you. Very few people knew about Endless Scars' identity as one of the Eternal Chamber of Commerce's internal elders. Only those extremely trustworthy were let in on the secret. This secrecy was to ensure endless Scars' safety in the real world. Internal competition within the Eternal Chamber of Commerce was extremely fierce and cruel. While revealing her status in Eternal might keep her safe from the greater God's domain's various powers, it would expose her to the dangers within the apex power. So long as her competitors learned of her identity, they would have plenty of methods to eliminate her. In that case, we can take shelter in the God's Domain Association if the situation looks bad, Endless Scars said after some thought. With my mental strength standard, so long as Desolate Star City doesn't take any direct action, nobody can stop us. The God's Domain Association had a branch in every mobile city. It was also an existence that no power dared disobey. So long as they entered the God's Domain Association, not even apex powers would dare touch them. They should also have no trouble leaving Desolate Star City. If Endless Scars had the Chamber of Commerce send a team of bodyguards to escort them, Angel's retribution wouldn't dare continue standing in their way. I guess that's our only option if things don't go well, Xia Qingying said, nodding. Although Xia Qingying had heard from Shi Feng that his gold invitation came from Frey, she still didn't feel safe. After all, Frey was the Galaxy Conglomerate's fourth princess and a vice-guild leader of the Red Dragon Nation, a pseudo-apex power. She was also a popular figure in the current Eternal Realm. Why would such a big shot send Shi Feng an invitation to Desolate Star City? It was a gold invitation, no less. The two stood on parallel lines, and it was only due to luck that they had crossed paths before. Suddenly, a commotion appeared outside the auction venue. Many of the guests in the lobby rushed to the entrance. It was obvious that Desolate Star City's representative had arrived. Since Miss River has arrived, you bunch should start considering what to do. Otherwise, I will have my people decide for you. Crocodile Fang sneered at Xia Qingying's group when he saw the approaching crowd. As Crocodile Fang finished speaking, a large group of people entered the lobby, led by two young women. The two women were none other than King's Paradise's vice-guild leader Lunar River and the Red Dragon Nation's vice-guild leader Frey. Big Sis River, you're here. As soon as Crocodile Fang saw Lunar River, he immediately greeted her as if he were greeting a relative. He grew even more elated when he saw the woman beside Lunar River. He hadn't expected to be able to attract the attention of a big shot like Frey. Greetings, Miss Frey. I am Angel's Retribution's Crocodile Fang. It is an honor to meet you. While Crocodile Fang was introducing himself, the bored Frey suddenly noticed a young man standing a short distance behind Crocodile Fang. A smile immediately blossomed on her face, and she approached the other party without hesitation. Guild Leader Black Flame, you actually showed up. Chapter 3840, Chapter 914. Black Flame's Influence, Chapter 914. Black Flame's Influence. The lobby fell silent at Frey's words as every guest present looked at the inconspicuous young man. What's going on? Why is Miss Frey taking the initiative to greet that person? Crap, who is that guy? Miss Frey normally doesn't even care to greet the heads of the pseudo-apex powers based in Galaxy City. Could that guy be an apex power's chosen one? Black Flame, I've heard of this name before. He made quite the name for himself in the Eternal Realm. He also recently debuted on the Divine Glory list as a top 300 expert. What? That can't be right. How can a top 300 expert on the Divine Glory list receive such treatment? I heard that Miss Frey didn't even pay respect to the Skylight Association's 19th sword, one of the current 10 great sword gods. The guests present were executives of either conglomerates or top-tier upper-ranking hegemonic powers. They more or less knew about Frey's circumstances, so they were greatly confused by her attitude toward Shi Feng. They now eyed Shi Feng as if looking at a monster. Xia Qingying was also dumbfounded by this situation. She hadn't thought that Shi Feng had been telling the truth when he said his invitation came from Frey. After all, Frey's current status had risen so much that even the guild leaders of pseudo-apex powers had to treat her with respect. She was already a popular figure in the greater god's domain. When it came to influence, she stood among the top of the greater god's domain. Hence, Xia Qingying couldn't imagine how Shi Feng, who only entered the greater world recently, could have dealings with Frey. Furthermore, judging by Frey's tone, their relationship was not shallow. So he's the guild leader of that Zero Wing. At Frey's words, Lunar River looked at Shi Feng intrigued. "Miss Frey, do you know each other?" Crocodile Fang was stunned to see Frey greeting Shi Feng so affectionately. Crocodile Fang visited Desolate Star City this time with two goals. He wanted to negotiate an alliance with King's Paradise on Angel's Retribution's behalf and get acquainted with Frey, a popular figure in the current greater god's domain. Before the Eternal Realm's appearance, the Red Dragon Nation was a mediocre pseudo-apex power and would never have garnered the attention of Angel's Retribution. However, after the Eternal Realm appeared, Frey led the Red Dragon Nation's forces to swiftly occupy a major city and expand the guild's operations. This brought the Red Dragon Nation abundant funds and resources. The many secret treasures the Red Dragon Nation obtained also enabled it to produce many experts, significantly increasing the guild's overall strength. Now, the Red Dragon Nation already rivaled the greater god's domain's 9 great pseudo-apex powers. Moreover, its foundations in the Eternal Realm were vastly superior to what many of them had. For pseudo-apex powers looking to expand into the Eternal Realm, it would be in their best interests to join forces with the Red Dragon Nation. With the Red Dragon Nation's assistance, they could establish themselves more quickly in the Eternal Realm. This point could be seen simply by looking at the attitude of King's Paradise's Lunar River toward Frey. That's right. Are you Crocodile Fang, the representative of Angel's Retribution that River mentioned? Frey asked as she turned to Crocodile Fang. That is me. Crocodile Fang nodded, not daring to put on airs. River mentioned that you had a conflict with someone at the auction venue, Frey stated, narrowing her eyes. Then she pointed at Shi Feng and questioned Crocodile Fang coldly. You couldn't have caused trouble for my guest, guild leader Black Flame, right? This is a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding, Miss Frey. When Crocodile Fang saw Frey's dissatisfied look, he knew that he had provoked someone he shouldn't have provoked. I was only trying to invite guild leader Black Flame for a chat on my friend's behalf. I had no other intentions. I am willing to apologize if I offended Miss Frey's guest. Crocodile Fang's words stunned the surrounding guests. Even Xia Qingying and Endless Scars hadn't expected the arrogant Crocodile Fang to react so flexibly. Misunderstanding? How can you call this a misunderstanding? You were the one trying to snatch our room first. Not only that, but you even wanted to have Big Sis Xia apologize to that guy over there. Drifting Bean retorted in dissatisfaction as she pointed at Zio Quan. Now you say that this was all a misunderstanding. Little girl, I already said I would apologize. What more do you want? Crocodile Fang said, smiling at Drifting Bean nonchalantly. Or do you want Miss Frey to make an enemy out of Angel's Retribution before you are satisfied? Drifting Bean gnashed her teeth at Crocodile Fang's words. However, she dared not say anything more. Crocodile Fang had essentially just employed a feigned retreat. He knew he couldn't afford to offend Frey, so he took the initiative to apologize. By doing so, he could show his respect to Frey while minimizing the humiliation he had to suffer. If Xia Qingying's group continued to pursue the matter, they would become the inconsiderate guests in this situation. Moreover, it was as Crocodile Fang said. Shi Feng was only a guest invited by Frey. Would Frey be willing to burn her bridges with Angel's Retribution for Shi Feng? It should be known that Angel's Retribution was the Angel Sanctuary's #1 power. It could rival the 9 great pseudo-apex powers, similar to the current Red Dragon Nation. What do you think, River? Frey suddenly asked Lunar River, acting like she had not heard what Crocodile Fang and Drifting Bean had just said. However, Frey's words elated Crocodile Fang. It was obvious that Frey did not wish to offend Angel's retribution too terribly. Hence, she sought Lunar River's opinion. And if King's Paradise still wanted to ally with Angel's retribution, the result of asking Lunar River was self-evident. You are one of Desolate Star City's highest authorities. Since this issue happened in Desolate Star City, you naturally have the final say, Lunar River said, chuckling. Her behavior made it seem like she had already given her answer. In the end, it's still all about profits. Drifting Bean felt aggrieved when she heard the exchange between Frey and Lunar River. That person is ultimately Angel's retribution's representative. This is already the ideal outcome for us, Xia Qingying said, consoling the bitter girl beside her. We can't make things difficult for Miss Frey. Stronger. I must become stronger, Drifting Bean inwardly vowed. She decided that she must develop the Blood Wing Adventurer team into a power that even Angel's retribution feared. At that time, she would be able to give Crocodile Fang a piece of her mind in a similar situation. However, before Xia Qingying and Drifting Bean could react, a cold voice suddenly entered their ears and echoed in their minds. In that case, get lost. Desolate Star City doesn't welcome you, Frey shouted at Crocodile Fang and Xiao Quan, her voice sonorous and powerful. It sounded like a pronouncement of fate, and it made everyone in the lobby stare at her in disbelief. Chapter 3841, Chapter 915, Because I Am Stronger, Chapter 915, Because I Am Stronger. Did I mishear? Heavens, does she want to fall out with Angel's retribution? Madness, this is madness. Who is that guy? How can he get Miss Frey to go to such lengths for him? Everyone present was a member of a major power, so they knew that nobody would casually offend a pseudo-apex power, much less do so for an outsider. Such behavior was extremely irrational in God's domain. It should be known that Crocodile Fang represented Angel's retribution. Frey driving him out of Desolate Star City was tantamount to slapping Angel's retribution in the face. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say she was making an enemy of Angel's retribution. Guild leader Black Flame, what is your relationship with Miss Frey? Drifting Bean asked, staring at Shi Feng in astonishment. Why is she willing to help you to such an extent? Xia Qingying and Endless Scars also looked at Shi Feng, finding it incredible that a big shot like Frey would thoroughly offend Angel's retribution for the guild leader of a small guild. If Shi Feng were to say that nothing was going on between him and Frey, nobody would believe him. Miss Frey, Crocodile Fang was stupefied, his eyes filled with confusion as he looked at Frey. Although Crocodile Fang knew that Frey shared close ties with Shi Feng, he had thought that Frey would, at worst, give him a harsh admonishment. Hence, he dared to say what he did to Drifting Bean. It was to remind Frey not to offend Angel's retribution for the sake of a guest. Crocodile Fang had never expected Frey to be willing to thoroughly offend Angel's retribution for Shi Feng. This was insanity. Take them away. I don't want to see them in Desolate Star City in the future, Frey ordered Shoyan, not bothering to even glance at Crocodile Fang. Shoyan was also confused by this situation, and she couldn't help but turn to Lunar River. Frey might be one of Desolate Star City's highest authorities, but even King's Paradise would have to properly consider whether it wanted to provoke a power like Angel's retribution. Furthermore, this issue occurred in Desolate Star City, the mobile city controlled by King's Paradise, so Shoyan felt it would be wiser to let Lunar River make the final decision. Big Sis River, could this be a mistake? I am here on King's Paradise's invitation, Crocodile Fang said, looking at Lunar River with an ugly expression. If I am driven out, there won't be any further negotiations between us. Crocodile Fang knew speaking with Frey was meaningless at this point, so he could only pin his hopes on Lunar River. If he truly was driven out of desolate Star City, it would be a huge embarrassment for him. I already said that Frey has the final say, Lunar River said to Shoyan, ignoring Crocodile Fang's words. Shoyan no longer held any doubts after hearing Lunar River's words. Even so, the shock she felt did not decrease in the slightest. On the contrary, these words intensified it. As a member of King's Paradise, Shoyan knew that King's Paradise did not have any relationship with Shi Feng. She also knew Lunar River was acquainted with Angel's Retribution's current guild leader. Yet, for Shi Feng's sake, or more specifically, for Frey's sake, Lunar River was willing to offend Angel's Retribution. This was a very confusing situation. Why are you still standing there? Lunar River glared at Shoyan. Understood. Shoyan snapped out of her daze and had the other head attendants nearby surround Crocodile Fang's group. Big Sis River, are you going to destroy the long relationship between our two guilds for some outsiders? Crocodile Fang panicked when he saw the approaching head attendants. He felt Lunar River must be out of her mind to choose to abandon King's Paradise's partnership with Angel's Retribution to befriend Frey. Shoyan, take them away, Lunar River said, acting as if she did not hear Crocodile Fang as she had Shoyan escort Crocodile Fang's group to the airport. Her nonchalant expression also made it seem like what she had just done was something trivial. Ultimately, Crocodile Fang could only leave the auction venue in shock and frustration. He had never expected Lunar River to drive him out without hesitation. He felt that she must have truly lost her mind. What Crocodile Fang didn't know was that Lunar River didn't do all this to gain Frey's favor. Instead, she had done it for Shi Feng, Zero Wings guild leader. Originally, Lunar River believed that the Red Dragon Nation and Azure Fang were the true owners of Shattering Town, with Zero Wings serving as a front. Although Frey had stated otherwise, Lunar River had been skeptical. However, after seeing Frey's attitude toward Shi Feng, Lunar River felt that Shattering Town might genuinely be under Zero Wings' control. As expected of one of the most popular figures in the current Greater Gods domain, even Desolate Star City's administrator is willing to do Miss Frey such a huge favor. Zia Qingying exclaimed softly as she watched Crocodile Fang and Zia Quan getting escorted out of the auction venue. Then she turned to the silent Shi Feng and asked, "Guild leader Black Flame, you couldn't have gotten some dirt on Miss Frey, right? Otherwise, why would she stand on your side so decisively?" As the person who had brought Shi Feng into the greater world, Zia Qingying felt that she knew plenty about him. Based on what she knew, it should be impossible for him to have anything to do with Frey. After all, one stayed in Star Lake City this entire time, while the other stayed in Galaxy City, one of the best first-tier mobile cities in the greater world. The two were worlds apart in status. If Zia Qingying had to come up with a reason for Frey to side with Shi Feng, it would be that Shi Feng had blackmail material on Frey. Endless Scars also couldn't help but look at Shi Feng curiously. Frey was the spokesperson of the Red Dragon Nation, an existence that rivaled the 9 great pseudo-apex powers. Even the Grand Elders of the Eternal Chamber of Commerce would have difficulty getting such staunch support from her. "I don't have anything like that," Shi Feng said, shaking his head with a smile. "As for why Miss Frey is willing to help me, I can think of only one reason." "What is it?" Zia Qingying grew even more curious. Frey stood at the top of the Greater Gods domain in status. It wasn't easy to convince someone like her to provide help to such an extent. When Zia Qingying put herself in Frey's shoes, she couldn't think of any reason to offend Angel's Retribution, a pseudo-apex power as strong as the Red Dragon Nation for Shi Feng. "It's because I am stronger than them," Shi Feng said confidently. Chapter 3842, Chapter 916, Everlasting City, Chapter 916, Everlasting City, stronger than them. Zia Qingying looked at Shi Feng's average-sized body, feeling he was joking with her. As for endless scars, although she had her face covered with a veil, it wasn't difficult for those around her to see the disdain under that veil. Realistically speaking, Shi Feng, as a great grandmaster, was indeed stronger than Crocodile Fang. However, Zia Qingying obviously wasn't asking about mental strength standards, but why Frey would go against Angel's retribution for Shi Feng. Zero Wing was stronger than Angel's retribution. No matter how they looked at it, there was no comparison between the two guilds. The two guilds were worlds apart simply in the number of fifth-floor experts and level 230-plus experts each commanded. The current Zero Wing was vastly inferior to even the Blood Wing adventurer team, let alone Angel's retribution. "If you don't want to say it, forget it," Zia Qingying said, giving up on getting an answer from Shi Feng. "Regardless, thanks to your acquaintance with Miss Frey, we managed to get out of this mess. Otherwise, we would have been in deep trouble." When Shi Feng saw Zia Qingying's skepticism, he did not try to explain himself. The current Zero Wing was no longer the same guild that Zia Qingying knew before. Zero Wing had changed dramatically since the Tower of the Abyss's construction, and the guild's fifth-floor experts were skyrocketing in number by the day. Aside from levels and equipment standards, Zero Wing's experts had already exceeded the various pseudo-Apex Powers experts in quantity and quality. As Zero Wing's ally, Frey was well aware of these changes. Although the Red Dragon Nation's fifth-floor experts didn't get the privilege of using the Tower of the Abyss at least 10 times a day like Zero Wing's fifth-floor experts, they still got to use the tower twice daily. This allowed Frey to create a legion rivaling even the trump-card legions of Apex Powers. At this rate, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the Red Dragon Nation was guaranteed to rival Apex Powers. All it needed was time to digest the Tower of the Abyss's benefits. It was also because Frey knew about the Tower of the Abyss's astonishing effects that she knew how terrifying Zero Wing was. If comparing only the quantity and quality of fifth-floor experts in the Eternal Realm, Zero Wing was likely superior to even Apex Powers, let alone Angel's retribution. Furthermore, this was only the trump card that Frey currently knew about. Zero Wing's true trump card right now was Dragon's Crown. However, besides the Primordial Dragon Sanctuary's 10 pseudo-Apex Powers, no other powers in the Greater Gods domain knew about Dragon's Crown. It was also unlikely that this information would spread anytime soon, as none of the Primordial Dragon Sanctuary's 10 pseudo-Apex Powers wanted others to know about Dragon's Crown. Regardless, so long as Frey wasn't dumb, she would naturally know how she should choose in this situation. While Shi Feng and Zia Qingying were talking, Lunar River approached them. "Dear guests, I am truly sorry for the upsetting incident you have experienced in Desolate Star City," Lunar River apologized sincerely. Then she put on an indescribably friendly smile and continued, "As compensation, the auction venue's third-floor allied rooms will be permanently open to you all. Additionally, the city will provide you a 20% discount on all transactions you make in the auction this time." 20%? Is that okay? Drifting Bean asked excitedly. Although many excellent goods were sold at the trade fair, nothing had grabbed her attention. However, Desolate Star City's auction was a different story. It was rumored that the auction would sell even divine artifacts. Although she wouldn't necessarily be able to afford a divine artifact, she should be able to buy the materials needed to repair her fragmented divine artifact. Such materials were rarely seen under normal circumstances. Now that the various powers were willing to sell even divine artifacts, they would naturally sell materials necessary to repair fragmented divine artifacts as well. However, many auction items did not come from King's Paradise. If Lunar River offered them a 20% discount, this also meant that King's Paradise would have to foot the bill for that 20%. With each transaction worth tens of thousands of eternal gold or more, this 20% discount could end up becoming a significant expenditure for King's Paradise. Of course, this is Desolate Star City's apology, Lunar River said, smiling. Then she guided Shi Feng and the others into the auction hall. This scene made the various powers members present jealous. However, when they considered the relationship between Shi Feng and Frey, they kept their jealousy to themselves. Those local to the Starlight continent even reported this situation to their superiors in detail, prohibiting their members from provoking Zero Wing. Otherwise, they would be responsible for the consequences of their actions. As for Desolate Star City's auction, it turned out grander than expected. Over 10,000 items were sold in the auction, many of which were fragmented divine artifacts and rare materials needed to repair fragmented divine artifacts. There were even 2 divine artifacts. However, as each divine artifact sold for more than 500,000 eternal gold, most attending powers could only sigh helplessly. If Shi Feng hadn't secretly spent 1.27 million eternal gold to buy 120 eternal stones, he would have bid on those 2 divine artifacts. Xia Qingying and Drifting Bean also gained a significant harvest. Xia Qingying bought herself another high-quality, fragmented divine artifact, while Drifting Bean collected enough materials to repair her fragmented divine artifact. After the auction, Xia Qingying hastily returned to the Green God Corporation's main headquarters because of an urgent matter. As for Shi Feng, just as he was about to take a passenger plane back to Star Lake City, Shoyun suddenly invited him to have a chat at the city lord's manor. Guild leader Black Flame, forgive me for inviting you here on such short notice, Lunar River said, getting up from her seat when she saw Shi Feng entering her office. Then she poured a cup of tea and pushed it across her desk. It's nothing special, but have a taste of this tea steeped with Stardew. Its mental recovery properties are slightly stronger than that of Stardew. It should accelerate the recovery of your mental strength. Shi Feng drank the tea without reservation. Immediately, he experienced a sense of comfort that spread to his soul. Like Lunar River said, the tea's recovery properties were superior to Stardew's. He even felt that his mental strength would make a full recovery by the time he returned to Star Lake City. After experiencing the tea's effects, Shi Feng bluntly asked, "What business do you have with me, Miss River?" "You are a very straightforward person, Guild leader Black Flame," Lunar River said, stroking her long hair. Then she sat down and continued with a smile, "In that case, I will speak frankly on behalf of King's Paradise. I have heard from Miss Frey that your guild is fully responsible for constructing the Tower of the Abyss. I dare say that the tower's value is limitless. The only problem is that the Eternal Realms players have outgrown the maps surrounding Shattering Town, making it wasteful to have the Tower of the Abyss remain there. If the Tower of the Abyss is constructed in a big city with a player population exceeding 100 million, the profits it can generate for Zero Wing will increase by at least 100-fold. Could you elaborate on the main point, Miss River?" Shi Feng asked, then calmly took another sip of tea. "Guild leader Black Flame, you may not be aware, but there is a reason why the Eternal Realm's various pseudo-apex powers and apex powers, as well as its many hidden powers, are not rushing to attack Shattering Town," Lunar River said leisurely, looking at Shi Feng's calm composure. 7 days ago, a massive island appeared in the Eternal Realm's central region. There is an incredibly old city on that island called Everlasting City. The city is very special. Although many NPCs live in it, it is enveloped by a barrier that prevents players from entering. According to investigations, Everlasting City hosts a monthly competition for players. During the competition, the various powers can send as many teams of players as they want into the city to occupy land. Currently, though, All players who exceed level 220 will have their levels suppressed to level 220 once they enter the city. Of the teams that participate in the competition, the top 10 teams that occupy the most land can receive a Great Lord token, which can be used to construct a guild city anywhere in the Eternal Realm. Teams that manage to occupy at least 4 plots of land will also receive a set of Eternal World Magic Array scrolls that can help defend against the Eternal Realm's Void Beast Tide. You might not have heard of the Void Beast Tide, but it is a periodic disaster that occurs in the Eternal Realm once every few months or at least once a year. In the face of a Void Beast Tide, most cities and towns will be devoured. Only a few cities can barely withstand it. Currently, King's Paradise is one of the few powers that have the ability to secure the Eternal World Magic Array. Our teams even have the potential to enter the top 10. So long as Zero Wing is willing to hand over half the shares of the Tower of the Abyss and reconstruct it in King's Paradise's Guild City, King's Paradise will guarantee that Zero Wing receives a set of Eternal World Magic Array scrolls after every competition and never falls to a Void Beast Tide. What do you think of this proposal, Guild Leader Black Flame? Chapter 3843, Chapter 917. Laura's Gift, Chapter 917. Laura's Gift. Of course, if you find that the price is too much, I am willing to settle for just 1/3 of the Tower of the Abyss's shares. Lunar River quickly amended her words when Shi Feng remained silent. Then she continued in a confident tone. Everlasting Cities competition will involve all 3 races living in the Eternal Realm, so its intensity will be unprecedented. Most participating pseudo-apex powers might have trouble occupying even 1 plot of land, let alone 4. Although King's Paradise has been operating behind the scenes for quite some time now, we can absolutely rival apex powers. We were only unlucky in timing when we tried to take the next step over half a century ago. Lunar River was confident that Shi Feng would ultimately side with King's Paradise. This was because the average pseudo-apex power couldn't even make any waves in an all-out fight among the 3 races, so Everlasting Cities competition was destined to be a contest among apex and royal powers. If Zero Wing wished to survive the Eternal Realm's upcoming disaster, its best choice would be to partner with King's Paradise. Although it also had the option of partnering with one of the 9 great pseudo-apex powers, their asking price would be much more excessive. In fact, Lunar River was certain that Shi Feng already knew why the 9 great pseudo-apex powers hadn't taken action against Shattering Town thus far. It was because they were waiting for the upcoming Void Beast Tide to destroy Shattering Town and give them an opportunity to occupy the Tower of the Abyss for themselves. The Void Beast Tide, is it? That is indeed troublesome. Shi Feng nodded. The monsters of the Void Beast Tide came from the depths of the void, so they had incredibly high levels. This was something he had witnessed in his previous life. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call the Void Beast Tide an apocalyptic disaster. Subsequently, he smiled at Lunar River and asked, "Miss River, may I know how your guild compares to a royal power?" A royal power? Shi Feng's question stunned Lunar River. She couldn't understand why he would ask such a question. However, she still made a rough estimate and answered, "Compared to the holy race's royal powers that currently operate in the Eternal Realm, I'd say we have 30% of a royal power's strength." 30%? That's quite significant, Shi Feng said, nodding. That should put King's Paradise in an above-average position in the struggle among the 3 races. May I know what you mean by this, Guild Leader Black Flame? Lunar River frowned at Shi Feng's nonchalant evaluation. Do you think King's Paradise is weak? No, that's not what I meant, Shi Feng said, shaking his head. Then he calmly smiled and continued. What I mean is that King's Paradise still isn't strong enough to take 1/3 of the Tower of the Abyss's shares. Shortly after the holy race constructed the Tower of the Abyss in his previous life, many of its royal powers had fought over it. At the time, apex powers weren't even qualified to participate in the conflict. Yet, despite only rivaling apex powers, King's Paradise dared to demand 1/3 of the Tower of the Abyss's shares. It even demanded that the Tower of the Abyss be moved to its guild city. This was nothing more than a pipe dream. King's Paradise simply did not understand the horrors of owning the Tower of the Abyss. Guild leader Black Flame, it is estimated that the next Void Beast Tide will occur in less than a month, while Everlasting City's competition will be held tomorrow. This is Zero Wing's last chance to get a good price. Once the competition is over, King's Paradise's price will no longer be as generous, Lunar River said, half amused and half fuming. She had never imagined that there would come a day when someone would look down on King's Paradise. "Thank you for your goodwill. If there is nothing else, I will be taking my leave," Shi Feng said before turning around and leaving. He had no intention of continuing this discussion. "Bastard, arrogant bastard, you are as arrogant as the rumors say." When Shi Feng had left the room, Lunar River finally snapped, throwing Shi Feng's teacup to the floor and cursing. "Fine, have it your way. We'll see if you can stay arrogant after the competition." After leaving the city lord's manor, Shi Feng quickly rented a supersonic passenger plane through the God's Domain Association, returned to Star Lake City, and logged back into God's domain. Additionally, he had hidden Soul and Gentle Snow try to have all of Zero Wing's level 200 plus 5th floor experts gather at Shattering Town as soon as possible. Although his discussions with Lunar River had not ended on a happy note, she had reminded him about Everlasting City's competition. Everlasting City's competition was very well known in his previous life during the Eternal Realm's middle stages. This was because it was one of the few events where the three races had competed with one another using their full might. However, due to the holy race's overwhelming strength, the human race never saw success in the competition. The various human powers could only rely on themselves to survive the Eternal Realm's Void Beast Tides. Hence, the various human powers had suffered tragic losses whenever a Void Beast Tide occurred, with some even having their progress in the Eternal Realm wiped out. Now that Zero Wing had Dragon's Crown backing it, it naturally had to compete in Everlasting City's competition. When Shi Feng came online, he noticed a pair of big blue eyes staring at him. These eyes belonged to Heiser, the current strongest chosen one of Holy Dragon Spear. "Guild leader Black Flame, you're finally back. Do you know how long I've been waiting for you?" Heiser grumbled at Shi Feng. "Do you have business with me?" Shi Feng looked at Heiser in surprise. "Of course. Before my teacher left, she wanted me to pass on an item and a critical message to you," Heiser said as she retrieved an old, dilapidated stone tablet from her bag. "Teacher said that you might have refused this item before, but you'd certainly need it in the future. She mentioned that it was especially useful for people who were challenging that step." A golden law, people who were challenging that step. Shi Feng was confused when he saw the stone tablet that Laura had offered to give him in the past. The existence of gold tablets was no secret in the greater God's domain. There were 88 gold tablets, each recording a complete gold combat technique. For the various powers, it was indeed a precious treasure. Even for the current Zero Wing, a gold tablet could significantly add to the guild's foundation. However, Laura's message puzzled him. People who were challenging that step. If Laura was referring to experts trying to advance to the 6th floor standard, a complete gold combat technique was indeed a helpful reference. However, it was by no means necessary. Moreover, judging by Laura's words, she wasn't referring to the 6th floor standard. "Ah. I'm drained. Now that I've passed that item to you, I can finally log off." After handing over the tablet, Heiser promptly pulled up her system interface and logged out of the game, leaving Shi Feng staring blankly at the stone tablet in his hand. About half an hour later, a chill suddenly ran down Shi Feng's spine as he looked at the seemingly familiar stone tablet. A goddess tablet. Chapter 3844, Chapter 918, 19th Goddess Tablet, Chapter 918, 19th Goddess Tablet. Could this be a mistake? Shi Feng had analyzed Laura's stone tablet using many mana interpretation methods. However, no matter how many methods he applied, the outcome was always the same. They all pointed to the dilapidated tablet being a goddess tablet. However, this goddess tablet wasn't any of the 18 goddess tablets. According to the information he deciphered, this was the 19th tablet the goddess of space had created long after the 18 goddess tablets. At first glance, the stone tablet merely recorded 3 golden laws. In reality, these 3 golden laws were the key to unlocking the biggest secret contained within the 18 goddess tablets. They also served as a tracker for the 18 goddess tablets. However, this function cost 10,000 god crystals per activation and had a cooldown of 1 natural day. 10,000 god crystals per activation. Even apex powers would choke at this price. Shi Feng stared at the 19th goddess tablet in exasperation. Originally, he wanted to contact Laura and ask her about the tablet, but he found that her name was grayed out, indicating that she couldn't be reached. It seems I'll have to find a solution on my own. The 18 goddess tablets were indeed of utmost importance to him. They recorded rare and powerful combat techniques and mana techniques, and they were likely crucial to his promotion to Tier 7. Judging by the actions of Ink Crystal's party during the Continental Championship, the Crystallians knew how to advance to Tier 7. They even had a 6th floor expert long before the Tower of the Abyss was constructed. Yet, never had he heard of anybody from any of the 3 races successfully getting promoted to Tier 7 in his previous life. This showed that the difficulty of reaching Tier 7 was beyond imagination. Based on the information he had now, he was certain that 6th floor experts fully equipped with divine artifacts were not strong enough to reach Tier 7. In other words, if he did not find a way to become even stronger, he'd have no chance of conquering his Tier 7 promotion land. Besides the 4th goddess tablet that I own, I know the whereabouts of 2 other goddess tablets. Therefore, I only need to accumulate 150,000 god crystals to locate the remaining 15 goddess tablets. After thinking it over, Shi Feng felt he had a good chance of collecting all of the 18 goddess tablets. He only needed 150,000 god crystals to do so. But before that, I need to get my hands on an eternal world magic array. Otherwise, Shattering Town might not survive the impending disaster. Shi Feng pulled up his friends list and contacted Purgatory Jade. Guild leader Black Flame, do you have good news for us again? You contacted me so soon after you came back online, Purgatory Jade said jokingly. Vice Guild leader Jade, you jest. But I do have a beneficial offer for Dragon's Crown, Shi Feng said, slightly shocked when he noticed the change in Purgatory Jade's equipment. It had only been a day since they last met, yet Purgatory Jade had already replaced her level 240 taboo legendary equipment with fragmented divine artifacts. She had also replaced her previous shields with divine shields. The transformation was simply terrifying. If he hadn't known that Dragon's Crown had no foundations in the greater god's domain, he would have suspected that the guild had been operating in the primordial dragon sanctuary for many years already. Well, what is it? Purgatory Jade asked, smiling. So long as it is something Dragon's Crown can accomplish, we will cooperate to the best of our abilities, Guild leader Black Flame. After separating from Shi Feng, Purgatory Jade had promptly tasked Dragon's Crown's members with investigating the primordial dragon sanctuary and the greater god's domain. Although they couldn't conduct a comprehensive investigation due to time constraints, they still managed to learn about Zero Wing's circumstances in the greater God's domain. While Zero Wing might not be as strong as Purgatory Jade expected, she felt it was a worthwhile partner for Dragon's Crown. On the contrary, Dragon's Crown might even benefit from Zero Wing being weaker than expected. After all, this gave Dragon's Crown more opportunities to display its value to Zero Wing, thereby encouraging Zero Wing to continue summoning Dragon's Crown's members to the greater God's domain. In only a day, Purgatory Jade had already benefited greatly from the primordial dragon sanctuary, which increased her ambitions toward the greater God's domain. Now all she needed was more time to realize these ambitions, and the only way she could get more time in the greater God's domain was by getting Zero Wing to keep summoning Dragon's Crown's members. "I'm afraid I will need you all to take direct action this time, Vice Guild Leader Jade," Shi Feng said after some thought. "As you will have to fight against many experts, how does 1,000 intermediate divine engraving scrolls sound? Experts. Are they strong?" Purgatory Jade was surprised to hear Shi Feng mention the word expert. Purgatory Jade knew about Shi Feng's strength. While he might not be a sixth-floor expert, he was strong enough to trade blows with sixth-floor experts. Since he recognized their upcoming opponents as experts, it must mean that these opponents were quite strong. However, according to their investigation, the greater God's domain barely had any half-step mortal gods, let alone bona fide sixth-floor experts. "They are very strong," Shi Feng said sternly. Although he had never heard about any sixth-floor experts existing during the Eternal Realm's early stages in his previous life, Ink Crystal's appearance in the last Continental Championship proved that at least one hidden sixth-floor expert existed before the Tower of the Abyss's advent. And now that Ink Crystal had revealed herself, her appearance might cause a butterfly effect that led to other hidden sixth-floor experts making their public debut. If the Holy Race and the Crystallian Race's hidden sixth-floor experts were to appear, paired with their equipment advantage and the competition's level restriction, Dragon's Crown would be in for a tough fight. How interesting. When Purgatory Jade saw Shi Feng's serious expression, she knew he wasn't joking. This led her to wonder how there could be so many experts in the greater God's domain. "Okay, we'll accept this deal. When will we meet? And where?" "As soon as possible." "I will send you the coordinates of our meeting point," Shi Feng said as he sent his hotel's coordinates to Purgatory Jade. "Okay, we'll be there in half an hour," Purgatory Jade answered after looking at the coordinates. Then she disconnected the call. "Big Sis Jade, did something happen on Zero Wing's side again?" Kowloon Demon asked as he looted the weapons and equipment scattered on the ground. They were all items dropped by players. "It's nothing. He just wants us to fight some experts," Purgatory Jade said, smiling. "All right, pack up. We're returning immediately." "Are there really experts for us to fight in the greater God's domain, Big Sis Jade?" Kowloon Demon asked, feeling a little frustrated as he looked at the ruins of the Twin Wolves Guild's holy city. "That berserker god called Fierce Wolf who came to challenge us was supposed to be the primordial dragon sanctuary's sixth strongest expert. Yet he didn't last even one move against you. I thought the 12 sanctuaries were supposed to be the center of the greater God's domain. If that guy's performance is indicative of the greater God's domain standards, I doubt any of the greater God's domain's experts can pose a challenge to us. This place is nothing like our homeworld. Just obey my orders. You'll get a chance to show off once we return." Purgatory Jade glared at Kowloon Demon. Then she promptly had everyone teleport back to Flame Vein Holy City using a return scroll. On the other side, after his call with Purgatory Jade, Shi Feng promptly used a Tier 6 teleportation scroll to go to a vast forest several maps away from Flame Vein Holy City. It should be fine to summon Kalisha here. After surveying his surroundings, Shi Feng retrieved the Empress's scales from his bag and activated the primordial dragon legacy crystal to summon Kalisha. Chapter 3845, Chapter 919, Primordial Dragon's Blessing. Chapter 919, Primordial Dragon's Blessing. As Shi Feng held up the primordial dragon legacy crystal enchanted, a spatial crack spanning dozens of kilometers appeared above the vast forest. It looked like the sky was being torn apart, striking fear in the monsters and players in the map. A moment later, a pair of gigantic hands emerged from the spatial crack and pried it wide open. Then, a titanic figure over 10,000 meters tall walked out of the spatial crack, radiating a terrifying divine might that made the souls of all creatures in the forest shudder. Subsequently, the titanic figure pointed at a figure on the ground, emitting invisible ripples that instantly spread hundreds of thousands of yards. All creatures that came into contact with these ripples, whether level 200 plus regional bosses or level 220 plus, tier 6 players fainted without resistance. Thank goodness I didn't summon her in the city. Shi Feng sighed in relief when he saw the commotion Kalisha had caused. A mere mental ripple from Kalisha had caused all life within a several hundred-mile radius to lose consciousness. The consequences would have been unimaginable if he had summoned her inside Flame Vein Holy City. Although traces of gods could be found in the Greater Gods Domain's 12 sanctuaries, it was a different story for ancient gods. Should an ancient god appear, the various powers would immediately mobilize all their forces in pursuit. In the case of Kalisha, an existence capable of rivaling primordial gods, even apex powers would try to track her down at all costs. Normally, players who completed quests assigned by ancient gods could obtain lost legacies from the Greater Gods Domain's primordial era. If they were lucky, they might even obtain clues pertaining to the Tier 7 promotion. These factors were more than enough to make the various powers go crazy. With Kalisha being an existence that rivaled primordial gods, it would only be natural to assume that her quests would offer even greater rewards. Heavens blessed, it seems you are very lucky. I didn't think you would recover my lost possession so quickly, Kalisha said with a satisfied smile when she saw the Empress's scales in Shi Feng's hands. With this item, I will soon be able to regain all my strength and no longer have to hide from those evil gods and demon gods. As per our agreement, you are now my true contractor. For your valiant efforts, I will give you 3 options for your reward. The first option is a phantom crystal I made. Sealed inside it is a trace of my consciousness. You can use it to conjure an illusion doppelganger of me to assist you in battle for 3 hours. The second option is a request for me to take action once in person. The third option is a growth-type Tier 7 spellbook passed down by a primordial god. It is something that I found in the depths of the Void Sea. I have yet to fully recover my strength, so I cannot stay for long. You have 30 seconds to consider. System, congratulations. You have completed the second stage of the inferior mythical quest Sanctuary's Rise, rewarding 5 levels. Kalisha's favorability of you has increased by 100 points. You have become Kalisha's true soul contractor and obtained the complete primordial dragon's power. Following the system notification, Shi Feng's level increased from 218 to 223, catching up to the Greater Gods Domain's mainstream Tier 6 players' levels. However, the increase in his level did not attract Shi Feng's attention. Instead, he focused on the 3 options Kalisha had given him. Any of the rewards Kalisha offered could cause an uproar across the Greater Gods Domain. Regarding the first option's Phantom Crystal, while the conjured Phantom wouldn't be as strong as Kalisha herself, it could stay in battle for 3 hours. Whether it was used to fight a guild war or raid a taboo boss, it would be very useful. The second option's request was also amazing. Although he could request Kalisha to make only 1 move for him, she would do so in her peak condition. In other words, he could get an existence that rivaled primordial gods to make a move for him. He wouldn't trade away this valuable opportunity, even for multiple divine artifacts. As for the third option's growth-type Tier 7 spellbook, countless Tier 6 players would go crazy over such an item. Normally, even if a Tier 6 player obtained a Tier 7 spellbook by some miracle, they wouldn't be able to learn it due to tier restrictions. However, growth-type spellbooks were an exception. Players of any tier could learn them. Moreover, players could upgrade a growth-type spell all the way to its maximum tier as long as the growth conditions were met. In other words, a growth-type Tier 7 spellbook could let players who were Tier 6 or below obtain a bona fide Tier 7 spell. The value of such a spellbook easily exceeded that of several dozen divine artifacts. It was truly a priceless treasure. As the 30-second time limit approached, Kalisha asked, "Have you decided yet?" "I picked the Phantom Crystal," Shi Feng answered firmly. Although the second and third reward options were extremely tempting, they couldn't solve his immediate concern, which was the fight against the Undying Mother. After nearly getting wiped at the end of the Tosa's raid, Shi Feng knew better than to rely on a devastating strike to kill a taboo boss. If he wanted good odds for conquering the Undying Mother, his best bet would be the Phantom Crystal. Although Kalisha's Phantom wouldn't be as strong as the real deal, it should still be able to hold its ground against one of the 22 taboos. After all, while the 22 taboos were powerful, they ultimately hadn't reached the standard of primordial gods. On the other hand, Kalisha was an existence that rivaled primordial gods. As for the third option's growth-type Tier 7 spell book, while it might be priceless to others, Shi Feng didn't strictly need it, as he had the Abyssal Eye. "As you wish." At Shi Feng's answer, Kalisha conjured a silver crystal and handed it to him. "Now that you have obtained my complete power, this also means that you have become a thorn in the eyes of those evil gods and demon gods. Those things will remain a significant threat to you before I fully recover and eliminate them, so try to master my strength as quickly as possible." After that reminder, Kalisha turned into a streak of light and disappeared into the spatial crack, leaving Shi Feng stupefied as he stared at the latest system notification. "System. Warning. Warning. Evil gods and demon gods now view you as a true enemy. You have triggered a life curse, causing you to lose 10% of your basic attributes permanently every time you die. An evil demon's shadow will also attack you once every 30 natural days. The evil demon's shadow will grow stronger with time. To lift the curse, you must kill the evil gods and demon gods responsible for cursing you." "Fuck!" Shi Feng swore subconsciously when he saw the system notification. Previously, the curse of the evil gods and demon gods only caused him to be periodically attacked by evil demon shadows, which was not a big problem for him. But now, the curse would also cause him to lose 10% of his basic attributes every time he died. This was a massive penalty, especially when he was aiming to get promoted to Tier 7. However, despite his frustration, Shi Feng didn't dwell on the matter for long. He quickly shifted his thoughts to the power Kalisha mentioned. Although he had already enjoyed Kalisha's blessing before, its effects were limited, as she had lost much of her strength. Now that Kalisha had obtained a primordial dragon relic and recovered her lost strength, he could finally use the complete primordial dragon's power. TL notes. FYI, the soul contract was introduced in Chapter 291. Players who signed a soul contract would have to permanently contribute a portion of their soul to the contractor to gain a portion of the contractor's power. Up to 10 advanced chapters are available for $5 at Hosted Novel. Chapter 3846, Chapter 920. Zero Wings Blade, Chapter 920. Zero Wings Blade. So this is the true primordial dragon's blessing. Surprise colored Shi Feng's eyes as he read the Primordial Dragon's Powers introduction. Primordial Dragon's Power. As the sole contractor of the Dragon Princess Kalisha, you may have Kalisha possess your body and transform you into a primordial dragon for 5 minutes. You will have the intuition of a primordial dragon throughout this duration. Cooldown. 3 natural days. Primordial dragons were akin to myths to the greater gods' domains players. Even the various Apex Powers executives had only ever heard about primordial dragons. Never had they seen one. Everyone only knew that primordial dragons were existences equal to primordial gods. Generally, even a sliver of a primordial dragon's strength or legacy could let an ordinary player stand at the apex of the greater god's domain. As for becoming a primordial dragon, that was not something players dared to think about. No wonder the system warning was so over the top. If it means being able to have such power, getting hunted by every evil god and demon god in existence is a small price to pay. Many players would even be willing to get hunted by the entire greater god's domain. As Shi Feng looked at the dragon pattern on the back of his right hand, he suddenly felt that he had received an enormous windfall. He even felt this was the most significant harvest he had ever obtained since he started playing God's domain, transforming into a primordial dragon. Setting aside the all-around improvements players could receive from becoming a primordial dragon, simply the intuition of a primordial dragon could already be considered unimaginable wealth. So long as players utilized it properly, it could help them improve their strength much more effectively than even the Tower of the Abyss. Although the Tower of the Abyss was incredible, it ultimately only functioned to provide players with opponents. Players' intuition remained unchanged, and they'd have to rely on themselves to fumble around and achieve enlightenment. However, it was a different story if players transformed into a primordial dragon. Besides their extremely high life rating, dragons were strong because their intuition was vastly superior to that of other races. As primordial dragons were existences that transcended dragons, their intuition was naturally even more superb. If players could learn with a primordial dragon's intuition, they'd be able to improve at the speed of light. After Kalisha left, the monsters and players in the forest regained consciousness. Noticing this, Shi Feng dared not linger, promptly using a return scroll to teleport back to Flame Vein Holy City. Then, he met up with Dragon's Crown's members and used world-breaking teleportation to travel back to Zero Wing's residence in Shattering Town. Eternal Realm, Shattering Town, Zero Wing's residence. Due to Shi Feng's summons, the originally crowded guild residence became even more congested. Teams of Zero Wing experts returned to the residence every few minutes, the sight shocking many of Zero Wing's new members and passers-by. What's going on? Why have so many of Zero Wing's experts returned? The Snow Goddess Gentle Snow, the Reincarnated Spear Demon Fervent Samsara, Knight's Blade Heavy Abyss, Demon Queen Phoenix Rain, the Twin Shadows Hidden Soul and Fire Dance, the Phantom Flower Shadow Flower, the Purple Witch of Lightning Jailurong, Shadow Spear Crimson Heart. Why have all these divine glory list debutantes gathered? Aren't they supposed to be fighting the holy race on the World Arc's frontlines? It's not just them. Even Zero Wing's younger generation experts have gathered. Half an hour ago, I saw Wordless Ember, Sleeping Quicksand, and Jun Luosha returning to Zero Wing's residence. These are all experts who have gone undefeated in the battle arena. Why have so many experts gathered? Is something going to happen to Shattering Town? The players residing in Shattering Town were very familiar with Zero Wing's experts. Initially, everyone thought that Zero Wing was doomed after the Holy Race decided to give it special attention, and Zero Wing's guild leader Black Flame suddenly went missing. However, as Zero Wing's casualties increased, experts started emerging in the guild one after another. These experts thrived on the World Arc's front lines, their contributions eventually earning Zero Wing the recognition that it was comparable to pseudo-apex powers. Now that all of these Zero Wing experts had gathered, it was difficult for others not to overthink matters. Vice Guild Leader Soul, why did the guild leader gather us so urgently? Nightingale Zhu Yalan asked Hidden Soul out of curiosity. Is an apex power planning to attack us? Clear Sky Lin Yayu also looked at Hidden Soul curiously. Zhu Yalan and Lin Yayu had joined Zero Wing not long ago. Although they had never participated in any of Zero Wing's major battles, they knew something big must be happening now that so many of the guild's fifth-floor experts had gathered. I have no idea, Hidden Soul said, smiling wryly. The guild leader simply contacted Snow and me and told us to gather everyone out of the blue. An apex power is attacking us. Isn't that great news? I've been wanting to test the gold combat technique I created in the Tower of the Abyss, Jai Liurong, who had risen to level 224, said eagerly. Indeed. Phoenix Rain, who had reached level 225, agreed with Jai Liurong's sentiment. Although the Tower of the Abyss can simulate various powerful opponents, those fifth-floor opponents are too strong for us to fight properly. If we could fight fifth-floor experts of roughly equal strength, we might have an easier time achieving a breakthrough. Although they had fought many experts from the Holy Race and other human powers since entering the Eternal Realm, these experts varied in combat standards, and most hadn't even reached the fifth-floor standard. With the recent improvements they had achieved, thanks to the Tower of the Abyss, the improvements they could achieve through field PvP had become extremely limited. In their current state, they could only improve quickly by fighting the experts of apex powers. Amidst the discussions of Zero Wing's experts, Shi Feng arrived at the residence's courtyard with the cloaked members of Dragon's Crown. When the thousands of Zero Wing members in the courtyard saw him, they promptly stood to attention. Guild Leader, are we really going to war with an apex power? Shi Feng was astonished as he looked at the experts in the courtyard. It was especially so when he looked at Hidden Soul, Phoenix Rain, Crimson Heart, Shadow Flower, and the others who had come forward to greet him. In his previous life, these were all experts who had made a name for themselves after entering the Greater God's domain. Now, not only had they joined Zero Wing, but their talents had also started to shine. Additionally, they had all reached the fifth-floor standard and were all at level 220 or higher. Moreover, they were fully equipped with legendary equipment, and the weapons they wielded were at least fragmented divine artifacts. Of all these experts, Gentle Snow's and Phoenix Rain's improvements stood out the most. Since Gentle Snow passed the Goddess Armament's trial and received the Tower of the Abyss's assistance, her combat standard had soared to indiscernible heights. Shi Feng already felt threatened when he got within 20 yards of her. As for Phoenix Rain, she had apparently encountered a fortuitous opportunity since entering the Eternal Realm. Not only did she sport a divine staff, but her concentration had also reached the Tier 6 limit standard. This was simply incredible. So, this is Zero Wing. When Purgatory Jade scanned the courtyard, she found that Zero Wing had far more experts than she anticipated. It looked nothing like a recently established guild. Guild Leader, all 534 of the guild's level 200 plus fifth-floor experts have gathered, Hidden Soul reported after arriving before Shi Feng. Good. Shi Feng was surprised that Zero Wing now had over 500 fifth-floor experts. He hadn't expected the Tower of the Abyss to be so effective. Now, Zero Wing already had enough fifth-floor experts to rival what the pseudo-apex powers had in the Eternal Realm. Also, Vice Guild Leader Frey had someone deliver a confidential letter to you not long ago. It was entrusted to her by King's Paradise. Hidden Soul said as she proffered a letter to Shi Feng. She said you might change your mind once you read it. Chapter 3847, Chapter 921, Commotion at Everlasting City. Chapter 921, Commotion at Everlasting City. No need. Have someone return this letter to Vice Guild Leader Frey, Shi Feng said, waving his hand and refusing to accept the letter. Tell her that I won't be negotiating that matter. Guild Leader, are you sure you don't want to take a look? Hidden Soul asked worriedly. Although she knew nothing about the power known as King's Paradise, it was unlikely to be a nobody, considering it could get Frey to send a message on its behalf. Moreover, even if they ignored King's Paradise's strength, the letter's contents should be of great importance since King's Paradise chose to send its message through such confidential means. Not to mention, Frey had deliberately emphasized that the letter might change Shi Feng's mind. I already know what's written inside, so there's no need to read it, Shi Feng said, chuckling as he looked at the worried Hidden Soul. But you can let everyone have a look at it. Let us have a look. Hidden Soul was stunned. Can we? Of course. I was about to tell you all about the letter's contents anyway, Shi Feng said, nodding. Even without reading Lunar River's letter, Shi Feng could tell that the woman was going to tell him how intense Everlasting City's competition would be, and that he should give up his pointless struggle and trade away his control over the Tower of the Abyss. However, what she didn't know was that he understood the competition better than anyone else from the human race. Subsequently, Hidden Soul followed Shi Feng's instructions and shared the letter's contents with everyone who would participate in Everlasting City's competition. Everlasting City. Phoenix Rain's pupils shrank as she read the letter's contents. Heavens! 6 royal powers, 35 apex powers, and over 1,000 pseudo-apex powers from the 3 races will participate in the competition. Hidden Soul was similarly shocked. It should be known that the human race's greater god's domain had fewer than 200 pseudo-apex powers, while its apex powers numbered less than 10. Yet, the number of pseudo-apex powers that would participate in Everlasting City's competition was more than 5 times what the human race had, while the number of participating apex powers was more than triple. Moreover, there was no limit to how many members each power could mobilize. The competition's intensity would be dozens of times greater than that of the Crucible of the Ancients. All the Zero Wing members gathered were shocked after learning this news. They had never expected such a frightening battle to take place in the Eternal Realm. Even apex powers would be nothing more than ants in this battle, let alone pseudo-apex powers. How interesting. Purgatory Jade's eyes lit up with a hint of fighting spirit after she finished reading the letter. Originally, she was pretty disappointed with the greater god's domain after learning more about it. However, Everlasting City's competition finally gave her a sense of challenge. Guild Leader Black Flame, will we fight for Everlasting City's land? Kowloon Demon asked excitedly. We'll try to occupy 4 plots, Shi Feng said, nodding. Only 4. Isn't that too little? Kowloon Demon felt that Shi Feng's ambition was too small, especially considering Zero Wing had Dragon's Crown's assistance. It's already a lot, Shi Feng said, chuckling as he looked at the confident Kowloon Demon. Although we have your help this time, Everlasting City has only 144 plots of occupiable land. There aren't even enough for every participating apex power and royal power to occupy 4 plots. Furthermore, these powers won't just mobilize a fraction of their experts. They will commit all their available manpower. Additionally, some of these powers will recruit experts of other powers as mercenaries. I estimate that each participating power will have at least 1,000 fifth-floor experts. We also have to split our forces to occupy and defend 4 separate plots of land. Not to mention, some powers will likely join forces near the end of the competition. So, occupying 4 plots of land is easier said than done. Indeed. Kowloon Demon fell silent after hearing this. He had already achieved the minimum equipment standard to be considered an apex expert in the greater god's domain. So long as his opponents didn't come at him with a sixth-floor expert of their own or overwhelming numbers, he would have no trouble safeguarding a plot of land. After including Purgatory Jade, Dragon's Crown could guarantee the occupation of 2 plots of land. However, any more than that would be stretching it. Furthermore, what Kowloon Demon didn't know was that the human race and the holy race possessed foundations that couldn't be threatened easily by a few sixth-floor experts. Snow, Rain, come with me. Shi Feng instructed gentle Snow and Phoenix Rain quietly. Shi Feng knew that Zero Wing would not be able to occupy 4 plots of land in Everlasting City's competition if it relied solely on Dragon's Crown. Even if they set aside the holy race's apex and royal powers, the human race's many pseudo-apex powers were more than enough to give any sixth-floor expert a run for their money. He wouldn't even be surprised if Kowloon Demon and Purgatory Jade got killed in action. After all, such occurrences had happened more than once in the war between the human race and the holy race in his previous life. Otherwise, the holy race would have long since occupied the human race's 12 sanctuaries. Hence, when Shi Feng considered participating in Everlasting City's competition, he had already decided to use the Dark Divine Silver to upgrade Gentle Snow's Chaos Windblade into an exclusive divine artifact. Additionally, he intended to give the 2 pseudo-tier 7 spells, All-Consuming Fire and Soul World, to whichever magical class expert in the guild had tier 6 limit concentration. If not for the eternal stones he bought at Desolate Star City's auction, needing a day to several days to arrive, he would have even lent the Eternity Crown and the Eternity Gauntlets to Gentle Snow to increase her overall strength further. While Shi Feng was preparing for Everlasting City's competition, a 5,000-meter-long flying ship crashed through space and arrived above a small island in the Eternal Realm's southern region. However, the instant the flying ship exited the void, it immediately lost all power and plummeted to the island. Vice Guild Leader River, we have reached the designated location. The flying ship has only 2% durability remaining. It will take at least half a month of repairing before it is ready to fly again. A level 240 old man wearing a divine artifact-ranked gray robe reported respectfully to a woman who looked like the personification of darkness. Good. Proceed according to plan. All 4,000 combatants will follow me to Everlasting City, while all logistics members will remain here to help with the repairs and the construction of defenses. Lunar River commanded through her suit of armor. Then, she gazed in the direction of Everlasting City, which was over 1,000,000 yards away, and stated determinedly, "It's time we let the world know about King's Paradise." After saying so, Lunar River summoned a 500-meter-long, Tier 6 three-headed phoenix and took off on it. Upon seeing this, the rest of King's Paradise's members followed suit, blotting out the sky with an army of flying mounts as they sped toward Everlasting City. TL notes, FYI, the Dark Divine Silver was obtained from dead Thousand-Eyed Demonic Hand in Chapter 860. Dark Divine Silver, Godly Relic, an ultra-rare metal born through the condensation of the Void Sea's darkness. The Dark Divine Silver can be used to forcibly upgrade a fragmented divine artifact into an exclusive divine artifact. The resulting divine artifact can only be used by the bound user and cannot be used by others. The 2 pseudo-tier 7 spells were obtained from the Tosa's raid in Chapter 886. All-Consuming Fire requires Magical Class, Tier 6 Limit Concentration Pseudo-Tier 7 Large-Scale Destruction Spell Soul World requires Magical Class, Tier 6 Limit Concentration Pseudo Tier 7 Large-Scale Defensive Spell Chapter 3848 Chapter 922 Apex of the Three Races Chapter 922 Apex of the Three Races Eternal Realm, Everlasting City. Everlasting City was like a giant tree that connected heaven and earth. This tree had 144 branches, each representing a separate zone the size of an ordinary NPC city. The sight of the city amazed the gathered players. However, what was even more astounding was how many powers had gathered outside the city. Over 1,000 pseudo-apex powers were present, each with at least 1,000 fifth-floor experts, and some even commanding over 2,000 fifth-floor experts. Nevertheless, despite a combined total of over 1.5 million fifth-floor experts under their command, these pseudo-apex powers would only be competing for a few dozen zones. This was because the majority of Everlasting City's 144 zones had already been reserved by the 6 royal powers and 35 apex powers present. Commander, this is madness. How can there be so many fifth-floor experts here? With the current situation, the Eternal Chamber of Commerce will have trouble occupying even 4 plots of land. Drifting Bean, a level 233 swordsman, said in exasperation as she looked at the various powers teams gathered outside Everlasting City. It will indeed be difficult. We can ensure the safety of only the lands we occupy at the beginning. Endless Scars, a level 241 elementalist wielding a celestial staff and wearing a veil, said in agreement. The number of participating experts is more than double what Eternal's executives anticipated. The 2 other races are much stronger than the human race. I guess it will come down to who can survive the longest. When Endless Scars received the order to help the Eternal Chamber of Commerce with Everlasting City's competition, she initially thought it would be a simple task. She even looked forward to the competition. However, after arriving outside Everlasting City and seeing the teams of the alien races, she couldn't help but be shocked. Whether it was the Holy Race or the Crystallian Race, both vastly outnumbered the human race in fifth-floor experts. All of their apex powers had at least 5,000. Although the Eternal Chamber of Commerce also commanded over 5,000 fifth-floor experts, many had been recruited from adventurer teams. Even so, the Eternal Chamber of Commerce still couldn't compare to the apex powers of the 2 alien races, especially the Holy Races. Every fifth-floor expert under the Holy Race's apex powers was equipped with 2 or 3 fragmented divine artifacts. In contrast, the Eternal Chamber of Commerce's fifth-floor experts were a mixed bag. While the stronger ones might have 2 or 3 fragmented divine artifacts, most were fully equipped with legendary weapons and equipment. Although Everlasting City's level restriction would limit the fragmented divine artifacts, advantage over legendary weapons and equipment, these differences would be considered minor only in individual fights. These small individual differences would be compounded in a battle between legions, and the legion with the better equipment would have a much greater chance of victory. Fortunately, Everlasting City's competition wasn't a duel between teams but a free-for-all. This meant that survival was the top priority for all participants, as only survivors could compete for a winning spot. The competition also had a 12-hour time limit, so the more forces a power could preserve, the greater its advantage. Commander, look at the Holy Race's side. Who is that young man? Many of the Holy Race's experts seem in awe of him, Drifting Bean said, pointing at a level 226 young man among the Holy Race's experts. As the young man walked among the Holy Race's players, those in his way would take the initiative to make way for him. Some of these players included level 240+ experts. That person should be Divine Fist Garuda, the Holy Race's #1 chosen one, Endless Scars said as she looked at the young man in question vigilantly. I hadn't thought the Thunder Empire would send him here. It seems the Thunder Empire is taking the competition seriously. The Holy Race's #1 chosen one. When Drifting Bean heard Endless Scars' introduction, her eyes shone with fighting intent as she looked at the young man. Don't even think about it, Endless Scars said, chuckling at Drifting Bean's reaction. Garuda is rumored to have reached the half-step mortal god standard already. Even among the older generation experts, few can trade blows with him. Considering the significance of this competition, the Thunder Empire must have equipped him with divine artifacts and various trump cards. Only Demon's Gate star Maiden Elise and the Crystallian race's Earthen Princess Rin can match him. After saying so, Endless Scars turned to where the Crystallian race's experts had gathered, only to find many of the Crystallian experts suddenly directing their attention to a girl who had just appeared among them. They looked at the girl as if she were their monarch, their eyes full of reverence. Even the experts of the Crystallian royal powers maintained a respectful expression as they looked at her. Who is she? A sudden chill ran down Endless Scars' spine as she stared at the Crystallian girl. A mortal god. Besides the Crystallian experts, Garuda and Elise also turned to look at the Crystallian girl. Ink Crystal, I finally get to fight you again. Garuda and Elise looked at the Crystallian girl as if she were their greatest opponent, their bodies trembling with excitement. Those who hadn't participated in the most recent Continental Championship wouldn't know about the Crystallian girl named Ink Crystal. All the powers in the know had decided to keep a tight lid on her existence. After all, the news of someone achieving the mortal god standard was so incredible that it might rewrite the history of the three races. A mortal god. What are you talking about, Commander? Drifting Bean asked the dazed Endless Scars in confusion. It's nothing. Maybe it's just my imagination, Endless Scars said, shaking her head. No matter how heaven-defying a 16-year-old is, there is no way she can reach that realm at this age. Commander, look over there. The emblem of that flying ship looks like 0 wings. Drifting Bean exclaimed as she pointed at a gigantic flying ship approaching Everlasting City. Could the swordsman standing on the deck be Guild Leader Black Flame? Why are they here? When Endless Scars saw the 6-winged emblem on the Silverwing flying ship, a hint of shock and confusion appeared under her veil. Compared to the surprise Endless Scars felt when she learned that Shi Feng was acquainted with the Red Dragon Nation's Vice Guild Leader Frey, the surprise she currently felt was on a completely different scale. This was Everlasting City's competition they were talking about. The upcoming competition would involve an all-out battle among the three races. Many of the human race's pseudo-apex powers, such as the Red Dragon Nation, couldn't even participate in the competition. It wasn't that they were prohibited from joining, but that they lacked the strength to join in on the action. For them, joining would be suicide. Thus, Endless Scars found it bewildering that an upstart guild would dare to embroil itself in such a battle. When the Silverwing flying ship landed and Shi Feng descended from it, Divine Fist Garuda, Star Maiden Elise, and even the Earthen Princess Rin suddenly turned to look at him through the crowd, their behavior surprising the many players present. Who is he? Chapter 3849, Chapter 923, Taking Action, Chapter 923, Taking Action. Commander, why do I get the feeling that those chosen ones you mentioned are all looking at Guild Leader Black Flame? Drifting Bean asked in confusion. Whether it was the Holy Race's Garuda or Demon's Gate's Elise, they were all existences that the Blood Wing Adventurer team could not hope to get acquainted with. But now, Drifting Bean could clearly see that Garuda and Elise were scrutinizing Shi Feng. Her gut instinct as a fifth-floor expert also told her that the two were eager to fight Shi Feng. Could he also be acquainted with these two people? Naturally, Endless Scars could also perceive the fighting spirit in Garuda and Elise as they looked at Shi Feng. It was obvious they regarded Shi Feng as an opponent. However, her common sense told her that this shouldn't be possible. Garuda was a half-step mortal god, while Elise was strong enough to match half-step mortal gods. Despite having developed in the greater god's domain for years, endless scars doubted her chances of victory in a fight against either of these individuals would exceed 50%. It hadn't even been a year since Xia Qingying brought Shi Feng to the greater world. No matter how quickly he improved, there was no way he could have caught up to Garuda and Elise already. After all, the two of them were backed by behemoths, while Shi Feng was backed by a guild he had established only months ago. Besides endless scars, Lunar River, who had arrived with a 4,000-man legion a while ago, was also looking at Shi Feng. Is he still being stubborn? When Lunar River saw that Zero Wing's team comprised only 600-plus players, she felt that Shi Feng was here to mess around. Just the pseudo-apex powers present already commanded a combined total of over 1.5 million fifth-floor experts. Even a legion of 3,000 fifth-floor experts would have difficulties surviving in the upcoming competition, let alone a 600-man team. King's Paradise was confident in securing 4 plots of land only because of its sturdy foundations. Otherwise, even if it participated in the competition with 4,000 fifth-floor experts, it would still leave with nothing but casualties. Vice Guild Leader, should we invite them to join us? Shoyun, a level 235 cleric in God's domain, asked quietly. It's too soon for that, Lunar River said after considering the matter. We'll invite them once they have trouble holding on. The rules of Everlasting City's competition made it different from the average war between powers. In addition to restricting player levels to level 220, the competition also had a 12-hour time limit. Only after the 12 hours were up would the occupants of each plot of land be decided. As for how occupants were decided, it was simple. Once the competition began, all players on Everlasting City's island would be considered participants and given an Everlasting City token. The token would drop on death, and whichever team held the most tokens on a particular plot of land at the end of the competition would become its occupant. In other words, the various powers members had to move about hunting other players throughout the competition. They couldn't simply hunker down at a particular location. To make matters worse, the participating Apex and Royal powers had already reserved a significant portion of Everlasting City's 144 plots of land. This severely limited the space the pseudo-Apex powers, 1.5 million fifth-floor experts, could fight in, so the various pseudo-Apex powers would likely be embroiled in chaotic battles as soon as the competition began. In this situation, weaker powers with smaller forces would likely be the first to be eliminated. On the other side of the island, today is the best opportunity to learn about the trump cards of the 3 races' major powers, so keep your eyes open. Do not miss the performance of any expert on the battlefield. Pay extra attention to the various powers' chosen ones. They might become our greatest enemies in the future. Make sure to keep an eye on our guild's chosen ones. Once you see the top experts of other powers approaching them, notify them immediately. This is the best battlefield for them to hone themselves. We must not let them die at the hands of old monsters. Keep an eye on experts with great potential. All these people are our future assassination targets. Make sure to record every battle, especially the ones between the various powers' top experts. This is one of the few battles where the 3 races' major powers will reveal their trump cards, an arena for established experts, a cradle for new generation experts, a treasure trove of information for the various powers. At this moment, Everlasting City had become the center of the 3 races, and every participating power was employing all available means to benefit from the city's competition. As a dull bell ring echoed from Everlasting City, the translucent barrier covering the city disappeared, while a new translucent barrier formed on the island's outermost layer. Immediately, the 1,000-plus pseudo-apex powers, 35 apex powers, and 6 royal powers on the island flew toward their chosen plots of land in a frenzy. Guild leader Black Flame, which plot should we choose? Kowloon Demon asked excitedly, as he watched the members of the various powers take to the skies. The forces of the various powers weren't evenly distributed across Everlasting City's 144 plots of land. Some plots had more players, while some had fewer. Some had stronger players, while some had weaker players. However, regardless of which land Shi Feng chose, Zero Wing's team would face at least 10,000 fifth-floor experts. Moreover, as these were all unknown experts, fighting them would be an absolute thrill. "We won't go anywhere. We'll just watch from here," Shi Feng said, observing the situation in the air. He wasn't in a hurry to join in on the action. "We will strain our stamina and concentration if we join the chaos from the onset. We won't get many city tokens either, so we might as well take action after they are done killing each other." Guild leader, although your idea is sound, I'm afraid some powers won't let us just watch, Hidden Soul said, looking at a 2,000-man legion heading straight for their team. The legion was led by Crocodile Fang, who had been driven out of desolate Star City because of Shi Feng. Endless Scars, who had already occupied Plot 3 with the Eternal Chamber of Commerce's forces, also noticed the movement of Angel's Retribution's forces and frowned at the sight. "That damned bastard. Rather than fight the aliens together, he's targeting people on our side. Is he not afraid the various powers will persecute him in the future?" Drifting Bean gnashed her teeth as she glared at Crocodile Fang. Originally, Drifting Bean thought the matter with Crocodile Fang was over after Frey's intervention. She hadn't expected him to appear here. Moreover, he even chose to attack Zero Wing as soon as the competition began. In a clash between a legion of 2,000 players and a team of 600-plus players in an open space, Zero Wing's team was overwhelmingly disadvantaged. "Black Flame, you humiliated me in desolate Star City. Now it's time for me to get some payback. I'll show you that you are nothing without Frey." Crocodile Fang gnashed his teeth as he glared at Shi Feng. Then he commanded his forces to annihilate Zero Wing's team. Chapter 3850, Chapter 924, One-Man Army. Chapter 924, One-Man Army. Everlasting City, Plot 59. Plot 59 was situated several thousand meters above ground. At this time, 4,000 figures descended upon it and separated into 40 teams. Then these teams spread across the land in all directions like a swarm of locusts, eliminating the other players on the land. While King's Paradise's forces were seizing control of Plot 59, Lunar River arrived at the edge of Plot 59 with several dozen private guards. She showed no interest in the battle taking place in Plot 59. Instead, she quietly observed the situation of the other plots of land. "Vice Guild Leader, everything is going according to plan. None of the neighboring plots have teams from Apex or Royal Powers. The teams of our allies have also arrived safely, so we will soon have a force of 10,000 players. As for Angel's Retribution, which we excluded from our alliance, its forces suddenly took action against Zero Wing," Shoyun reported. "Who is leading Angel's Retribution's forces?" Lunar River asked. "According to our intelligence, Crocodile Fang is the commander, while Angel's Retribution's main force commander, Blacksteel, is acting as his vice commander," Shoyun answered. Then she continued worriedly, "Angel's Retribution has mobilized 2,000 players this time, while Zero Wing has only a little over 600. Zero Wing might not hold out against Angel's Retribution. That old fellow let his son lead over Blacksteel." Lunar River was slightly surprised. The commander of every major power's main force had extraordinary status. They were either the guild's first vice-guild leader or one of the guild's grand elders. Blacksteel was well known in the Angel Sanctuary. Over half a century ago, he was already recognized as one of the Angel Sanctuary's top 10 experts. Now, he was even considered one of Angel's Retribution's 6 overlords. Yet, Crocodile Fang was assigned to lead Angel's Retribution's forces in Everlasting City's competition instead of Blacksteel. No matter how Lunar River looked at it, this situation was unbelievable. Amidst her confusion, Lunar River received a communication request. The caller was none other than Angel's Retribution's Blacksteel. "Commander Blacksteel, are you perhaps calling me to reconsider allying with Angel's Retribution?" Lunar River asked nonchalantly, looking at the stalwart middle-aged man carrying a greatsword in the video chat. "That's right. Although you've repeatedly refused our request for partnership before, I am confident you won't refuse us again this time," Blacksteel said, looking at Lunar River. "I know you are trying to partner with Zero Wing to get a hold of the Tower of the Abyss. However, it seems that Zero Wing's guild leader has been reluctant to agree to your partnership. So I will create an opportunity for you. It is no longer a secret that Crocodile Fang has a grudge against Black Flame. Even if Angel's Retribution takes action against Zero Wing in this competition, none of the other human powers will say anything." "Are you saying you will do me a favor?" Lunar River asked, her expression remaining indifferent. "It will depend on your willingness to cooperate," Blacksteel chuckled. "If you partner with us, we will naturally show Zero Wing mercy out of consideration that it will become one of our future partners. But if you refuse, we will show no mercy. At that time, even if you secure an Eternal World Magic Array, you won't be able to transfer it to Zero Wing." "You are very calculating, Commander Blacksteel," Lunar River said, chuckling. It was obvious Blacksteel had contacted her with the knowledge that King's Paradise's forces were currently occupied and couldn't assist Zero Wing. "But aren't you underestimating Zero Wing and me a little too much?" "Underestimate you? Never," Blacksteel said, smiling. "If you decide to take action personally, we will naturally be powerless to do anything against Zero Wing. But are you really willing to expose your strength at this critical moment? Are you challenging me?" Lunar River's gaze sharpened. 5 minutes. Blacksteel extended 5 fingers at Lunar River. "You have 5 minutes to consider whether to expose your strength to save Zero Wing or re-establish King's Paradise's partnership with Angel's Retribution. I will contact you again in 5 minutes." Blacksteel hung up after saying so, his words causing the King's Paradise members around Lunar River to become deathly silent. "Vice Guild Leader, should we take action?" Shoyan asked. "The competition has just started." "It's still too soon for us to make a move," Lunar River said. Then she commanded Shoyan and the rest of her private guards, "You all make a trip down below. I don't need you to save the others. You only need to rescue Black Flame. Make sure not to move within 100 yards of Blacksteel. None of you are a match for him yet. You won't be able to escape if you get within 100 yards of him." "Understood." Shoyan and Lunar River's other private guards bowed and left. On the other side, Angel's Retribution's 2,000-man legion arrived within 1,000 yards of Zero Wing's team. "Uncle Blacksteel, how did it go?" Crocodile Fang asked nervously, looking at the stalwart middle-aged man beside him. "Did she agree?" In reality, Crocodile Fang was only a puppet commander. Blacksteel was the Legion's true commander. Crocodile Fang was assigned to command Angel's Retribution's forces this time to make up for his mistake. If he couldn't complete his assignment of re-establishing the partnership with King's Paradise, his good days would end. 3 minutes. Blacksteel did not respond to Crocodile Fang's question. Instead, he looked at the 100 experts standing respectfully behind him. Every one of these 100 experts was equipped with multiple fragmented divine artifacts and exuded a dangerous aura. Lunar River's people should arrive about 3 minutes later, so I want you all to eliminate everyone except Zero Wing's guild leader in 3 minutes. Yes, Commander. The 100 experts responded confidently in unison, as if killing Zero Wing's 600-plus experts in 3 minutes was a trivial matter. They immediately charged Zero Wing's forces, their speed so fast that even Tier 6 experts could only catch a glimpse of their afterimages. If one observed them carefully, one would notice that they were all executing gold-ranked footwork. Is this the main force's strength? Crocodile Fang was astonished by the speed of these experts. This was the first time Crocodile Fang had seen Angel's Retribution's main force in action. Blacksteel had always been responsible for managing and training Angel's Retribution's main force. As a result, besides Angel's Retribution's guild leader, everyone else in the guild was in the dark about the strength of Angel's Retribution's main force members. However, after seeing them in action, Crocodile Fang finally understood why it was mentioned that these main force members were 90% of the reason Angel's Retribution dared to participate in Everlasting City's competition. When Angel's Retribution's main force members went into action, over at Zero Wing's resting area. Guild leader Black Flame, do you need our intervention? Purgatory Jade asked, looking at the 100 players closing in on them. Based on her observation, Angel's Retribution's 100 experts were all very strong. Although their combat standards were inferior to the chosen ones under her tutelage, their equipment standards were much better. They weren't opponents that Zero Wing's members, most of whom hadn't even reached level 220, could handle. No need. Shi Feng shook his head. Then he looked at Phoenix Rain and said, Rain, I'll leave them to you. Me? Can I? Phoenix Rain asked, surprised that Shi Feng would let her take action. It would be the easiest for you to deal with this situation, Shi Feng said, nodding. But don't go all out. It'd be bad if we caused too much of a commotion. Okay, I'll try my best, Phoenix Rain sighed and stepped forward. When Phoenix Rain stepped forward by herself, the advancing main force members and the spectating members of Angel's Retribution were stunned. They had never expected Zero Wing to send only one person to fight them. Is Zero Wing taking us for the Eternal Realm's little fellows? Angel's Retribution's main force members laughed when they saw Phoenix Rain raising her staff and chanting. At the same time, a cold glint flashed in their eyes. After going unmatched in the Angel Sanctuary for so long, they hadn't expected to be underestimated by a small guild in the Eternal Realm. When Angel's Retribution's main force members got within 100 yards of Phoenix Rain, she finally finished chanting and gestured toward Angel's Retribution's forces with her free hand. Pseudo-Tier 7 spell, all-consuming fire. Chapter 3851, Chapter 925. Plot 95, Chapter 925. Plot 95. Dark purple flames suddenly burst from the void, forming a gigantic sword 10,000 yards long that struck at Angel's Retribution's members. When the sword of flames appeared, all players within a 10,000-yard radius of Phoenix Rain felt their souls tremble with fear. This scene even caught the attention of the various powers experts all over Everlasting City. Is that a large-scale destruction spell? How can a large-scale destruction spell have such a huge range? Everyone participating in Everlasting City's competition had seen large-scale destruction spells before, but never had they seen one with a range of 10,000 yards. Moreover, even at first glance, it was obvious the power of the dark purple flames exceeded the Tier 6 limit standard. Boom! The sword of flames fell on Angel's Retribution's members before they could react, effortlessly burning through them and the land they stood on. When the flames dissipated, a bottomless rift appeared on the island that Everlasting City stood on. They're all gone. The spectating experts were dumbfounded when they failed to see any Angel's Retribution members in the aftermath. "Commander, what rank of spell is that?" Drifting being goggled at the scene below in disbelief. As the Blood Wing adventurer team operated in the Angel Sanctuary, it had plenty of intelligence on Angel's Retribution, the Angel Sanctuary's #1 power. It also had information on Blacksteel, Angel's Retribution's main force commander. The stalwart man was single-handedly responsible for eliminating many of the Angel Sanctuary's powers, and even Endless Scars wouldn't dare to say she could defeat him with 100% certainty. Yet Blacksteel had just been one-shotted by a spell. This spell should have already exceeded the Tier 6 limit standard, Endless Scars stated, gaping in shock behind her veil as she stared at the missing section of the island. As the owner of the Origin Mage class, a peak-hidden class, Endless Scars knew that not even large-scale destruction spells that reached the Tier 6 limit standard could injure Blacksteel. This was because he was one of the few experts in the Greater God's domain to have developed his concentration to the Tier 6 limit standard, which allowed him to exhibit 100% of the potential of divine artifacts. In a situation where he was fully equipped with divine artifacts, his opponents would have to be able to exhibit 100% of a divine artifact's strength to threaten him. On the other side, Dragon's Crown's members were similarly shocked by Phoenix Rain's attack. This spell is probably comparable to the attack Guild leader Black Flame used before, Kowloon Demon said, staring at the bottomless rift ahead in astonishment. I hadn't expected Zero Wing to have another monster like Guild leader Black Flame. Purgatory Jade hadn't expected Zero Wing to have such a trump card either, and couldn't help casting a long look at Shi Feng. However, compared to everyone else, the ones most surprised by Phoenix Rain's attacks would have to be Zero Wing's executives. "Guild leader, what spell did you let Rain learn? Isn't it a little too powerful?" Hidden Soul asked Shi Feng quietly. Hidden Soul knew Phoenix Rain's strength better than anyone else. Normally, Phoenix Rain would be fortunate if she could defeat even one of the 100 experts who had charged them, let alone wipe out Angel's Retribution's 2,000 experts in one move. If Hidden Soul had to guess who could have helped Phoenix Rain increase her firepower by so much in such a short time, it would have to be Shi Feng. After all, Shi Feng had previously called Phoenix Rain and Gentle Snow aside. He must have given them something during that private discussion. "It's a secret for now," Shi Feng said, chuckling. "You can also learn something like it if the opportunity arises." The existence of the two pseudo-tier 7 spells was a secret that Zero Wing could not afford to expose at present. It wasn't that he did not trust Hidden Soul and the others. It was just that Zero Wing still couldn't afford to ignore the threat of the human race's various apex powers and the alien race's powers. Thus, the fewer the people who knew about the pseudo-tier 7 spells, the better. Besides, obscuring the existence of the pseudo-tier 7 spells could increase their effectiveness in critical moments. Unless Phoenix Rain's opponents had the strength to counter these spells, even 6th floor experts would face certain death. Moreover, unlike the profound skills of weapons and equipment, the two pseudo-tier 7 spells had short cooldowns of only 3 to 5 hours. In the current God's domain, they were weapons of absolute destruction. They're gone. Am I hallucinating? Weren't they supposed to be Angel's Retribution's forces? When Shoyan and Lunar River's other private guards returned to the bottom of Everlasting City and saw that Angel's Retribution's members were no more, they all gaped in shock. They also didn't know how they should proceed in this situation. They had already steeled themselves for heavy losses. After all, they would be going up against a legion organized by the Angel Sanctuary's #1 power. The legion was even led by the famous Blacksteel. Yet before they saw any action, Blacksteel and the rest of Angel's Retribution's legion were annihilated without the slightest bit of resistance. Is this why Zero Wing refuses to partner with us? Shoyun had a complicated expression as she stared at Shi Feng's figure in the distance. Not even King's Paradise could annihilate Angel's Retribution's 2,000-man legion in one move. With such strength, Zero Wing was more than qualified to turn down King's Paradise's partnership offer. Besides the various apex and royal powers, the other powers in Everlasting City quickly exploded in an uproar after a moment of silence. Zero Wing, how come this is the first time I have heard about this guild? Could it be a hidden power? We have to be careful of Zero Wing moving forward. Someone keep an eye on Zero Wing. Once Zero Wing's members make a move, I want to be informed immediately. We must not give Zero Wing any chances. There was no way the various powers present would not fear a spell that could wipe out a 2,000-man legion in one move. They dared not take their chances with it, even if they knew such a spell would have a long cooldown and cast time. Of course, the various powers didn't get too hung up over the spell. They simply had a few members watch Zero Wing's movements before they resumed battling one another. After all, even if Phoenix Rain's spell could be reused multiple times in this competition, it would see limited uses, as the competition had a 12-hour time limit. The effect one player could have on a competition of such scale was also extremely limited. This was because each power had to occupy 4 plots of land to receive an eternal world magic array. In other words, the outcome of the competition still depended on the overall strength of the various powers. Moreover, once a power was given sufficient time, it could construct barriers in their respective plots of land to enhance their forces. Since Zero Wing preferred to spectate rather than compete for an early advantage, the various powers naturally wouldn't mind letting it do so. They simply needed to be careful not to let Zero Wing snatch the fruit of their efforts. How cautious of these powers! They're not giving us any chances. When Shi Feng saw the numerous observation skills being used on his team, he knew it would only be a waste of time to continue waiting here. It seems we'll have to act in advance. Realistically speaking, trying to occupy 4 plots of land in Everlasting City with just a little over 600 players was absurd. With so few players, Zero Wing would not only have difficulty defending its land, but it would also have trouble collecting city tokens. The competition's rules stated that the power holding the most tokens on a particular plot of land at the last second would become its occupant. In other words, so long as another power snuck more tokens into Zero Wing's land at the last second, this team could snatch Zero Wing's land from right under its nose. Simply put, the competition was about who could collect the most Everlasting City tokens. Even if a power managed to occupy many plots of land with overwhelming force, its efforts would be futile if it couldn't collect enough tokens. Thus, the competition was very disadvantageous to powers with few members like Zero Wing. Now, Zero Wing's only hope of succeeding was to compete in lands with the most players. However, timing was key. If Zero Wing acted too early or too late, it would cause an outflow of tokens to other plots of land, which, in turn, would reduce the number of tokens Zero Wing could collect. Before taking action, Zero Wing needed to collect enough intelligence and select lands with the most tokens. It also needed to ensure it could secure these tokens in one fell swoop. Guild Leader, according to our investigation, the 3 plots of land with the most players all have apex powers competing over them, Hidden Soul said, frowning as she watched the fierce battles across Everlasting City. Plot 34 has nearly 30,000 players, a human apex power, and a Crystallian royal power competing over it. Plot 68 has over 30,000 players and 2 holy race apex powers competing over it. And Plot 95 has nearly 40,000 players, a Crystallian apex power, and a holy race royal power competing over it. "Let's go with plot 95 then," Shi Feng said without hesitation.